17. Zodiac suspects. Thursday, January 15, 1981. Other policemen besides Tosky and Narlow had cherished suspects. Highway Patrolman Lyndon Lafferty pegged Zodiac as a resident of Fairfield, a town east of Vallejo. Since December of 1969, a Fairfield copycat had been dispatching typed letters to the Chronicle. This is the Zodiac speaking. I just need help. I will kill again. So expect it any time now. The next will be a cop. 2 days later, he wrote again, enclosing a drawing of a knife titled The Bleeding Knife of Zodiac. Page 59 of an astrology book, day-by-day forecast for Cancer, and a horoscope forecast for Leo. I just need help. I will kill again. I just want to tell you this state is in trouble, he wrote. Harvey Hines, a former Escalon, California police officer, believed he had found Zodiac. In November 1973, while taking night school criminology in Sonora, he stumbled across reports of a flirtatious man who approached 2 South Lake Tahoe women in 1971. A year earlier, possible Zodiac victim Donna Lass had disappeared from there. Intrigued, Hines inquired at the hotel where she worked as a nurse and came up with a suspect who had studied basic codes at radio school. He had been arrested multiple times since 1946 and, in 1969, lived near where Paul Stein had picked up Zodiac. Hines later told Hard Copy, "My suspect is the Zodiac. Every fiber, every part of my being tells me he is the Zodiac killer." A televised clip showed a pair of slipper-clad feet, the suspect retrieving his morning paper. Hines has been chasing this guy through Vegas casinos with a video camera, a cop told me, screaming, "He's the Zodiac." But Zodiac was 6 feet tall, 240-plus pounds, and about 35. Hines' suspect was 3 inches shorter, 90 pounds lighter, and 12 years older. Was there a connection between Lass and someone from Riverside? The theory was that Zodiac had been a former kidney dialysis patient of Donna's when she worked at Riverside's Cottage Hospital. Her roommate, Joanne Getchie, had also been a dialysis nurse since 1975. Donna had never told me about any such person, she told me. Her family, though, asked me the same question. We worked on the same surgical ward at Letterman General Hospital in the Presidio, where Zodiac had been last seen, and several corpsmen there were giving flying lessons over in Hayward. We used to go flying with 2 men from Riverside in 1970. Where was this? Oh, right here, in San Francisco. San Francisco? Molinix had told me that Darlene Farron had also gone flying with 2 men, but he'd never checked them out. Lee Allen flew. I don't know if I can remember their names, Joanne said. Donna was here in San Francisco from February to June of 1970. She moved to Lake Tahoe to work and 3 months later vanished. Donna was kind of naive and not very experienced with men. She was easily drawn away. She was hooked on gambling. That's why she went up there. She liked to ski and liked to gamble, so she took the job in the casino hotel, the Sahara Hotel, State Line, Nevada, as a first aid emergency nurse. I went up alone to meet her over the weekend, having talked to her earlier in the week. She had moved to a new apartment, so that's why we were meeting at the hotel on Saturday night. That was the first day she had the apartment, and I didn't have the phone number. I was supposed to meet her when she was getting off work, and she would show me where she lived. She was nowhere to be found, so I stayed in the motel overnight and then looked some more. I didn't know what to do. It wasn't like her to just not show up. When I came back to the city Sunday night without finding out anything, I don't know why I didn't call the police. I was young, I guess. Donna's older sister, Mary, told me Donna was always people's favorite nurse. She used her credit card on Saturday, September 5, 1970, and went to work that night. She worked from 6 at night to 2 in the morning. She was writing the log of the day at 1:45 a.m. The last people she saw were the Bentleys from San Francisco. As it ended, complains of, care of, her pen just trails down the page, dragged from the last word she wrote to the bottom of the page, as if she had been interrupted. It was not signed. Donna's car was later found parked near her new apartment. An unidentified male caller rang Donna's landlord and employer and said she would not be returning because of illness in the family. They'd received a phone call that she had an emergency at home, said Joanne, and when her boss called home to her mom, she said, "There's no illness in the family. That call is a lie." That's when we knew, and we went there that night. The family flew out from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We went to San Francisco, and Joanne met us at the airport and drove us to Tahoe, said Mary, and she had been up there to see Donna. I had been on vacation with Mom and my 4 little kids, and we were there just 2 weeks before Labor Day. Then Joanne went up there to see her for Labor Day, and so we went up Sunday night. We couldn't get a word out of anyone at the casino, where she was or what was going on. As for the police, they wouldn't even put it out as a missing person until 48 hours had passed. The police had been in the apartment and searched it. We went back up on the 3rd of October and came back on Monday the 5th. There was someone Joanne and Donna were dating from Sacramento. There was a phone call South Lake Police had received from Sacramento, but he never called back. Joanne said her sister had a private detective pursuing the investigation for years, but they never found her, ever. It was very strange. What was really strange, Lynch told me, is some guy came up to Vallejo PD one night and he was drunk. He said he had been trying to report Donna Lass's disappearance to SFPD, but apparently the guy was a heavy drinker, and when he had gone there, they'd thrown him out. He knew there had been a previous murder in Vallejo by the Zodiac, so he came up here to report. I talked to him for a long time, but I can't think of that guy's name. Or the name of the musician he thought was involved, but that orchestra was in Tahoe at the time this girl disappeared. They never found her, did they? No. There was a tenuous Tahoe connection with Lee Allen. A friend of Lee's had bought a hotel there, and Lee might have been visiting him the night Lass vanished. And I found a connection to the 1963 murders of Robert Dominguez and Linda Edwards near Santa Barbara. Donna left Sioux City, went to Minneapolis, said Mary, then went to Santa Barbara and worked. They took this doctor east to this big convention, and when she came back, she went to San Francisco to Letterman General. The pay was good, but she got awfully tired of the hours, weekends, nights. Her friends from Santa Barbara had moved up there to Lake Tahoe. "Oh, we have the perfect job for you. Come on up and join us and live with us." And so that's what she did for the summer. Under Personals in the Chronicle, I spotted this ad. Zodiac. We offer a national and interested forum to hear your story. Would like to interview you with complete anonymity as you wish it told. Would like to interview you with complete anonymity. Contact the Aquarian Age magazine, 270 World Trade Center, SF 94111. They gave a local number and stationed a worker by the phone in case Zodiac should call. The worker might still be waiting. Monday, January 19, 1981. As Molinex and I drove to Blue Rock Springs, I watched storm clouds sweeping in from the San Pablo Bay. "Most of them I'd get a specimen of their handwriting," said Molinex, explaining how he processed Zodiac suspects, "and have Morrell check it out. Either that or the physical description was so far off in age or some such thing, or it couldn't logically be the suspect." "You mentioned this Tommy Lee Southard," I said. Molinex laughed. "That Southard," he replied, "was one of the early suspects. A serviceman at Mare Island, as I recall. I didn't investigate him. Lynch and Rust conducted the investigation on him. 6 weeks or a couple of months after this Blue Rock Springs shooting happened, they came up with him. He looked pretty good for a while. Southard lived at home with his mom," Lynch added, "and wore thick-lensed glasses. He also lived downtown in an apartment. We had a burglary case on the guy, and I tackled him at a restaurant. He was a real oddball. He cut his wrist when I arrested him and was later killed downtown in a bar shooting on Virginia Street." Zodiac raced down to Napa after the stabbings at Lake Berryessa and rang up the police from a payphone only 4½ blocks from the police station. Narlo found the location intriguing. "A guy here in Napa is very proficient at making bombs," he told me, "and happens to trade at the barber shop directly across the street from the booth where the call was made." Police technician Hal Snook rushed in his dusting of a wet palm print on the receiver. He was needed at Lake Berryessa, feared botching the job. He used a combination of a hot light and blow drying to accelerate the process, got some prints from the phone booth, and sent them to the FBI. Tommy Lee Southard was the first they tried to match. The FBI Identification Division replied on October 23, 1969. 7 latent fingerprints, 3 latent palm prints, and 1 latent impression, which is either a fingerprint or a partial palm print, appear in the submitted photographs and are of value for identification purposes. We compared those prints to Thomas Leonard Southard. No identification was affected. We could not rule him out conclusively since we do not have his palm prints. Latent prints recovered from the Lake Berryessa victim's Carmen Gia were compared with the comparable areas of the latent prints. Again, no identification with Southard was affected. The FBI tested the Napa phone booth prints against Zodiac's first letter to the Vallejo Times-Herald because someone's prints were recovered from that letter. The prints did not match the car, cab, or booth fingerprints, or Southard's. Friday, May 15, 1981. CI&I in Sacramento became the clearinghouse for all future Zodiac investigations. A decade earlier, Paul Avery, in a confidential memo to his editor, Abe Melenkoff, had suggested just such a centralization. Toschi at the time had already been concerned about Avery. "I think he wants to become more than an investigative reporter," he told me. "I think he eventually wants to run this investigation." Toschi was right. "I met with Attorney General Ethel J. Younger for 45 minutes," Avery wrote confidentially, outlined the Zodiac case in some detail, and proposed to him that the state DOJ take over and coordinate the investigation of the case by forming a special Zodiac squad made up of detectives from the various cities and counties which have actual or highly possible Z murders. 3 days later, Avery sent Younger a resume of the case, writing that, "I am eager to begin assisting in the formation of your Zodiac squad and to plan its direction." Since a multitude of jurisdictions, counties, and departments were involved, their records had to be gathered and reorganized. Many files were missing, scattered over the state, hidden in basements and attics, or taken away as mementos. Inspector Deasy personally drove the SFPD's files to Sacramento. On May 15th, at 7:11 a.m., police and FBI agents arrested David Carpenter as the trailside killer at his San Francisco home. This wilderness murderer shot and stabbed hikers on Mount Tamalpais, above the Golden Gate, at Point Reyes Seashore, and in the Santa Cruz Forest. Interestingly, Carpenter had hinted to accomplices that he was Zodiac, an intriguing possibility. Photos of Carpenter from 1969 with glasses and crew cut bore a striking resemblance to Zodiac's wanted poster. Carpenter had been in prison when some Zodiac letters were mailed. But during the trailside attacks, police had ruled Carpenter out as a suspect because state computers listed him as being in jail. In reality, he was living in a halfway house and walking the streets of downtown San Francisco. Another riddle. The inoffensive ex-convict stuttered badly, while the trailside killer did not. However, at his San Diego trial, Carpenter explained, "When I sing," and he sang, "I don't stutter. When I whisper," and he whispered, "I don't stutter. When I get really angry," he roared, "I don't stutter." The jury drew back in terror. Carpenter, the trailside killer, was a different person than Carpenter under control. Perhaps Zodiac was someone else, too, when he wrote his letters, an inoffensive person who from day to day no one suspected. Another suspect, Mike, a 6-foot-tall, eyeglass-wearing ex-Navy man, had moved the day of the Blue Rock Springs murder, Mullinex told me. He owned a 9mm and a .45 caliber gun and, like Allen, worked at Union Oil. When he got too excited, he'd put his thumbs against his nose and scream. Early on, we had been looking for a Taurus, and Mike was a Taurus. His neighbor verified he was familiar with Lake Berryessa, but that went nowhere. He did look good for a while. Thursday, October 8, 1981. Few outside the FBI guessed the Unabomber existed. At the end of a 16th-month period of inactivity, the nation's first domestic terrorist struck. He placed a bomb inside a large paper-wrapped parcel at Utah's Binion Hall, where it was safely diffused. On an April morning 15 years hence, when Ted Kaczynski was captured in a remote snowbound Montana cabin, the Unabomber would become an important Zodiac suspect. It was not hard to see why. I was the first to do that story, Rita Williams, KTVU TV Channel 2 reporter, told me. I did it like a week after he was arrested. I got the fingerprint guy out in Walnut Creek to look at Kaczynski. These FBI guys I knew were laughing at me. Oh, there's no way. It can't be. I said, come on. He really fits his Zodiac. That strange family, mathematical mind, chemical bombs. The implication was that Zodiac had vanished because he had become the Unabomber. Here are the reasons why that might be true. Both were pipe bomb makers. Both mailed police taunting letters with too much postage, boasted of their intelligence, and promised dire consequences if their words were not published. The Unabomber wrote the Times threatening to bring down a California jetliner with a bomb, then admitted it was a joke. Zodiac promised to blow up a school bus with an electronic bomb, but rescinded his promise. Kaczynski had been a professor at UC Berkeley from 1967 to 1969, when Zodiac became active. Ted resigned June 30th, 1969, and Zodiac first wrote the Chronicle a month later. The Unabomber exploded his first confirmed bomb on May 26, 1978, and a month afterward, Zodiac allegedly wrote his last letter. Kaczynski wrote the San Francisco Examiner a month later. The two wore military gear. The Unabomber military fatigues, Zodiac a naval costume. Both used disguises, a hooded sweatshirt, a hood. Inexplicably, there were times when the Unabomber and Zodiac simply stopped writing and killing. Both were asexual beings with dominant mothers and absent fathers. Both understood the complexities of code. Code is nothing more than mathematics, and Kaczynski was a brilliant mathematician. At Berryessa, the surviving victim reported that Zodiac claimed to be an escaped convict from either Colorado or Deer Lodge, Montana. Deer Lodge lay 60 miles from where Kaczynski eventually built his isolated cabin in Lincoln, Montana. However, equally compelling reasons convinced me that Kaczynski was not Zodiac. In 1978, the Unabomber, in his guise as the junkyard bomber, was using match heads and rubber bands to create his bombs. 9 years earlier, Zodiac had mailed the Chronicle electronic and chemical bomb diagrams far more sophisticated than the Unabomber's a decade later. Would Zodiac regress and lose the ability to create advanced bombs? More than likely, by 1978, he would be building better bombs. The Unabomber remained unknown for so long because he didn't write the press. The publicity-hungry Zodiac always used his murders to gain publicity immediately afterward. The Unabomber wrote the Examiner, disguising himself as FC. Zodiac, with few exceptions, took pains to identify himself as Zodiac and verified his identity by providing confidential facts or pieces of bloody evidence. The Unabomber targeted groups, computer experts and salesmen, behavioral modificationists, geneticists, engineers, and scholars. But his bombs were delivered in such a way that anyone could have opened them. In 1987, he left a bomb in a Salt Lake City parking lot for anyone to find. Zodiac's targets were always specific with rigid requirements. He stalked his victims, young lovers, students by lakes on special days, with a different weapon each time. Kaczynski was obsessed with wood and wood-related names, while Zodiac was obsessed with water and water-related names. Kaczynski loved nature. He apologized to a rabbit for shooting it. Zodiac loved to hunt animals and progressed to people as wild game. In 1967, Kaczynski was in Ann Arbor at the University of Michigan getting a second doctorate when 3 Riverside letters were written by Zodiac and postmarked in Riverside. In 1971, Kaczynski moved to Lincoln, Montana, and was living there when Zodiac letters at that time carried Bay Area postmarks. Zodiac's excessive postage was engendered by a rush for publicity, while the Unabomber stamps served 2 uses. The value and subject of the stamps were a numerical code indicating the type of bomb inside and a symbolic statement. The second use was to direct the flow of the parcel. Overposting made certain the package would not be returned to the fictional sender. Too little postage ensured that the bomb would revert to the return address, the actual target, a scientist on the Unabomber's hit list. The physical appearance of Zodiac and inner workings of his mind present the biggest differences between him and the Unabomber. Zodiac, lumbering and bear-like, differed considerably from Kaczynski's lanky and gaunt frame, 143 pounds, 5 feet 9 inches tall. Zodiac, physically powerful, had a paunch, stood close to 6 feet, and weighed around 240 pounds. Though Kaczynski kept a journal in code, speedily solved by the FBI, it compared in no way with the intricate, unbreakable ciphers of Zodiac, nor with his handwriting. The Unabomber's own words offer the biggest difference. His manifesto's tone is flat, unimaginative, whereas Zodiac's clever turns of phrase and imagery, frightening enough to galvanize a city. The professor in Kaczynski lectures us, while Zodiac's colorful expressions and memorable use of popular culture are intended to frighten, bully, and mystify, not instruct. His letters possess an ironic, biting quality that overflows with melancholy, even despair. They chill anyone who reads them. When Zodiac was angry, we felt it. Zodiac gave his motives for killing as collecting souls for the afterlife and the thrill of hunting people. The Unabomber's apparent lack of motive made the search for him difficult. Zodiac obviously hated women. Kaczynski to the end dreamed of a wife and children, and envied and detested the brother who turned him in for possessing that domestic bliss. Kaczynski's true hatred was reserved for those in the academic world who had surpassed him. Zodiac was master of all weapons, the Unabomber only of bombs, which he had trouble making lethal. Zodiac had an intimate knowledge of Vallejo. Kaczynski did not. Like a poisoner, Kaczynski imagined the death agonies of his victims from as great a distance as possible. By gun, by knife, by rope, Zodiac got as close to his victims as he could. 18. Arthur Lee Allen. Friday, May 22, 1981. I was terminated from Spectrochrome Graphics in Benicia with no warnings or conferences, quite by surprise, Lee said of his May 22nd firing. He suspected he could put his finger on the reason. I believe my problem started 3 weeks prior when I destroyed a roll-down door with a forklift. The estimate was $2,300. Tuesday, June 30th, 1981. I am intelligent, hardworking, honest, dependable, and punctual, Lee wrote, applying for other work. I am looking for a job where I can learn and advance myself in the long term, and hope you will consider these points in evaluating my application. He was asked, have you ever been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor? Yes, he answered. I committed 1 count of PC 288 and was sent to a state hospital for 2 years. I am now still taking therapy as was required by the courts. His application, received July 1, 1981, was printed neatly. All the G's were straight and all the D's cursive. There was even a 3-stroke K. Wednesday, July 8, 1981. Lee snared a new job on his old stamping grounds, a Benicia Industrial Park at the end of Lake Herman Road. Lee's friends told me he often parked at a promontory where Lake Herman Road intersects Highway 21, northeast of the Benicia-Martinez Bridge. He popped open a Coors, drank and scanned Roe Island, Ryer Island, and 100 sealed battleships dismally riding their anchors in Sassoon Bay below. The gray entombed fleet, mothballed remnants of World War II, probably made him think of his father and his own failed submarine career. He still hated working, but the new position gave him ample time to drink, visit his trailers, and make subtle digs at the police. He continued to wear a Zodiac skin diving watch and a Zodiac ring. He continued to mention Zodiac to his friends, leaving a trail of hints scattered behind. He started his car and swung onto the rutted road. At home, a letter had slid down the mail slot into his basement. After a long delay, he was going to receive his Bachelor of Science degree from Sonoma State. Authorities had still not searched that dank and dreary basement where bombs and a death machine might be stored. Though diabetic, Arthur Lee Allen began drinking beer from a quart jar. He rode his green motorcycle, laid out remodeling plans for his home, and bought more books on electronic gear, maps, and the occult. He studied birdhouses and continued building a plane. Dr. Rykoff reported regularly on Lee's progress and rehabilitation. Apprehensive of his patient, the doctor played taped excerpts of their sessions for a Santa Rosa cop. He was shaken too. Eventually, Rykoff fled to a wilderness hospital. Everyone who came in touch with Zodiac was hurt in some way. George Bauer told me the bizarre story. The doctor had come to believe that Zodiac was his patient, said Bauer, and made hours of tapes, which he wanted to publish. He had tapes that Allen had made claiming to be Zodiac. Allen talked to his doctor about putting bamboo stakes in pits around his house. The sharpened ends, covered in manure, would both wound and infect, even kill. I went up and interviewed Rykoff at some sanitarium. He was in a wild area and kept looking frantically in each corner. "Look out for the snakes," he cried, dancing about. "The snakes everywhere!" I laughed, then jumped. I looked, and there really was a rattlesnake. The biggest rattlesnake I'd ever seen, right by my boot. Rattlesnakes all over the joint. God, for a psychiatrist, he was goofier than a bed bug. Are just frightened. In early 1970, long before Lee began seeing Dr. Rykoff, a rumor circulated in San Francisco that Zodiac had lost a letter addressed to a psychiatrist he was then seeing. Allegedly, it contained a death threat to the doctor's family. A passerby found the letter and turned it over to the police, who interviewed the doctor. Because of professional confidentiality, he refused to name his patient a Bay Area resident. Within this doctor's files, some believed, lay the real name of Zodiac. "We went down and saw Pete Noyes," Bauer continued. "He was one of the producers of Johnny Carson or Jeopardy. Somehow this guy got involved with Rykoff, Santa Rosa cops, and all this goofy stuff. It was absolutely bizarre, the stuff they were doing. They were going to protect this Dr. Rykoff because Arthur Lee Allen was going to come kill him. They thought one of the lieutenants on the Santa Rosa Police Department was in cahoots with Lee Allen. After I finished this, I wondered, are these guys pranksters? Are they just that paranoid? Crazy stuff. It was to the point when I developed all this guy in Santa Rosa didn't want to talk to me. I was very straightforward. I'm retired. I'm working this as a private contractor for the Vallejo Police Department Homicide Investigation Division, and I want to talk to you. Well, he wouldn't talk to me in Santa Rosa. He insisted on meeting me in Petaluma, and he met me with his partner, a young fellow. This guy, this cop, was real kind of superior acting, as if I were a dummy. That's fine. To get what I want, I'll take that tack. And so we sat there and we chatted. The main guy in this thing is somebody just too big. He'll get you and he'll kill you, he told Bauer. Well, tell me who it is, Bauer said. I won't, he said. Wait a minute, pal, Bauer said. You're a working cop, and you're telling me you won't tell me something that's germane to my investigation? I won't. Well, let me tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to go back and speak to Captain Conway, and Captain Conway is going to our chief of police and say, there's a Santa Rosa cop that won't cooperate with an investigation. Our chief of police is going to call your chief of police, and I can bet you dollars to donuts, fella, you'll find yourself sitting in an office and telling me what I want to know. So make it easy on yourself and tell me now. No. Well, you'll hear from me. Next day, sure as shit, that's what happened, Bauer told me. This guy was ordered in the office. We all sat down. He finally told us who this really bad guy was, who turned out to be a superior officer. The reason he was a really bad guy is because his backyard backed up to Ron Allen's. That's no big deal. Ron Allen was a North Bay City planner. We interviewed the officer and Ron Allen, and there was nothing to it. I got some handwriting out of the guy out of Santa Rosa, not related to the psychologist that was sent to me by this guy's girlfriend. I looked at it. It's a dead ringer. The way he made his check mark R's and everything. But I take it to the handwriting people, and this was a letter that says, hey, honey, I want to get back with you. It wasn't a threatening letter. He was kind of a half-assed stalker and wouldn't let her go. Anyway, I took it to the handwriting guy, and he says, definitely not. They must know what they're doing, but I've seen things in Allen's handwriting that look good to me. Wednesday, February 17, 1982. Toski had been having a little discomfort from recent surgery. The month before, an ulcer had brought on massive internal bleeding. He had been rushed by ambulance to Children's Hospital, but was now recuperating at home, reading, resting, listening to big band records on the stereo, and doing a lot of walking and thinking about the unsolved case. For a man who excelled in baseball and basketball, any inaction was painful. "There is no police work being done on Zodiac at all," he complained. "I know this for a fact." I spoke to Fred Shirasago at DOJ. "Like I say, I've gotten so many damn calls on this Lee Allen," Shirasago said. "I spend my time trying to do background. I don't want to be left holding the bag, the last person on the case. Look, Allen might be the guy. I'm not saying he's not. He goes to libraries and does a lot of research on crimes against women. Every investigator I've talked to thinks it's him. I've read everything I can about the guy." An Oregon man suggested police could catch Zodiac by creating a fictional story that the killer was already in custody. "Duped by the fictional arrest," he said, "we could trap him like a blind dog in a meat house." Thursday, May 20th, 1982. In November 1981, evidence in the 16-year-old Sherry Jo Bates murder investigation had come to light. Riverside Police assigned 4 investigators full-time and, believing themselves close to a solution, dispatched an outline to the DA's office. She had a couple of boyfriends, and there's one guy in particular. We're convinced the killer might be him, they argued. Since November 1968, they had been convinced one of Sherry Jo's former boyfriends or rejected suitors was her killer. Allegedly, he'd had scratches on his face. Sherry Jo had clawed her assailant's face and had bragged about committing the crime. Not only was there not enough evidence to charge him, but friends alibied him. "The DA's office tore the outline apart from their point of view," said Chief Victor Jones, adding, "The person we believe responsible for the slaying of Sherry Jo Bates is not the individual other law enforcement authorities believe responsible for the so-called Zodiac killings." Jones believed Zodiac had been in the area, but taken credit for a killing he had not committed. Captain Irv Cross, indicating the 7-month delay in letters, also suggested Zodiac had been trying to capitalize on the publicity. Tuesday, May 25th, 1982. "I called Detective Bud Kelly in Riverside this morning," Toski told me. "He called in response to Chief Jones' press conference. He couldn't give me their suspect's name, but they feel they know who killed the Bates girl. Some new information developed in the last 3 months, and the suspect does not check out as Zodiac. The suspect was looked at back when the murder occurred. I asked Kelly if their guy was ever in the Bay Area, even for a short time. Answer, no. Their suspect has lived in Riverside all the time. Seems the Riverside PD has only a circumstantial case against their local man," said Toski. "No physical evidence can tie him to the case." Kelly says the Riverside County District Attorney does not like the case and is very hesitant about issuing a murder complaint. Kelly says the case will probably never go to trial. Riverside PD still had a single strand of hair caught in the watch band of the paint-spattered men's Timex Sherry Jo had torn from her attacker. Police stored the hair in a refrigerated evidence locker. One day, a conclusive test might be developed to either clear or incriminate their suspect. The local man had had frequent brushes with the law. A secret psychological evaluation of Bates' murderer had been completed 11 years earlier for the Riverside DA. The chief psychologist of Patton State Hospital described Bates' killer as so hypersensitive that virtually any little misperceived act could be blown up out of all proportion to the facts. He is obsessed and pathologically preoccupied with intense hatred against female figures, all the more so if he sees the young woman as attractive. Because of his own unconscious feelings of inadequacy, he is not likely to act out his feelings sexually, but in fantasy. I would like to emphasize that there is a real possibility that he can become homicidal again. Sherwood Morrell showed me a confidential handwriting analysis he had prepared November 24, 1970, for Chief of the Bureau A.L. Coffey and Riverside Police Chief L.T. Kincaid. He had studied examples of the Riverside suspect's writing. An examination of enclosures Case number 36-F-586, A through E, 3 envelopes and letters, photograph of a note signed R.H. on desk, photographs of 5 names beginning with H, 2 letters addressed to an acquaintance of the suspect, 7 pages exemplar writing, and material of the prime Riverside suspect, resulted in the following conclusions. 1. It was first determined that the handprinting on the envelope and letters of enclosure A was by the same person who prepared the handprinting appearing on the desk, a photograph of which is enclosure B of this report. 2. A comparison of this material with the Zodiac letters revealed many characteristics, which resulted in the conclusion that enclosures A and B were in fact prepared by the same person responsible for the Zodiac letters. 3. The 5 names beginning with H could not be identified with any of the other materials submitted. 4. The letter postmarked in February of 1968 appears to have been drawn by a lettering set and does not conform with any of the materials submitted. The hand-printed letter postmarked January 17, 1968, addressed to the suspect's friend, is still in a different person's handprinting, but does not conform with any of the other materials submitted. It does, however, contain numerous divergencies from the handprinting of the Riverside suspect, and definitely was not prepared by him. One thing was certain: the RPD's prime suspect's handprinting did not match the Riverside letters. Morrell ruled that Zodiac did write those letters. Wednesday, June 2, 1982. At Sonoma State University, Lee Allen officially received his Bachelor of Arts degrees in biology with a minor in chemistry. Wednesday, June 9, 1982. At his Montgomery Street law office, Belli dropped a tape into his machine. "A pleasant evening to you, Melvin M. Belli." An anonymous voice cackled. "Okay, number 1. I had thought possibly we could get together and meet and talk. I am at the point in this activity that I've gotten into somehow. How, I don't know. Why, I have no idea. Now, what you should do is pull up a chair and sit down with your coffee or tea and relax, because I'm about to tell you the goddamnedest story you have ever heard. Number 1, our common interest is the interest of the Zodiac killer. Now, this case has been going on for over 12 years. During that time, the reason my voice is going down is I'm turning this radio down. With this hillbilly music, you can't hear yourself think. Anyhow, at one point in these photostatic copies that I have of the Zodiac killer, there's reference. They're talking of the cop. Over the years, the 5,000 people he has interviewed, the 3,000 tips, the 2,000 possible suspects. Anyhow, we're talking there of almost over 10,000 items alone. Now, I know where the Zodiac is. I know who the Zodiac is. I know how to identify the Zodiac. For over a 20-year period, I have had a sincere interest in symbols of all kinds. One week, I went to a flea market and saw this ring, which I paid $60 for. The ring has no identification marks of any country. The ring presented a challenge, and so I said, I'm going to find out everything there is to know about this ring and the symbols on it. Over a period of 4 to 5 months, I was laid off and started researching the ring for many hours in the library. I have my own library, about 1,000 books. Each symbol on top of the ring corresponded to 7 different symbols, a total of 37 symbols that related to chemistry and astrology. The underside of the ring had more symbols. The guy who wore this must have really been something. It had been the ring of a blind Norse god. The things that have happened because of this ring are unbelievable. I'm laying this stuff on you because I know of your sincere interest the last time the Zodiac was active. You're the very best of attorneys in the U.S. today. Now, the reason that this cop could not catch Zodiac or even relate to him is because he has such a spiritual background, such a reasonable amount of intelligence. He is the most intelligent man in the United States today. He comes from fire. He returns to fire. How are we going to identify this guy? He has a ring on his finger decorated with the sign of the Zodiac. That sign, the sign of the Zodiac, is the sign of the ox. Now remember well, my slim friend, his full power consists in the power of words and the jumbling of words. His method of attack on these innocent young people was not of a frontal assault. His attack was first with the knife, then with the gun, the rope, then reverting back to the knife for the blood ritual itself. The Zodiac's ring is a bloodstone, a darkish green stone with sprinkles of red, and is governed by Mars. The bloodstone and the ox are connected. Darlene Ferrin had seen Zodiac kill someone, a fact not widely known until 4 years later. The speaker knew of a Zodiac ring such as Allen had worn since the murders began, a ring compelling Zodiac to do horrible things. The unknown voice might not be Zodiac, but his remarks about a Zodiac ring were truly unsettling. Thursday, October 11th, 1984. I really didn't think this 15th anniversary of the San Francisco Zodiac killing would stir up this much interest, Toschi said. Herb Cain wrote, Thursday, October 11th is a special anniversary for Police Inspector Dave Toschi. On that day in 1969, 15 years ago, Toschi, then assigned to homicide, was summoned to Washington and Cherry, where a yellow cabbie had just been murdered. 4 days later, a bloody swatch of the victim's shirt and a letter from the Zodiac arrived at the Chronicle, and thus began the string of still unsolved Zodiac killings, most of them accompanied by taunting letters. The last one to Toschi said simply, "Me, 37. SFPD, 0. After slaying the yellow driver, the Zodiac presumably faded away into the nearby Presidio forest. He could be walking down Market Street this very minute. Wednesday, July 3rd, 1985. After 32 years on the force, 25 of those as a police inspector, Dave Toschi, now 52, quietly retired. He had already realized his life's dream when he joined the force in 1953, spending 7 years as a patrol officer in the Richmond district. My dad always said that if I was a cop, I'd always have a paycheck to bring home. He said I'd never get rich, though. He was right. As a homicide inspector, Toschi won gold, silver, and bronze medals of valor. I still consider the Zodiac case the most frustrating of all my cases. I really believe it gave me bleeding ulcers. But he was proud of contributing to the solution of another case that had a Z in it, the zebra murders that claimed the lives of 12 San Franciscans between 1973 and 1974. I'm gratified that I was part of a team that brought that terrible case to a successful conclusion. Toschi spent 5 years in robbery detail, receiving police commission honors as a heroic officer on February 22, 1984. Then he transferred to the sex crimes detail, where he spent a year. Now, after working every crime against persons there was, including aggravated assaults, he was retiring to become head of security at the Watergate apartment complex across the bay in Emeryville near Berkeley. Within a year, he would also be a licensed private detective. What he did not know was that the Zodiac case was only half over. Sunday, January 19, 1986. Some of the Vallejo police agree with author Robert Graysmith, some do not, wrote reporter Gene Silverman on my just-released book, Zodiac. Vallejo Police Department Detective Sergeant Jack Molinex, who had inherited the Ferrin case from Sergeant John Lynch, differs from his predecessor on the inclusion of one of the killings. Molinex believes the Lake Herman, Blue Rock Springs, Lake Berryessa, and San Francisco taxicab attacks were all done by the same man, that the man was Zodiac, and this is the man, Lee Allen, to whom Graysmith gave the name Star. I don't think there is any doubt on those, said Molinex, although I base my conclusions, at least in part, on a large amount of circumstantial evidence. We might find out when more people read this book. Graysmith did a good job, and I agree with him. This book actually provided me with information. I didn't know what Napa police had. I wasn't contacted but 2 times by Detective Sergeant Narlow. Graysmith mentioned the lack of information trading among police departments as a problem, reported Silverman. He said in his book, I thought to myself that Lynch had cleared Allen because he did not match Lynch's visual impression of the killer. Lynch says this was true. From time to time, your mind changes, he says, but certain things stick, such as descriptions of the killer given by victims who either survived or survived long enough to talk. Lynch also believed there was more than one killer. I believe that Zodiac is probably still alive, said Officer Richard Hoffman. If he died, there would be evidence found in the place where he lived. The coroner would have come into it, so I think he's still alive. Why, in that case, have the Zodiac-type crimes seemed to have stopped? Asked Silverman. I don't know, he's not killing, Hoffman said. One of his last correspondences said he wasn't going to talk about it anymore, take the credit for it anymore. This is Graysmith's opinion, too. Pam, Darlene Farron's sister, subject of threatening calls every year on the anniversary of her sister's death, said, Zodiac is definitely alive. I don't think he's doing any more killings. I think when he saw the police getting closer, he stopped. I have read Graysmith's book 4 times. This book has really jogged my memory so much. I'd read 2 pages and think and think. Wednesday, February 12, 1986. A 20-year employee of the Sonoma Sheriff's Department, retired now, and staying at her mother's Vallejo home, wrote me. On your TV interview, she said, you tied in the 7 girls who were found murdered in the Santa Rosa area in 1972-73 to the Zodiac killings. I found this interesting because the Sheriff's Department in Sonoma County never did. I also agreed with you that the different police agencies did not cooperate with one another or share any information that they might have that would tie in with what another county might have had. On August 25, 1976, while working in the coroner's office, Sonoma County, she learned of a routine traffic accident fatality, a head-on collision on Highway 12 between Santa Rosa and Sebastopol. The deceased was a 41-year-old heavy-set male schoolteacher. He had taught not only at Santa Rosa Junior College, which many of the victims attended, but Napa Junior College and other surrounding counties, including San Quentin. I believe he had previously taught in Southern California, she elaborated, but his only relatives lived in the East. Among the possessions in his van were drawings of some of the 7 victims in the Santa Rosa area, which portrayed them in hog-tied positions. Included with these drawings were their names and sexual preferences. There was also a backpack belonging to one of the victims. Since the sheriff is also the coroner, the deputy turned over his findings to the Detective Bureau, where it was placed in evidence, and the matter quickly dropped. The deputy said, as long as he's dead, for his family's sake, there's no point in ruining his reputation. Besides, if they declared him dead and a new lead came up across country, the detectives wouldn't get to go on another trip. She further explained that as a general rule, the deceased's belongings are usually itemized and released to the next of kin. In this case, however, not everything was itemized. Only what was in his pockets were returned to his relatives. By now, she said, the evidence has long been destroyed. When I left years ago, they were in the process of microfilming the coroner files and then destroying the file itself. We always kept the driver's license along with the coroner photograph in the coroner's office. The file that was open to the general public at that time did not contain everything on file in the county clerk's office. However, the county clerk also wanted to get rid of coroner files, and about 1979 or 80, we discontinued filing them with the county clerk. His fingerprints should be on file in Sacramento. I think if he was really the Zodiac, that he would also be tied into the Riverside murder because of his employment as a teacher down there. She gave me his name and case file number. Was this the murderer of the young women who passed near Lee Allen's trailer in Santa Rosa? Lee had been a student at Santa Rosa Junior College. Could he have had a Confederate all along, writing the letters for him? One that had died in a highway crash while he was in Atascadero and could write no letters exonerating him. When the teacher's widow was cataloging his property, a Santa Rosa investigator told me, she came across drawings of people being whipped. The sketches suggested the husband had been involved in S&M. The instructor had drawn himself as a woman and labeled it with a female version of his own name. Chief Wayne Dunham felt the deceased man might have something to do with Kim Wendy Allen's death. Kim, a Santa Rosa Junior College student, had last been seen March 4, 1972, hitching north on 101. I've actually got a photocopy of 2 of the drawings they found, Sergeant Brown told me years later. He drew Kim, and he drew himself as Frida. He drew this other girl, and those 2 girls had classes with him. And he had this hair in his wallet. They tested it, but it wasn't Kim's. I don't think the teacher did it. Maybe, but I doubt it. I've read his letters. One investigator thought the teacher had this sex-slave thing going, whips and chains and all this weird stuff, and he was obsessed with big-breasted women. He probably taught Kim, and when she shows up dead, he became really obsessed with her. A weird dude. Wednesday, May 14, 1986. Pieces of the puzzle begin to fall together for Sergeant John Burke of the Santa Rosa PD. We have a 10-man team who've been keeping a 2-month surveillance on an individual, he told me. David LeGros, a friend of Sheriff Butch Carlstedt, and Gary Crenshaw and I have been going through his file. He was booked at the jailhouse in 1975 and was wearing a Zodiac watch. He's 6 feet tall, 240 pounds, born in Honolulu. I'll give you his name in a moment. You don't have to. He was born in 1933. Yes, Lee Allen. It was the weight that threw us at first, but then last night I noticed that at the time of the killings, this man weighed 180 pounds. What is unusual about this guy is that we have his 290 sex registrant file. These are broken up into alpha file and what we call the 5x8 section, a list of ID characteristics. This is the first man I've ever seen to have both classifications. His registration is attached to his alpha file. He gave his address here in Santa Rosa at his brother's. We might be able to get him for failing to report a move under the sex registration law. In the murders here in Santa Rosa, there is something I think no one else knows. On all the bodies were found fibrous hairs. We found matching hairs in Allen's trunk in his car. You know what they were? What? Chipmunk hairs. Amazing. I know when I got off work last night, got home a little late at 6 o'clock. My wife was getting ready to go to work. She can't put on her makeup standing, so she sits on the countertop in the bathroom with her feet in the sink. When she heard what I said about chipmunk hairs, she fell off the counter. I had to catch her. Allen was using chipmunks to entice kids. Well, it's not over till the fat man sings. Thursday, May 22nd, 1986. With the publication of what I had learned about Zodiac over a decade, an enthusiastic army of puzzle solvers were attracted to the hunt. My intention from the start. As time passed, police files spread to the 4 winds, began to show up in the hands of novice detectives. Zodiac buffs dug them from garages and attics, lifted them from trash cans and closet shelves. Each day brought a final solution closer, that moment when someone, somewhere, would recognize Zodiac. But after someone mailed me a blood-stained shirt like Stein's, I discovered I could no longer open a single letter. A Times interview thought I appeared uncomfortable, dredging up details of Zodiac. I admitted to him I had not read a single one of the 1,000 letters I'd received, for fear of getting sucked into the case again. I can't deal with it. It's hard to explain, I told him. I don't want to get physically ill again. I can't do it. Not now. Warily, I studied boxes of manila envelopes forwarded to me, a dozen or so letters packed inside each. I opened them finally, surprised that, with few exceptions, most were thoughtful, ingenious, even clever. This Thursday afternoon, Lee Allen had a minor auto accident. I had to wonder if he was cracking up because of new interest in unmasking Zodiac. Friday, August 8, 1986. Toschi, currently manager of Nationwide Globe Security, received a state Senate commendation for long meritorious service. His joy was dampened when he learned Paul Stein's blood-blackened shirt had vanished within the SFPD. 3 months later to the day, someone got into the Vallejo Times-Herald and stole their entire Zodiac file. I recall how Avery's Zodiac file had also been stolen from his car. I kept mine in the safekeeping vault at Bank of America. Thursday, April 16, 1987. Zodiac might be powerful, intelligent, and extraordinarily deadly, but he had always lacked originality. From costume to weapons to motive to code symbols, he drew his persona from outside himself, mostly from films. Movie mad to the extreme, he had thus far resisted demanding a movie about himself, though perhaps he had, anonymously. 2 films that inspired his campaign of terror. The first and most influential movie suggested his entire method of operation. He had seen it at a formative time in his life. 19. Zodiac's Dangerous Game. Zodiac, hooded, secretive, precise, with a predilection for bizarre handmade weapons and unbreakable ciphers. A scent of demonic possession and brimstone clung to Zodiac. Intelligent, compulsive, yet never original, he plagiarized his modus operandi from a watch face, short story, and film. In his deciphered 3-part cryptogram, he explained his primary motivation, an obsession with Richard Connell's thrilling adventure story, The Most Dangerous Game. "I like killing people because it is so much fun," Zodiac had written. "It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest, because man is the most dangerous animal of all to kill." Lee Allen freely admitted he loved Connell's short tale. "It was the best story I read in high school," he earnestly told detectives in that hot refinery office. Connell's story existed as book and film. Which influenced Zodiac, printed story or movie? Subtle differences indicated which. It was possible to learn when a terrible thought crept like a snake into Zodiac's brain. The Most Dangerous Game, printed in Variety and published by Milton Balch and Company in 1924, won the O. Henry Memorial Award for that year. The printed version, included in adventure anthologies and high school texts ever since, goes like this. Sanger Rainsford, a big game hunter, falls overboard from his yacht. Stranded, he hears the report of a .22 and thinks the hunter must have nerve to tackle large wild game with so light a gun. He meets General Zaroff, a sadistic Russian expatriate sportsman. Zaroff, a name similar to Zodiac, hunts at night with different weapons to make the hunt more exciting. When Rainsford says he considers the Cape buffalo the most dangerous of all big game, Zaroff corrects him. "No, you are wrong, sir. Here in my preserve on Ship Trap Island, I hunt the most dangerous game. My hand was made for the trigger," my father said. "My whole life has been one prolonged hunt. I enjoy the problems of the chase, so I had to invent a new animal to hunt. I bought this island, built this house, an ancient castle with towers and a gargoyle-shaped door knocker, and here I do my hunting. Surrounding are jungles with mazes of trails, hills, and swamps. Every day I hunt, and I never grow bored now, for I have a quarry with which I can match my wits." Zaroff's most dangerous game is people. He provides Rainsford with 3 hours head start and an excellent hunting knife. He cheerfully acknowledges himself defeated if he doesn't find him by midnight of the 3rd day. If Rainsford wins, the general sloop will place him on the mainland. Armed only with a .22 caliber pistol and bow and arrow, Allen's hunting weapons, Zaroff pursues his quarry. On the first night, Zaroff allows Rainsford to escape. Rainsford realizes he is saving him for another day's sport. The final battle is played out in the mad hunter's bedroom. "You have won the game," he says. "I am still a beast at bay," Rainsford cries. "Get ready, General Zaroff," and Zaroff is killed. But the written story lacked the costume and pursuit of a young couple by gun and knife that inspired Zodiac. Zodiac's primary motivation, that galvanizing flashpoint, was a film. But which one, and in what year? In a conversation with his friend Phil Tucker, Allen spoke of a 1945 film, A Game of Death. With its stalking by crossbow and Zodiac-like title, the film was likely an inspiration. General Craigner's insanity is attributed to a wound from a Cape buffalo, rather than a need to dispel boredom. Other adaptations of Connell's story followed. Because Willis O'Brien's animation of his giant ape, King Kong, took too many months to complete, producer Miriam C. Cooper and directors Ernest B. Schoedsack and Irving Pitchell decided to shoot a second movie employing Kong's existing sets and much of its cast. RKO's 63-minute-long black-and-white adaptation of The Most Dangerous Game was shot in 1932, a year before Allen's birth. Screenwriter James Ashmore Creelman, while retaining Connell's dialogue, introduced a sexual pathology to account for the cunning Count Zaroff's mania. Hunting inflamed his other passions. The hunt as a precursor for sex had entered the equation. Bob Rainsford, Joel McCrea, an American big-game hunter returning from safari, swims to nearby Ship Trap Island after fake channel lights lure his yacht onto a reef. Count Zaroff, Leslie Banks, archer, waltz composer, and self-confessed barbarian in evening dress, is the perfect host. Co-star Fay Wray, Eve Trowbridge, recalled, "The actor who played Count Zaroff with a jagged scar across his forehead had something wrong with one eye, and it gave him a really scary expression." Banks's face presented two dramatically different profiles, the left brutish, the right handsome, the result of a serious wound the actor received during World War I. His Jekyll Hyde quality depicted the schizophrenic qualities of a cultured man possessed by bestial desires. "God makes some men poets," Zaroff explains. "Some he makes kings, some beggars. Me, he made a hunter." One night, as I lay in my tent with this head of mine, a terrible thought crept like a snake into my brain. Hunting was beginning to bore me. When I lost my love of hunting, I lost my love of life, my love of love. What I needed was not a new weapon, but a new animal. We barbarians know that it is after the chase, and then only, that man revels. You know the saying of the Ogandi chieftains, "Hunt first the enemy, then the woman." It is the natural instinct. What is woman? Even such a woman as this until the blood is quickened by the kill. One passion builds upon another. Kill, then love. When you have known that, you have known ecstasy. "Here on my island I hunt the most dangerous game," the Count tells Rainsford and Eve. "We're going to play outdoor chess. Your brain against mine, your woodcraft against mine." When I was only stirrup high, my father gave me my first gun. It would be impossible to tell you how many animals I have killed. Allen's father, a military man, gave his son a rifle and taught him to hunt. And Allen was the only Zodiac suspect who was an archer. The image that opens the film is a castle door knocker of a dying centaur, an arrow in his breast. A wall painting above the stairs depicts a similar maddened centaur, armed with a bow and arrow carrying the body of a woman through the woods. The centaur is the astrological symbol for Sagittarius, November 22nd through December 21st, Allen's own zodiac sign. Zaroff, his Cossack henchman Ivan, and a pack of hounds hunt Rainsford and Eve. In the film, the hunt takes place in one night, not three, and a couple, not a single man, are hunted just as Zodiac hunted couples. If they elude Zaroff in the island's foggy jungle, they will be set free. With his satanic black hunting outfit, folds gathered and cinched at wrists and ankles, Zaroff races swiftly through the fog behind a pack of hounds. In a sheath on his left side is a foot-long knife. The scabbard is decorated with rivets. In his right hand is a precision, high-powered rifle. Pursued in the watery sections, a swamp, a waterfall, the couple finally reach the ocean's edge. The wounded Count dies when he plunges over his balcony and is devoured by his own ravenous hounds as Rainsford and Eve escape by boat. Because of the weapons, especially the bow and arrow, the costume, which so clearly inspired the outfit Zodiac wore at Lake Berryessa, the nighttime pursuit of a couple near water, the concept of outdoor chess, and the image of the dying centaur, I'm inclined to think this particular film most influenced Zodiac. And it had played at the Avenue Theater. "Those animals I hunted," says Rainsford, "now I know how they felt. With the lonely, unloved archer, the elite exile, Zodiac had found a resonance with his true life." Radio drama, at its zenith during Zodiac's youth, adapted Connell's tale. The most famous radio version appeared on CBS's Suspense, September 23, 1943. Its 58th show starred Orson Welles as Zaroff, and Keenan Wynn as Rainsford. Jacques A. Fink wrote the script for producer-director William Spear. Augmented by sound effects, full orchestra, and the power of imagination, radio adaptations could be formidable influences. Allen, 10 at the time of the broadcast, would have been lying in the darkness listening that Thursday night, lit only by the glow of the dial. The static of the broadcast filled the room. A formative age, 10. I don't remember which day we had discussed the most dangerous game in hunting people, Cheney told me, but somebody did a television presentation using that plot, and I think that's what we discussed. That and the fact that there was a book. The plot has been used and used. The inspiration for Zodiac's gun that projected a beam of light came from a television show adapted from a story by William C. Morrison. A 1950s Alfred Hitchcock Presents starring Myron McCormick featured a young man with a flashlight taped to his rifle. "Just shoot for the dark spot in the light, and you will hit your target," he said, exactly as Zodiac wrote. Hunting small game at night, he chanced upon two lovers. Result? Accidental murder. A vengeful father says at the conclusion, eyes glittering, the excitement of a manhunt, the most dangerous game. 20. Arthur Lee Allen. Sunday, September 27, 1987. Arthur Lee Allen, in spite of financial problems, lacked the willpower to resist a new purchase. He bought a $2,500 foam fiberglass ultralight aeroplane with a folding wing option. Likewise, he was compelled to heap on additional paraphernalia and draw up blueprints for clever modifications. But his deteriorating vision drastically curtailed his active lifestyle. His flagging physical stamina, due to growing diabetes and kidney problems, anchored him close to Fresno Street. Kidney failure is a slow process, a nurse explained. It's only imminent after years and years. You can have it most of your life, but it's only toward the end of the disease that you end up on dialysis. It depends on how bad your hypertension is. Through the years, the diabetes destroys the blood vessels, causes them to be less resilient, and so you get high blood pressure. Then the high blood pressure destroys the kidneys, and you end up on dialysis. The vision goes. Naturally, drinking is harmful. Your skin color is changed because your kidneys are not functioning properly, and so you look sallow. Dialysis is not painful, but it is debilitating. You will get very weak afterward and usually not be good for anything the rest of that day. The treatment's for 3 hours, 3 times a week, for as long as you live. Sometimes it's longer for people who drink too much. If they're large individuals, the time might be extended. Against doctor's orders, Lee guzzled beer from a quart jar. Scanning the newspaper where conjectures about Zodiac's fate still raged. They were most plentiful on the anniversaries of the attacks, a day such as today. Explanations as to Zodiac's whereabouts ranged from imprisonment to death to police proximity so close Zodiac dared not act. Ill health had hardly been considered in the equation. Thus far, outside law enforcement, Allen's name had not been linked to Zodiac in print. No fraudulent informant could target Allen if he hadn't heard of him, but the prime suspect still flaunted his connection to the case, saving articles about Zodiac and perversely wearing the Zodiac watch and Z emblem ring. It gave him pleasure. Gradually, the genie emerged from the bottle. The leak came not from the media, but the local police department. A substitute teacher in Santa Rosa junior and senior high schools became concerned. My occupation has given me the opportunity to observe how local teenagers have reacted to your book about Zodiac, he informed me. I've seen copies pulled out at free reading time in classrooms all over town, but I never had much interest in the subject until last spring, when at various times I overheard students and staff members discussing the book. Apparently, one of the students is the son of a local policeman, and word has gotten around that the man you call Star works at Friedman Brothers Hardware in South Santa Rosa. Some of the kids seem to know the man's real name, or think they do. This caused me to worry on 2 counts. First, the man they think is Star may not be him, and an innocent man's reputation is being ground up in the rumor mill. Second, the man might really be Star, and he might really be the killer. This raises the unpleasant image of little bunches of junior high school kids trooping through Friedman Brothers on safari, following a dangerous paranoid. I'm sorry this sounds a bit negative. I thought your book was well done, and I hope your work leads to the killer's capture. Born in 1971, Harold Huffman's son hadn't been too familiar with the Zodiac case until his father began telling him about his old friend, Lee Allen. After my father spilled the beans, Rob wrote, I read Robert Graysmith's Zodiac. I scared myself to death. I knew exactly who Robert Hall Bob Starr really was. After digesting this horrific realization, I would brag to my friends regarding all I had learned from Zodiac and my father and mother's tales of Lee's violent outbursts when they were young. I would make all the connections. I would in turn scare my friends to death, then break the ice by telling them how Lee wanted to make raviolis for my father and I, but instead we went to IHOP. On other occasions, my father would bring home oranges from Lee's trees, and I would offer them to my friends. Once digested, I'd reveal to my pals that they had just eaten Zodiac killer oranges, and again they would be scared to death. Craig, a young man, also learned of Allen through the Santa Rosa police. In the late 1980s, he and his dad visited Allen's house on Fresno Street. Allen claimed he didn't know who had turned him in to the police. Craig told him it was Cheney. I'm very disturbed at the thought of that, Lee replied. Don Cheney is capable of perpetuating these crimes, and he even frightens me. Don has a terrible temper. He seemed to be speaking for Zodiac, Craig said later. He claimed that he was the one who created the Zodiac codes, or at least the codes were inspired by him. He showed us his own code, which is the one he apparently showed Ron Allen's wife. He had others that were different from what Ron Allen's wife saw. Craig recognized a lot of the symbols as being Zodiacs. Allen told him that the Zodiac ciphers he had in his possession were the original work of a convicted murderer he had met at Atascadero. It was while I was working there in the early 60s, he said. That much was true. Yeah, Zodiac got this from this inmate, and it inspired his ciphers. What do you mean? Asked Craig. What do you mean? How do you know that unless you're Zodiac? Allen continued to draw suspicion to himself with such sly comments and appearances at crime scenes. And time was running out for the investigators. 19 years had passed since Zodiac's last confirmed murder, 13 years since his last letter. Would that unsolicited lead linking Lee Allen to Zodiac ever come? Tuesday, October 28, 1987. Clairvoyant Joseph De Luis claimed he'd been tuned into the hooded executioner's thoughts for nearly 20 years. He had once psychically envisioned a box in the Zodiac's possession and advised him to rid himself of it. I wondered if Lee still had the mysterious gray box he allowed no one to open. De Luis thought the killer might be a Scorpio or Aquarium because of the figures 11-2 and 2-11, which he kept receiving. Transmissions registered on De Luis's mind: a white dog and horses, loneliness, and an intense hatred of the police. The Chicago-based psychic, known as the Prophet of Specifics because of his accurate predictions, had recently had a second vision. Zodiac is living near Berkeley, he said on Monday. I recently got a call from a Bay Area woman who believed she was dating Zodiac. A few weeks after the woman called, I got an anonymous call. I'm back, it said. The woman promised to call me back, but never did. She may be dead. I see danger around her. I don't feel that she was putting me on. He's out there now. He's dating, and he's killing. But he isn't taking credit anymore. What he's doing now is personal. He feels rejected by the women he's seeing. I think he'll call me soon. I can feel it. As if in response to the psychic's entreaties, a gloved hand dropped 2 letters into a San Francisco mailbox on the morning of October 28th. Addressed to the Chronicle and Vallejo Times-Herald both carried Zodiac's familiar salutation. Wednesday, October 29, 1987. The Times-Herald received its letter. and passed it on to Fred Chirisago, who had it dusted for prints. "Our guy has never left a print in the past," he said, but the FBI had once gotten a print similar to the cab print on one letter. I asked Chirisago if he believed in the bloody print. "I don't know myself," he said. "There were some witnesses indicating that he wiped it all off." A handwriting expert analyzed the printing on the new letter immediately. The first 3 sentences read like the April 1978 letter. The text said, "Dear Editor, this is the Zodiac speaking. I am crack-proof. Tell Herb Cain that I am still here. I've always been here. Tell the Blue Pigs if they want me. I will be out driving around on Halloween in my death machine, looking for some kitties to run over. Cars make nice weapons. The pigs can catch me if they can find me out there, just like in the movie, The Car. Tell the kitties, watch before they cross the streets on Halloween night. Tell Tachi, my new plans. Yours truly, Zodiac symbol. Guess. VPD, 0. Kim Krause, a Vallejo mother of 3, heard about the new letter. One of the neighborhood boys actually brought a copy of the article down to our house and showed my children. It frightened them. Darlene's former husband, Dean, had no comment, but his present wife, Kathy, did. "I'm just hoping this is all a hoax," she said. "But maybe if Zodiac surfaces, hopefully without hurting anyone, he might leave a new track that could lead to him being caught and seeking help. I can't imagine somebody being quiet and staying back all this time if he were as batty as Zodiac was. A guy as cocky and conceited as him would have let it be known he was busy again. The only thing that would keep this guy back is the police being close," I told reporter Gene Silverman. "I think the police are close, and I still believe they're going to solve this. From what I saw, the letter looked like bits and pieces of other Zodiac letters. There's nothing original about it. Zodiac always had a macabre bent to his writing, and I don't see it here. He misspelled Toski, and I can't imagine him doing that. Zodiac, in his way, has a lot of respect for Toski. But I understand the desire to see the real Zodiac surface. It would be one more chance for him to slip up. I'll be the first to say so. I think both letters are fakes. Until Zodiac is caught, this fear will always be hanging over the Farron family, over all of us, in fact," said Carmela Lee Keelan, owner of Carmela's Cafe. In 1969, she had owned Caesar's Italian restaurant and employed Dean as a cook. "Every time I get a crank call, Zodiac crosses my mind." At mid-month, Darlene Farron's sister Pam had discovered a Zodiac symbol scrawled in blue felt tip pen on her front door, and now a threat to Halloween trick-or-treaters was painted on the garage. Thursday, October 30th, 1987. DOJ agreed. Captain Conway, relieved the letters were hoaxes, nonetheless put extra patrols on the streets Halloween Eve. Halloween was an important holiday for Zodiac. Vallejo's big game was traditionally held that day. Zodiac had mailed a threatening Halloween card and often mentioned game. Spirit Week for the big game included symbolic burial ceremonies of the Dr. James J. Hogan Senior High School's football team. Some of Zodiac's victims had been Hogan High students. Vallejo High students stood watch over a coffin that contained a body representing Hogan High. Murder suspect Sean Melton, a police groupie, confessed to police he was reenacting a Zodiac murder when he strangled Jeremy Stoner. Melton's first contact with the police had been when he took the results of his own investigation of a Zodiac Vallejo murder to local detectives. Jim Lang and Captain Conway and I met with Mike Nail, Ballard told me, who was a DA then and is now a judge. There was a kind of infamous case from our county. A kid named Jeremy Stoner, a 6-year-old, was abducted and ultimately found dead in the Delta. The responsible on that was a guy named Sean Melton. Melton's father at one time alluded to the fact that Melton wrote letters to the newspaper, like Zodiac, and his terminology was somewhat similar to the Zodiac. Somebody came out with this harebrained idea that he was the Zodiac, but he wasn't, I can assure you of that. We were meeting with the DA at that time to see if he would refile on Sean Melton. There had been 2 trials on him, and there had been 2 hung juries. Melton was eventually convicted. He was the first murderer inspired by Zodiac. To our horror, he would not be the last. Tuesday, November 17, 1987. I found it difficult to believe that such a horrifying murderer as Zodiac has not yet been caught, a reader told me. Your writings on Star, my pseudonym for Alan, certainly convinced me he is Zodiac. I believe that the police had searched Star's mother's house, and especially the basement. They would have found all the evidence they could possibly have wanted. By this time, Star has obviously hidden any evidence. He also figures prominently in my mind because Zodiac is obviously an intelligent man who uses deliberate misspellings to throw off the police. Did Star have a habit of deliberately misspelling words? A good idea. I checked. Remarkably, I discovered he did. Some Zodiac ciphers had never been solved. Buffs had not given up trying to crack them. The 18 characters at the end of Zodiac's 3-part cryptogram attracted the most attention. Ruth Gerstenkorn rearranged them to read something other than the anagram Robert Emmett the Hippie most had already discovered. She found, "Before I meet eternity." And another possibility, "Before I meet them, I pity them." Another reader said, "The thing that chilled my blood was that one of the symbols used was a circle bisected by a cross, used in the plotting of what is known as a polar coordinate. My supposition is this: the last 18 characters in the August 69 cipher is not a name, but more important, a location that pinpoints the murderer's location. The letters are in actuality numbers laid out in algebraic fashion on a graph, with the graph being laid out on the north-south to east-west grid. On principal streets are landmarks in the San Francisco area, with random letters being inserted as filler to make the line come out even, in respect to characters per line. Done in mathematical fashion, the accuracy of this graph could easily pinpoint the location to a specific location in a specific room in a specific building. Another point: all 18 characters are numbers, and that both coordinates are followed by numerals after the decimal point. This type of mathematical plotting is widely used in mechanical engineering and would be used by anyone familiar with science. Since the leading suspects had been sailors at one time, the characters could stand for degrees of latitude and longitude. This can be used after compensating for deviation and variation on a magnetic compass to pinpoint a location to within 60 feet, plus or minus. I would, after translation, use an aircraft map of the area of summer 1969 vintage to plot the isogonic lines properly, inasmuch as the location of the Earth's magnetic pole does change slightly from year to year. Latitude and longitude are customarily given as a series of numbers followed by a letter in degrees, minutes, and seconds. However, early on, cryptographer Henry Efron reported to Sergeant Lynch that the 18 characters were symbolic dust tossed into the eyes of any would-be solver to confuse and delay solution. No one recognized that these meaningless characters, nulls, are standard practice in cryptography to fill out empty space and equalize groups in size. In this case, to fill out the space necessary with similar symbols in order to make the third part exactly the same size as the first two, a project obviously dear to the heart of Zodiac. Efron explained that repetitions of symbols, digraphs, and longer groups are the means by which ciphers are solved. On the basis of frequency, the value L should have had only 2 symbols, but because of the frequency of L's in his message, he switched after the enciphering was begun to using the square both half black and fully black, thus giving himself another symbol for L, and for greater variety in the double L's, he gave up the alternation regularity. But my first discovery on analysis was the identity of the 2 squares, and B, all symbols for L. Zodiac's symbol for A appears seemingly by error as S, and S is A. More dust in the solver's eyes. There is no mistake there. He was trying to confuse the decipherer, and he did. Paul Avery still believed the 18 characters stood for Robert Emmett. Everybody loves a good mystery, he said. People track me down to talk about Zodiac. I'm deluged with phone calls and weird correspondence. It's the stuff that legends are made of, I replied. In 20 years, this case will be like Jack the Ripper. But sometimes, I feel like I've created a monster by writing about it. No, said Avery. The real monster is Zodiac himself. To those around him, Zodiac, a borderline psychotic, might appear as well controlled and calm, even reasonable. He prefers the passiveness of pictures, TV, and the movies. Dr. Murray Myron wrote, Zodiac would have spent much of his time in movie houses specializing in sadomasochistic and occult eroticism. One particular movie had been set at the unique place where Alan's father worked, where Wingwalker's shoes were sold, and where Lee had spent time visiting and going to the movies. The second influential film inspired his letters. It would tell us more about Zodiac. It told us where he had been. 21. Zodiac at Treasure Island. Streets named Sturgeon, courts named Halibut and Flounder intersected, and an avenue of palms buttressed the island's west side. An enclosure of tile and marble had once been the fountain of western waters. It had cascaded before a 70-foot-high terracotta-colored statue of the goddess Pacifica. Then, Treasure Island had been a city of light, floating upon the waves in the very climes where Robert Louis Stevenson once trod. It shimmered briefly at the end of the 1930s as a beacon of peace, flickered, and then went out. But for a while, the night had been lit with pastel searchlights illuminating domes and towers. Colored lights were reflected in still pools and sparkled in falling cascades. Treasure Island began as a series of jagged, surf-lashed shoals north of Yerba Buena Island. Prevailing summer winds from the Golden Gate forced workers to first construct a 10-story seawall. They massed thousands of tons of boulders to erect a barrier 13 feet above sea level around a square-mile area. The resulting lagoon, a mile long and 2/3 of a mile wide, was then filled in with 20 million cubic yards of seafloor mud. A ramp soon connected Treasure Island with centrally located Yerba Buena Island and the Bay Bridge. Finally, San Francisco decided to hold its third World's Fair on the man-made island. The Golden Gate International Exposition of 1939-40 opened in February 1939. Under bright blue skies, visitors drove across the bridge or came by steam ferries to enter Aztec Inca elephant gates. The exposition's features included Pacifica, her hands raised in benediction, the 400-foot Tower of the Sun, and Benny Goodman's swing music rocking an amusement zone packed with roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and nude dancers. A few months afterwards, Hitler invaded Poland, and France had fallen by the time the fair closed in September 1940. San Francisco abandoned all plans of converting Treasure Island into a city airport. After Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Navy transformed it into a naval base, building upon the detonated fragments of Pacifica, converting the Hall of Western States to a barracks, and turning the riverboat Delta Queen into quarters and classrooms. They made the food and beverages building the world's largest mess hall, altered the large hangar-like buildings behind the administration building, and modified the exposition's 3 permanent buildings at the south end of the island. After the war, Naval Commander Ethan Allen was stationed at this first U.S. stop for Navy men, returning at the rate of $12,000 a day. In 1947, a 14-year-old Lee Allen wandered the artificial island while his father worked. The naval station housed 4 commands: the Naval Receiving Station, Naval Schools Command, the naval station itself, which administered the island, and Western Sea Frontier Headquarters. Movies changed daily and cost only a quarter to see. He used to watch movies at Treasure Island all the time, a friend of Lee's confirmed. My mom worked as a secretary on Treasure Island. She saw him there often and may have been his date at the movies. The Exorcist was another favorite of his. He saw a film about Treasure Island that became a last blueprint for Zodiac. The 1939 20th Century Fox film Charlie Chan at Treasure Island, starring Sidney Toler. In the 1960s, local KRON-TV screened its 72-minute length, cut to 59 minutes. Zodiac asked Detective Charlie Chan, who is arriving in San Francisco by plane from Honolulu, Allen's birthplace. "Yeah, he's the big shot in the spook racket around here," says another passenger. Dr. Zodiac, a crooked medium dressed in black robes, uses his guise as psychic consultant to blackmail his clients. He answers the phone. This is Zodiac speaking. Carries an odd knife and shoots a crossbow. One of his victims' block prints can't escape Zodiac. Eve Cairo reads the minds of assembled suspects at a party and says, "Dr. Zodiac, I hear the name Dr. Zodiac in his thoughts. I can't go on, I can't. I hear death among us. I'm frightened. There's evil here. Someone here is thinking murder." Zodiac, says Chan, is not ordinary criminal. He is a man of great ego. Criminal egotists find pleasure in laughing at police. Chan uses the San Francisco Chronicle and its police reporter, Pete Douglas Fowley, to try to trap Zodiac. Radini challenges Dr. Zodiac appears on the front page. A dapper magician, Fred Radini, Cesar Romero, of the Temple of Magic on Treasure Island, joins forces with Chan to expose Zodiac. "I accept your challenge," Zodiac replies in a note pinned to a wall with a knife. In the end, Radini turns out to be Zodiac. "Favorite pastime of man is fooling himself," Chan observes. So far, no one has collected on the challenge, not even the great Dr. Zodiac. One bet you could be sure of winning was that Zodiac had seen this film and been inspired by it. Charlie Chan at Treasure Island was Lee's favorite movie as a kid, his friend Jim told me, and his dad worked on Treasure Island. 22. Arthur Lee Allen. Tuesday, January 10, 1989. Allen's mother, Bernice, died at age 83. Mrs. Allen was dead by the time I got really involved in the case, Vallejo Detective George Bowert later told me. For the longest time, I was aware of Allen. As you know, the chief investigator on the Zodiac case, until he retired, was Molinex. Then, when Molinex left, they turned it pretty much over to me. During this span of time, even when Molinex was working on it, different things would come in. I might be sitting at my desk, and it would be something about the Zodiac. I'd either make a few calls or do what had to be done on it. Most of them were goofy things. I'd tell Molinex, "I took this call for you. I don't think it's anything, but here's my report on it. Do what you want with it." He would file it, but then after he retired, I became the receptacle for all those kinds of calls. I wasn't actively working the case at all. When your book came out, our calls went up 10,000%. I have copies of Allen's handprinting done in the Santa Rosa trailer, where he wrote left-handed. Then I seized a whole bunch of writings he had at his house, forms, letters to friends. The content of it wasn't anything germane to the case. It was casual handwriting he wouldn't be trying to disguise. It was actually his handwriting. We turned those over to our handwriting guy. He looked at it and said it's not the Zodiac's handwriting. That's our biggest stumbling block in that case. There's a theory that when he went into his Zodiac mode, he had a split personality and became a different person. One expert worried Zodiac might be schizophrenic. His Zodiac persona awakened, controlled, or influenced by the lunar cycles and planetary cycles. What if he doesn't know he's Zodiac? The man said. There were long delays in those murders and letters, I told Bowert. I've always chalked it up to the fact that you got real close and Zodiac backed off. That's my theory, too. They got real close, and he said, "Uh-oh, I better not do anything." Also, there was a span of time when he was at Atascadero, and there were no letters at all. What was important was that after Allen's questioning at the refinery, no letter ever again began, "This is the Zodiac speaking." From then on, he signed them, "Me, a citizen, or the Red Phantom." After Lee went into Atascadero, Zodiac never wrote another letter. That's got to mean something. The next day, a woman contacted me. "This is a note that was left for me in a Lyons restaurant in Antioch by an older man," she said. "He said he wanted to help me out with Zodiac. The handwriting looks to me much like Zodiac's. SFPD has it. I gave it to Inspector Deasy along with a tape he left telling me he is my secret admirer. The message was an excellent Zodiac printing and suggested Zodiac had been a stalker. Sexual sadist, 61, 62 white Chevrolet Impala. Stocky man, 5 foot 10 inches, paunch, 220 pounds. Watch second victim, Vallejo, Darlene Farron." Friday, September 1st, 1989. Bauer retired from the Vallejo PD, but was retained on a contract-type basis to follow up on any new Zodiac leads that trickled in. A well-respected detective, he had been lead investigator on the 1989 Hunter Hill rest stop murders. "During the span of my career, I don't think the Zodiac is the most interesting," he told me. "Back in 1979, a guy on the most wanted list came to Vallejo, shot a grandmother in the head, and was going to kill a 7-year-old kid. I tracked him all over the United States. The one I'm thinking of is the Fisher case. It was involved with a syndicate gang out of Kentucky. It was supposed to be the most corrupt city in the world. I went back there and worked with cops who made $1,000 a month and lived in mansions. You knew they were on the take, but they knew their business. It really had a twist in the end, and if I were going to write a story, I would write a story about that." Wednesday, October 11th, 1989. Toschi had worked a variety of security jobs since his retirement. Mount Zion Hospital on Divisadero, St. Luke's Episcopal Hospital on Army. At work on October 11th, he opened his morning paper to Herb Cain's column. Anniversary. Today, retired Police Inspector Dave Toschi will drive to Washington and Cherry, park, and observe a few minutes of silent contemplation. At that very corner, on October 11th, 1969, 20 years ago, the serial killer who called himself the Zodiac committed his last murder, shooting a yellow cab driver and disappearing into the Presidio, never to be seen again. The Zodiac's last taunting letters to Toschi always ended with, "Me, 37, SFPD, 0, a blowout." Meanwhile, amateur detectives, undistracted by the grim procession of other murders that police faced, kept after Zodiac. I hope that you have been curious as to his writing these stories and lessons in deciphering the Zodiac Code, a San Francisco man wrote. "First, I'd like everyone to know there is a purpose for my writing in this way. I know that there is a God, and he chooses me to do his work. The Zodiac crimes are not just another mass murderer gone berserk and on rampage. No, everything about his murder suggests someone who has planned every detail carefully, step by step. In every communication, he has displayed a clever, even satirical style of writing. This would seem that someone of extraordinary intelligence is committing the murders." After 20 years, some of that confusion was about to be dispelled. Thursday, November 30th, 1989. "I wonder if you ever heard of the name Arthur Lee Allen?" City Hall reporter Bob Pop asked me. "Yeah, sure. What happened?" "Nothing, except there's a woman who called in yesterday. She's the daughter of a woman who started to talk to you several years ago and then got panicked and hung up, scared. But now the daughter wants you to know that the mother is willing to talk about an Arthur Lee Allen. And that name kind of rang a bell with me, a little bit. She wanted to know how to get in touch with you." "I wouldn't mind hearing from her," I said. "Where do I remember that name from? He lived up north, didn't he?" "Right, a scary guy." "That's what she said. She sounded lucid." Karen Harris called. "I've waited, I guess, years to contact you," she said, "partly because my mother's so afraid of anyone finding out about it. She's very afraid of this person. My mother knew the district attorney in Santa Rosa, John Hawkes. I grew up with his children. He said, 'Yes, that is the man we're watching.' I can understand your curiosity in wanting to solve it. I'd like to find out as much information as I can to give you without letting my mother know. She never really knew anything about him until he was arrested for molesting a young boy who was the son of a friend of his, a woman. Then, while he was in Atascadero, he did write to us and say, "They suspect me of being the Zodiac killer." I remembered he looked like Burl Ives to me. Just last weekend, over Thanksgiving, I did drive by his house. I heard he'd been working at Ace Hardware but had lost his job. I don't think he's working now. I had been to his house as a child. I was an only child. When I was about 7, I remember him drinking the big bottles of beer. My mother was concerned because he was diabetic. He lived with a roommate for a while in Vallejo, an Oriental man. I remember feeling more uneasy about him than Lee Allen. He was of medium build and busy doing small household chores. Based on some written notes by my mother, I think the roommate worked for the phone company. And I'm not sure if we were at Lee Allen's mother's house or some other location. I remember him cooking a large pot of chili, and we ate that while we were there. We went sailing with him on a catamaran. He does know how to make sails and all that stuff. Your book is at home. Mother has all kinds of notes in it of every instance where she remembers incidents. He had the wing walker boots, the whole bit. She knew Lee throughout the time he was in the Navy. The only writing sample she has is from a yearbook, and that's the only sample I could get hold of. He was a teacher at an elementary school. My mother called you once and hung up. She got scared and didn't want to give her name. But I want to see him again for the same reason. I want to watch him. You be very careful, I cautioned. It's a very hypnotic, obsessive, and all-consuming project. That case just eats at you. It just doesn't let go. My mother is terrified of this man. He drives by her house sometimes. Recently? Probably around the time he got out of Atascadero. She got an alarm system in the house. He still has the Carmen Gia and the Skylark over by the house in the back of the driveway. They're watching him again, according to the sheriff's department. My parents know someone who works there. He's a deputy. 2 14-year-old girls have disappeared, and now they're watching him again. If he's the one, oh, why can't they catch him? I wish they could catch him. Lee used to write to my mother with all these Navy flag semaphore symbols, and she threw all that stuff away. I'd show you, but if my mother were to find out. He looks pretty much how I remember him looking. I went by to try and see him from a distance, but he would recognize me. I'm 30 years old, but when I was a child, my face looked the same. I looked like my mother. I thought for a moment, oh no, he sees me. During the holidays, such as last Thanksgiving, my mother was very nervous for fear that Lee was in the area visiting his brother. He used to drive by my parents' home and stop and stare in the windows from the street. That's when my mother put in an alarm system in their home. She was always extremely protective, especially when she began to hear from Lee Allen again while he was in Atascadero. She used to get mysterious phone hang-up calls, so she got an unlisted number. While I was home over last Thanksgiving, my mother brought out your book with all kinds of papers in it. She pulled out an auto accident report that Lee had recently gotten into. He hit some woman in her car in Mendocino. The accident was his fault, and he had a suspended license. He was not fined, but his State Farm premium was substantially increased. As I said, I drove by his house in Vallejo the day after Thanksgiving. It was daytime, but the house was dark inside. Only in one brief moment did I think I saw a figure move by the window, but it could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. There were a couple of times my parents would see Lee Allen walking long distances down roads in the Bay Area. They would offer him a ride, but he would always refuse. There was one point in time, either when my mother had just gotten married or when she had visited him alone, that he said, "I'll never forgive you for what you did." My mother told me I was too afraid to ask him what. She let it drop and never pursued what it was. She had never threatened to turn him in or anything like that. I believe he's homosexual, so I don't know if it's because she married my father. I don't think so. That's always puzzled my mother. However, I think Lee always cared for her a great deal. It's an outdoor chess match between an intelligent sociopath and the police, I told her. I always hoped that someone would be reading my book. Bells would go off, and we'd get that name. I was at a dinner party with some professors Sunday, and I said, "Someday, somebody is going to call with that name. out of 2,500 suspects. The name that I'm waiting for will come. And here's that call. I've waited ever since your book first came out. I tried to get a hold of you once, but you'd quit the Chronicle. The Vallejo Police Department told me they bought 50 copies of your book to use as their case file. They gave all the policemen a copy to bone up on the case. You found a lot of information for them. I found it all over the state. I was at the Chronicle one day when they were remodeling. They lifted this box up. It was just about to go down one of the chutes out the window. It was full of Zodiac stuff. I've had that kind of luck all the way through. As for Lee, I think that as long as he's being watched by the police, you should just keep your distance. But when I go by his house, I don't see anybody watching him. The important thing is that he thinks he's being watched. When the kids at Blue Rock Springs were shot, she asked, did Alan use diving as an excuse, an alibi? Yes. Alan was the first or second suspect they came up with, a major player right from the very beginning. Lynch took Alan's alibi at face value. Where were you at the time of the murder? Asked Lynch. I was scuba diving, says Alan. Can you prove it? Asks Lynch. And Alan goes over to the back of his station wagon and points to the tanks. And Lynch says, fine. Thereafter, every time Alan's came up, Lynch would say, I cleared him. Lee's a formidable guy. He's no dummy. Alan's very intelligent and an excellent marksman. How do you know that? My mother knew him all through the Navy. My mother's father worked at Mare Island, and she used to go to Alan's house all the time. His mother was very domineering, very formal, but my mother always liked it there because she grew up in a very poor family, and she loved going to his house because everything was so nice, and she used to like Lee Allen. I don't know what happened. My mother will tell me if I ask questions innocently. I'll try and find out more. This case has fascinated me forever. I guess some of it is curiosity, but I'd like to see if he's the one and can be brought to justice. He's never admitted to my mother that he was the Zodiac killer, but kind of closely hinted. God, I wish he had kept the letters he wrote her. But she burned them. She got so scared one day she said, I threw them in the fireplace. And where is Zodiac now? Don't serial killers usually want notoriety? That's what puzzles me. I don't think of him as dangerous now, heavy and losing his sight. And I recall Lee was so good with children, she said. Don't be fooled. I covered the Trailside murder case in San Diego. David Carpenter was such a confidence man. He looked like somebody's grandfather. He stuttered, wore thick glasses. It allowed him to manipulate his victims, to play on their sympathies. That's the way a lot of them work. I drive by his house, she concluded. It's very enticing. I just want to watch him. Next time we speak, I'll tell you how he and my mother met and more about his letters. 23. Arthur Lee Allen. Tuesday, October 31st, 1989. A friend of mine runs a DNA lab, said a close friend of Sherry Joe Bates. He says that technology is a year or so away from being able to match a hair sample that has been stored away for over 20 years. I do not know how and if the hair that was found was stored, but this could be the key to solve her murder. Bud Goading, another reader, echoed her sentiment. Your report on the Riverside murder stated that traces of skin and tissue were removed from beneath the victim's fingernails, he told me. Since that case is still open, that evidence should still be available. If it has not been preserved in formalin, it should be enough to perform DNA replication analysis, PCR, and provide a DNA profile of the Riverside killer. However, in order to provide a DNA profile, the follicle of the hair, the root, must be present. A decade later, the Riverside suspect returned briefly from out of the country. Police got a DNA sample as he touched down at the airport. The hair is a long shot, said a spokesman, because we're not sure whether that was the suspect's hair or not. In December 2000, an astounding 35 years after Bates' murder, they got results of a DNA analysis from the Department of Justice DNA lab in Berkeley. The hair was not their suspects. Had Zodiac committed the Bates murder? As at Lake Berryessa and Gaviota Beach, the overkill had been horrendous. But there were perceptible sexual undertones. Bates' clothes had been disarranged. If Zodiac was not the killer and had simply taken responsibility in a confession letter, How had he known facts only the killer could know? The big thing in Riverside back in 1966, a source explained, was drag racing. I used to go drag racing every week, and since a lot of cops took part, I found out a lot of details about Bates' murder. Lee Allen was down that weekend for some sort of auto club. Maybe he was there with his little car and heard some of these same details that I did. Who knows? Monday, March 5th, 1990. Lee Allen, doing some writing of his own, sent a letter to the young son of a friend. He dated it military style, 5/Mar/1990. He said, "Dear," name omitted, "your mean old dad has been keeping me informed of your progress. Congratulations on all the neat things you've accomplished. And I have another accomplishment for you, a gift horse, so to speak. Namely, I am giving you a foam fiberglass ultralight. I am been squeezed into a smaller area due to having to rent out the upper part of my house and simply must have the space. So if you can come up with a U-Haul or such, you may haul away a $2,500 invested aeroplane for free. I will include a slug of associated paraphernalia. I have mentioned this to your dad, and he said he'd pass along the info. He seemed to approve, but sometimes he forgets, hence this letter. So if you can inform me as to your interest, I would appreciate it. I'll have to move on it very soon. I have all the paper on the plane, and there is a folding wing option. I also have some ideas on finishing it. You can't live with a project all the time I have without getting a few ideas. Hope to hear from you soon. Lee Allen. Tuesday, March 6, 1990. Karen and I finally spoke again. She was very fearful. First, she laid out a little family history. Her grandparents had come to Vallejo during the Depression and endured some tough times. Her grandfather worked as a ship welder on Mare Island, while her grandmother drove a school bus. I recalled Zodiac's vendetta against school buses. Bobby, Karen's mother, was a diver whose picture often appeared in the Vallejo sports section between 1952 and 1957. Sometimes, Alan's picture ran alongside hers. My mother met Alan when she was about 12 or 13, said Karen, when she had first begun diving. He served as a lifeguard at the Plunge, a Vallejo Community Swimming Center in 1951-52. I think he was a platform diver and a wrestler. She dove with Lee and trained daily. She almost made the Olympics in Helsinki, almost a runner-up, but she dove out of order and lost the chance. He dove as well. He had that lumbering walk, very clumsy walk when walking down the diving board. My mother always talked about that. When he was a diver, he looked terrible until he left the board and dove. Then he was very graceful in the air. But when walking, he was terribly lumbering because of a funny hip. I'll try and get a picture of Lee from his diving days in Vallejo. She started dating him when she was about 12. He was always a good friend. He never attempted to kiss her, a kiss on the forehead kind of thing, and never made any sexual advances. I do know that while dating him, it was more of a very deep friendship. Alan admitted that he had never had a successful relationship with a woman. Bobby married Mark, a gymnast for the University of California at Berkeley, in 1957, and her diving trailed off. They met while they were both practicing on a trampoline. Mark studied criminology and wanted to be a policeman, but was just a quarter inch too short. Toward the time she met my father and married him, Lee Allen was rejected by the Navy, a deep blow to him. Lee Allen definitely always wore the wing walker shoes. He did wear pleated pants all the time. He was very clean cut. He used to use a bow and arrow for hunting and was also an excellent marksman in the Navy, one of the best in his group. My mother said he did know code. He not only sewed well, but was a sailmaker. He was definitely ambidextrous, as I've watched him make fishing flies. He was a very good typist, too. Another time we visited him, he took us sailing on his Hobie Cat in Half Moon Bay. Both times, I noticed how overweight he was. I knew he was a diabetic, yet he drank beer heavily out of large bottles. Both times we visited, my mother was very tense. I was born in 1959, and when we visited Lee, I think I was around 9 or 10. If so, this was during the time he may have been allegedly murdering people. My mother visited him alone. It was the first time she did feel some fear for her life because he asked her, "Does anyone know you're here?" She answered, "Yes, my husband knows I'm here." She told him my father knew, which he did. And then nothing happened. But after that, she never went back. And I don't know why she went to see him in the first place. I just wish I knew why she had such concern about Lee at the time. Something was going on, and she felt she had to see him. She called my father the moment she left his house so that he knew she had gotten out safely and was on her way home. As I understand his incarceration at Atascadero, it was for molesting the son of a female friend of his. The boy was maybe anywhere from 8 to 13 years old. He told my mother the woman was just jealous of his relationship with her son. I believe he was dating the woman. He said that was why she had turned him in, jealousy. I think he spent about 3 years in Atascadero. While in Atascadero, I think that's when my mother first became aware he may be the Zodiac. He wrote to her that they suspected him of the crimes. At one point, I think my mother called him there and spoke to him. She asked him directly if he was the murderer. I believe he was somewhat jovial about it, but never admitted to the crimes. He, Alan, often wrote to my mother and used the signals used by the Navy semaphore flags at the bottom of the letters. The notes he wrote her were done in blue ink type pens, felt-tip pens. She threw away most of the early letters. I wish she had kept them. She burned the rest after her knowledge of Alan being sent to Atascadero. My mother also told me after reading your book that it fit that his brother and sister-in-law did try to turn him in. There was a bloody knife in his car, and that's what really got them concerned. That's what I was told. Some of Lee's friends were also aware of what was going on. I will continue giving you any information I can get. I want to try and get definite dates or general times of certain situations and find out more details of his relationship with family members and my mother. I wish I could get my mother to come forward to the police, but it's doubtful. But maybe she remembers more about the letters he wrote to her, something that points to him as the responsible party. He told my mother that he always picked up hitchhikers, especially while attending Santa Rosa JC and Sonoma State University. This always bothered her. He picked them up on the highways. I remember the 2 girls disappearing from the skating rink and the other murders. Those bodies discovered on Franz Valley Road and in Calistoga weren't far from my parents' home. Oh, and another thing. He always did talk about the most dangerous game to my mother. In fact, I have read the story as a young girl, never realizing that this was a big part of Lee's life. As for a possible hiding place of evidence, my mom mentions that Alan put up paneling in his trailer. It must have been the Vallejo one or Santa Rosa one. My mother notes that she saw white gloves in his trailer in Vallejo, and that he did have another trailer in Bodega Bay, an area he knew well. Toschi and Armstrong had never been told that. Monday, April 2nd, 1990. 2 Bernal Heights gardeners digging at 1114 Powhatan Avenue struck metal about 6 inches down. They unearthed a rusty metal box and pried it open with their shovels. Inside were 200 sticks of crystallized dynamite that had been buried for years. The SFPD transported the explosive to an isolated site and safely detonated it. Had Zodiac's stash for his threatened bomb projects been discovered in an address he had once had some connection with? I doubted it. But somewhere, Zodiac still had bombs. One day he's going to die, and the police will go through the basement and find guns and bombs, and the case will be solved. Perhaps one person wrote the Zodiac letters and one person killed. Only a slim possibility. Zodiac seemingly acted alone at Berryessa. As far as the police could tell, one man, the killer, had written in felt-tip pen on the door of his victim's car, and that printing matched Zodiac's. Sunday, April 1st, 1990. You wanted to know who he was, another Zodiac buff, Daniel L. Kleinfeld, offered. I wanted to know why he was. Zodiac's mother was very protective, affectionate, but extremely moralizing. His father, more passive, did not have a great deal of contact with him. To show affection, the mother fed him copious amounts, and the stocky child became fat, tormented by classmates. In adolescence, he became suffocated by his mother, unable to break away. He would continue living with her. Condemned by his mother as evil, he grew to hate her. His feelings of superiority over his peers intensified. He's a military fetishist, like those who impersonate police officers or soldiers. Zodiac was raised with a very clear sense of justice, of righteousness prevailing. Thus he came to his slaves concept. To him, the way his peers treated him was a grave injustice, which could only be repaid by them doing him service in paradise. An afterlife with slaves is always to Zodiac a paradise. He gained a great deal of weight between the shootings on July 4th and stabbings on September 27th. He ate, then murdered, then ate more. Zodiac's imagination was a slave to popular culture. All the pieces of the Zodiac persona had been fitted together on the public stage. One incredible inspiration to him, beginning August 16, 1969, 2 weeks after the Cipher Slayer christened himself Zodiac, Dick Tracy began pursuing the Zodiac gang on the comics page. The Zodiacs, in black hoods emblazoned with white symbols of the Zodiac, had drowned an astrology columnist. Tattooed across the face of their leader, Scorpio, was an astrological symbol of Scorpio. Light-haired and moon-faced, he not only resembled the prime suspect, but a description of Zodiac as very round face, hair combed up, and a pompadour. On August 20th, the Zodiacs raided the police morgue. Masked torpedoes came in, says the bludgeoned attendant, demanded the corpse's shirt. Later, Zodiac would steal a victim's shirt and mail portions to the police. The gang is told on September 24th, Scorpio has spoken. He is ready for Operation West Branch. 3 days later, Zodiac stabbed 2 students at Lake Berryessa while wearing a black hood with a white symbol. The Zodiacs have done it again, Scorpio crows. The day of Stein's murder, October 11th, Scorpio drunkenly toasts his success. To jolly little old us, to jolly little old Zodiac gang. The storyline ended November 4th, 1969. But how could Zodiac have seen Dick Tracy's encounter with a Zodiac criminal before publication? Chester Gould drew Tracy 6 weeks in advance to allow time for the Chicago Tribune Syndicate to make changes and mail proofs to subscribing papers to size, retouch, engraven metal, and print. Pre-printed color Sunday sections with the same storyline were delivered weeks before that. If Zodiac worked at the Chronicle, then he might have had an advance look. He was a longtime reader of the strip. The Purple Cross Gang in a 1936 sequence wore black hoods with white crosses on them. Like Tracy, Zodiac used the archaic spelling Clues, C-L-E-W-S. More importantly, Dick Tracy provided Zodiac with a way to avoid leaving prints. Put a coating of this liquid cellophane on your fingers, says a gangster. It prevents fingerprints, and it don't clutter up your sense of touch either. On February 9, 1969, Tracy explained blood type analysis on a toothpick left at a crime scene. As you know, salivary secretion often is used in place of blood for type determination. Your subject had a blood type AB. Though DNA testing had not been introduced, there was a primitive version, ABO, PGM testing. Saliva could speak volumes about Zodiac, and he knew that. Even in 1969, Zodiac would no more have licked a stamp than he would have forgotten to wear his gloves. A comic strip and Zodiac watch had provided his name and symbol. Movies such as The Most Dangerous Game and Charlie Chan at Treasure Island had inspired and influenced him. One prompted him to hunt humans. The other, set on Treasure Island, provided the black hood, and salutations for his letters even inspired Zodiac's duel by mail with the Chronicle. But if Zodiac could be motivated by popular culture, others could be influenced by Zodiac himself. It was the most shocking byproduct of the entire case. Someone claiming to be the San Francisco Zodiac killer was shooting people in New York City. Somehow he knew their birth dates and promised one victim for each of the 12 zodiac signs. We feared it was the original Zodiac, returned at last with guns blazing. 24. Zodiac 2. Bold headlines said it all in the summer of 1990. Gunman terrorizes New York. Calls self Zodiac. Shot 3 men, one fatally, wounded a fourth in Central Park. Zodiac was shooting people in an 8-block section of Brooklyn and in Central Park on Thursdays at 21-day intervals. When I was a detective sergeant, Mike Saravolo told me, I ran the Zodiac case here. At that time, they gave me and my 49 detectives the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Let me tell you how the case developed. But before I go into detail, when we were working on our case, you know what we did? We went out and bought a case of your book, Zodiac. I had all my detectives read it to see if they could cull anything that might be of help in our investigation. Let me go into 1990 for you. At that time, I was the commanding officer of the Crimes Against Senior Citizens Squad in Queens. I had a small unit, 8 detectives on the beat. I came in at 7 o'clock one morning. A detective, Andy Carterman, from Night Watch, which works out of the Queens Homicide Squad right down the hall from us, came up and says, Sarge, we had a shooting of a 78-year-old man last night, and he's expected to live. You going to take the case? Sure, we'll take the case, I said. Something funny, he says. I found this note on the step. It had these rocks. He hands me the fucking rocks, 3 stones. This note was next to it. It was the first Zodiac note we became aware of. It said, This is the Zodiac. The 12 sign will die when the belts in the heaven are seen. It had a round circle with 3 pie shapes in it and a little scribble. We didn't really know what it meant at the time. The killer had followed the victim, Joseph Procet, a retired ice delivery worker, for 10 blocks and into his front yard. He asked the old man for water and if he could go inside. Why do you want to go inside? Procet asked. Because I'm cold, he said. Then shot Procet with a homemade zip gun and ran toward Eldred Street. So when we get to the scene that morning, continued Caravello, uniformed cops and the detectives who worked the midnight to 8 shift have responded. There were some clothes in a heap on the first stoop, this brown stuff where Joseph Procet was shot in the back, and I told Detective Bill Clark, Billy, check those clothes over there. As he's going through, he says, Sarge, a round just fell out. Let's get it to the lab, I said. We canvassed the block. It was a very residential block, 87th Road in Woodhaven, Queens. And we came up with a witness who saw a guy in an army fatigue jacket. The witness believed him to be black, running down the block toward Brooklyn. That street sat right on the Brooklyn-Queens border. In California, Zodiac killed on town borders in an effort to create confusion and competition between authorities over jurisdiction. So the old man was taken to the hospital. He was expected to survive. I kept sending the detectives back there every day to interview him. The New York Zodiac murders occurred at the height of the crack wars in East New York, and the 75th precinct, where 2 of the victims were shot, averaged 100 murders annually. Cervolo continued. Zodiac said, all shoot in Brooklyn, in some of his subsequent notes. He also used to write 380, or 9M, 9mm, RNL, round-nosed lead. No grooves on bullet. No grooves on bullet. By the way, there was never any grooves on the bullet. Zodiac never, ever lied about what he said in any of his letters. Was he making his own ammunition? I asked. No, he wasn't, but I feel he may have made his own gun. A zip gun made of duct tape, wood, and pipes of various sizes for different calibers. Cervolo laid out this chronology for me. This attack on Procet happened on May 31st. So now what happens? I take a copy of this note and I go to Chief Mencken, Chief of Detectives for Queens. Chief, I say, I had a strange shooting last night. One of my senior citizens got shot. I think we're going to be able to interview him when he gets off the respirator. But he ultimately died 3 weeks later from infection from the bullet. But we did interview him. I said, I think we got a nut going around here. I hope we don't have a second Son of Sam. Well, keep me posted on this, the chief said. That was May 31st. On June 19th, I get a call from the New York Post that a reporter, Ann Murray, got a letter sent down there. They faxed me a copy. It's our guy. It's obviously the same handwriting, claiming responsibility for 3 prior shootings. He says he shot a man with a cane in the street on March 8th. At 1:45 a.m., Mario Orozco, 49, an immigrant from Medellin, Colombia, finished work at a midtown cafeteria and left the J train at Crescent Street. He paused at the corner of Atlantic and Sheridan Avenues and noticed a man in a beret and bandana, dressed all in black, walking behind him. He was holding a homemade 9mm gun. Alarmed, Orozco began hobbling away on his cane, but was shot in the upper back. Then, Ciravolo went on, Zodiac says he shot another man, Jermaine Montenestro, 34, in his left side, in front of his house, at Nichols and Jamaica Avenues in Queens, on March 29th at 2:57 a.m. Then he said he shot an old man with a cane on May 31st, which matches my case, the Procé shooting. Then he says all shoot in Brooklyn. So I said, he was wrong about my guy being in Brooklyn. He didn't know the way the map gets a little crazy right on the border. Obviously, when he shot this guy in Queens, he thought it was in Brooklyn, but he was about 200 yards out of Brooklyn on the Queens side. We started checking all the homicides in Brooklyn. None of them matched up. Then we checked all the first-degree assaults, and boom, we got 2 guys who were shot, and they survived. So we looked into these, and the next morning, the chief of detectives summoned us all down to his office, and he decided to give me the case with 9 detectives to look into this. I'd stayed up all night along with a couple of other detectives, and we had come up with a theory. Look, I said, he shot March 8, then he shot again March 29, 21 days apart, all on a Thursday, by the way, and all in the early morning hours between 1:45 and 4 a.m. So there was 21 days in between the first and second shooting, then 63 days in between my old man getting shot, which is 3 intervals of 21. The New York Zodiac wrote notes taunting the task force, which ultimately numbered 50 men. He vowed to kill 1 person born under each of the 12 astrological signs. So far, he had shot a Scorpio, Orozco, born October 26, 1940, a Gemini, Montenestro, born May 28, 1956, and a Taurus, Procé, born May 20, 1912. So now, here we are, Ciravolo proceeded, sitting in the chief of detectives' office on June 20th. I said, Chief, I think he's going to shoot again. Tonight after midnight is Thursday, and it's 21 days since my old man got shot. So he gives me 30 detectives, and everybody only gets 2 square blocks, because all of the shootings are within half a mile of each other. We got the streets blanketed, and then all of a sudden, 6 o'clock in the morning, I call off the detail, and I'm back at the station house. I'm signing everybody's overtime slips, and I get a call. He saw us in the neighborhood and jumped on the train. On the nights of the Zodiac's first 3 attacks, 3 star clusters, Orion, Taurus, and Pleiades, were all visible. The 3 would all be seen again on June 21st, 1990. The police waited, dreading the outcome. Thursday, June 21st, 1990. Zodiac struck in Manhattan on the first day of summer. The heat was on in Brooklyn. To dodge the tightening police net, he took the subway to 59th Street and went to Central Park about 7 p.m. It would be quiet there. He walked around a few hours until he saw Larry Parham, 30, a former janitor, now homeless. Zodiac had approached his victim days earlier to ask his astrological sign. Parham, born June 29, 1959, was a Cancer. He slept nights on a park bench behind the Central Park bandshell. Zodiac sat down a few benches away and waited until a few people still there left. Parham made a mattress from pieces of cardboard and a pillow from his duffel bag. 5 hours after the start of Parham's astrological period, and on the cusp of Gemini and Cancer, Zodiac shot him in the upper chest. He folded a note covered with astrological signs under a rock, amidst Parham's meager possessions. In the letter I left, the killer said later, I used the phrase I read from the encyclopedia. It was to throw you off the track. I just wanted to increase the fear. Astrologists found themselves baffled in developing a coherent, star-based theory to predict the shooter's next move. Previously, they had linked the attacks to the first and second phases of the moon, but on June 21st, the moon had been in its last quarter. Then came a startling headline. Expert. Copycat attacker goes by West Coast book. NYPD combs Zodiac thriller for clues. A second headline read, the New York Zodiac was using the San Francisco Zodiac as a guide. Psychologist Candace Scrappick, a professor of criminology at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, theorized that the gunman was imitating the California killer. He's following an account in the book Zodiac written by Robert Graysmith, said Scrappick. He's seen the book and read parts of it, the scope sight, the circle with the cross inside, the drawings, the name Zodiac, the astrological components come from the book. We are looking at an individual who is thinking the same thing he read in the book. With this kind of behavior, it would not be uncommon for the crimes to escalate, and there will be shorter time between incidents. Friday, June 22, 1990. Chief of Detectives Joseph Borelli, that's Borelli, 2 R's, 2 L's, boys, once led the Son of Sam probe. The strange circumstances seemed to fall under the zodiac signs of the dates of the shootings, he said. In the beginning, when we looked at that, it was pure happenstance. But when you get 4 out of 4, you begin to look at it more closely. The day after Parham was shot, the New York Post received another note from Zodiac. This is the Zodiac. I have seen the Post. And you say, the note sent to the Post, not to any of the San Francisco Zodiac letters. You are wrong. The handwriting is different. It is one of the same Zodiac, one Zodiac. In San Francisco, killed a man in the park with a gun, and killed a woman with a knife, and killed a man in the taxi cab with a gun. It was obvious from looking at the letter, said Post reporter Kieran Crawley, that Zodiac was anxious to convince everyone that he was the same Zodiac who had killed people in California years before. Crawley wrote, below the diatribe was a drawing of a chubby Zodiac in a square-topped executioner's mask, with his symbol emblazoned on his chest. To the right, he declared, me in the park. Is this similar? No, one Zodiac. This was getting interesting. If the California Zodiac had come to New York, it was an incredible story. In fact, it was too good to be true. He wanted us to think he was a heavy-set, middle-aged white guy from San Francisco. Or did he actually believe that he was the California Zodiac reincarnated? The incidents he described, especially the drawing of Zodiac in his executioner's mask, were directly from the Graysmith Zodiac book. Graysmith, when I reached him by phone in California, was appalled that someone was apparently using his book as a blueprint for occult murder. The former political cartoonist for the San Francisco Chronicle said his illustration of the original Zodiac in a hood appeared only in his book. Crowley reached me at home. Oh my God, I feel terrible, I told him. This is a copycat, not the same guy as ours. When I first heard about the shootings in New York, I checked up on a Zodiac suspect here who had never been charged. He is still here. Another reporter wrote, fearful New Yorkers are snapping up copies of Zodiac, the 1986 bestseller about a Bay Area serial killer. Graysmith, who spent 10 years researching the book, is horrified that it might have become a how-to manual for terror, a macabre guidebook. I hope it isn't so, I told him too. I waited a long time after Zodiac ended his killings before writing this book for just such a reason. Monday, June 25, 1990. Jewelers saw sales of birthstones plummet as New Yorkers pondered how Zodiac had known his victims' signs. News report. Police are telling people not to tell strangers their birthday. 4 people have been shot, targeted for their astrological signs. Today, one of them, Joseph Prose, his 3rd victim, died. The gunman claims to be the Zodiac killer of San Francisco fame in the late 60s, but police don't believe it. Meanwhile, 50 New York detectives are on the case. The tabloids are going crazy, and presumably New Yorkers are even more wary of strangers than usual. The computerized system, Police Commissioner Lee Brown reassured the public, enables us to make sure we capture all the tips, all the information that comes in, and gives us a chance to pull it up rapidly. The system employs a light scanner that permits clerks to feed information from incoming calls directly into the computer for handwritten notes. Zodiac 2 wrote, "Only Orion, the hunter, can stop Zodiac and the Seven Sister. No more games, pigs." A map published in the Daily News overlaid a diagram of the Orion constellation upon a map of the city. The first 3 shootings in Brooklyn lay over the part of the constellation known as Orion's Belt. Thursday, June 28, 1990. One man, his symbols, drawings, and letters identical to Zodiac's, brought New York to its knees. Such deadly imitation was unprecedented. I flew to New York, checked into the Omni, and visited the crime scenes. The press followed me, slipping so many notes under my door I could barely open it. The city was terrified. Mike McLary wrote in his column, "I met with Robert Graysmith, a former San Francisco newspaper guy. Graysmith spent 10 years investigating San Francisco's Zodiac serial killer. The original Zodiac was a much more lethal guy, Son of Zodiac. No one knows more about the original Zodiac than Graysmith. Son of Zodiac has obviously read Graysmith's book cover to cover. He's using the tome as a guidebook to murder, trying his best to imitate the original Zodiac's penmanship. They write in the same poor black lettering. Beware, we live in the age of cheap sequels." "We have looked at that book," said Borelli. "The New York Zodiac killer probably has too. Investigators assigned to the Zodiac Task Force believe the gunman stalking New York City had read and copied parts of Graysmith's book." Warren Hinkle in the Examiner said, "Borelli, who follows Graysmith's Bible as religiously as does his quarry, has ruled him a copy of the original Zodiac." A news anchor, her cameraman, and I headed into Central Park in Manhattan. Taking one twisting turn after another, we neared Literary Walk near 72nd Street on the east side. Nobody would be in Central Park at midnight but the extraordinarily foolish and Zodiac. We discussed the case on the bench where Parham had been shot. New York hospital doctors still had the former Fort Greene resident on a respirator in their trauma unit. The lights above the bandshell cast long shadows across the wooded path, as silent and dark as Lake Herman Road or Blue Rock Springs. I gave the interview looking over my shoulder. "We dug around out of that park bench," Saravello told me. "We found a thumbprint on the bottom right-hand corner of his note. The park victim described a man who looked like TV weatherman Al Roker. It was of a guy who had asked for his birthday, not the shooter. When you press detectives for a composite sketch to please the press, mistakes like that happen. The sketch was wrong, and we knew it. By then, it was a citywide case, not just capsulized on the Brooklyn-Queens border. So that's when we had 49 detectives and went at it the whole summer. Every 21 days, when it would fall on a Thursday, we'd go out there with a small army in Manhattan, Queens, and Brooklyn." As I left to go to the airport, I saw police searching Central Park, the crisp darkness lit by the flashing red lights. A female worker and her friends at the airport thanked me for coming to New York to help. That alone made the trip worthwhile. Thursday, July 12, 1990. "Zodiac uses the trains. We're sure of that," said the police, formulating plans to shut down the subways and trap him if he struck again. Cops cuffed a subway fare beater after they found a city map covered with Zodiac symbols in his pocket. Hundreds of officers anxiously waited for Zodiac to strike on his preordained day. "We had in excess of 150 to 200 bodies," Saravello said. "1 million supervisors. The overtime was astronomical. At one point, we had a hotline set up. It looked like a Jerry Lewis telethon. We had 10 cops who were on limited duty. You know, broken wrist, broken ankle, just sitting there taking phone calls from the public, in excess of 10,000 telephone tips. Each one was checked out. When each one was checked out, we went through the book again. And guess what? Zodiac went under. He wrote a few notes, taunting us. More games, pigs? I've seen you out on Eldridge Lane looking for me. You are not good. You will not get the Zodiac. He wrote things such as this. This is the Zodiac. The first sign is dead. The Zodiac will kill the 12 signs in the belt when the zodiacal light is seen. We're looking at this note for months, and we're asking, what the fuck is the zodiacal light? I called NASA, and I said, excuse me, Mr. Scientist, is there such a thing as the zodiacal light? No, he says, but there is the zodiacal light. What the hell is that? Well, it's refracted particles of dust coming off refracted sunlight. But you can't see it in the big cities. You can see it down in the Caribbean and on a clear night, right at dusk. When do you see the zodiacal light, I ask. Twice a year. It comes out early in October and it comes out again in March. So this guy started shooting people in March. Then he stopped. We got this October coming up, so it's going to be interesting to see if he comes back. He also said, Orion is the one who can stop Zodiac and the seventh sister, which is Pleiades, which is another constellation. Out of the 4 people he shot all of them in the torso. Never any headshots, and 3 of the 4 survived. One guy has a round still in him. It's still too close to his spine to remove. Thursday, October 16, 1990. I returned to New York, staying at Days Inn on 57th Street and wandering the streets in early morning. A garbage strike was in progress. Heaps of refuse, blurry with flies, mounded each corner. Zodiac victim Darlene Farron's sister, Pam, stepped daintily over the trash, lifting the low hem of her silky dress. She appeared on the Sally Jesse Raphael show and told how Zodiac had changed her life. A man, she reported, tried to pull her car keys from her ignition in front of an Antioch, California store. He brandished a knife and threatened to abduct her, but she escaped after a struggle. Local police have been skeptical of her early reports of death threats. A note pinned to her front door that read 187. 187 is the California Penal Code section dealing with homicide. A coffin delivered to her door, a cross planted on her lawn, and teddy bears with knives stuck in them left on her steps. Antioch Police Sergeant Bob Lowe denied they had dismissed Pam's previous complaints. Any and all reports of that nature are always taken seriously, he said. Vernon Huckabee of Antioch was more irate. He wasn't related to Pam, but hundreds of callers had phoned his number during the last year. After making good on a third of his threats, Zodiac 2 vanished, just as the original had. We went at it for about 9 or 10 months, Saravello told me, until Chief of Detectives Borelli disbanded it. Vallejo Detective Bauert, still on reserve to help the VPD solve complex homicides, said, Zodiac's success in his killing, and the success of most serial killers, are that they have no connection with their victims. Psychopaths like this usually outgrow it in their later years and later life. Was this the case with the New York copycat? Had he outgrown his rage, gone underground? In the interim, I learned Lee Allen was going blind. 25. Arthur Lee Allen. Thursday, October 11, 1990. Allen's deteriorating vision, a side effect from diabetes mellitus and arteriosclerotic heart disease, had seriously impeded his activity. Though his kidneys were failing, Lee ignored his doctor's advice to curtail excessive fluids and watch his weight. As mental acuity decreased, he experienced occasional muscle cramps, flank pain, and muscle twitching. His skin took on a slightly yellow-brownish discoloration. Inside, healthy as ever, anger still blazed. Long after Allen's release from Atascadero, a staffer consumed with worry contacted me. Is Arthur Lee Allen still alive? And if so, is he still a Zodiac suspect? He asked. Apparently, Lee had told the Atascadero staff he was a Zodiac suspect. To your knowledge, have there been subsequent child molestation charges brought against this man? It is recognized in the mental health field that child molesters are notorious recidivists. The molesters I've worked with have been repeat offenders. Nor, with the passing of years, had the suffering of the victims lessened. Psychic trauma had especially been visited on the surviving Blue Rock Springs victim, Mike Mageau, last seen in a Vallejo hospital on August 19, 1969. Though his operation had been on July 5th, scars on the right side of Mike's neck and left cheek shone lividly, mapping a bullet's wandering path. He was a study in agony, jaw wired shut, left leg encased in a cast to his hip, right arm and hand crippled by bullets, as he stared at a slug floating in a solution in a glass bottle. That slug had been removed from his left thigh. As soon as he could, he disguised himself and fled Vallejo. About 1.5 years ago, a male nurse in San Bernardino told me, I saw Michael Mageau as a patient for multiple medical problems that appeared to be psychosomatic, probably secondary to the psychological scars he received as a result of his encounter with Zodiac. He freely volunteered his association with Zodiac and had scars consistent with the described wounds. As I recall, he had a run-in with drugs and was a street person briefly. I met his fiancée, who was a strong woman and seemed to be giving him emotional and physical support. They're probably married now. He told me that Lake Berryessa victim Brian Hartnell was living in the area, and they had some infrequent contact with him. I find it interesting that both Zodiac survivors now live in the area where the Zodiac murders began. Hartnell had described Zodiac as 225, 250 pounds. Mageau's first description was similar. The man's build was beefy, heavy-set, without being blubbery fat. He appeared to have a large face and was not wearing glasses. He weighed 195 to 200 pounds and was between 26 and 36 years old. He was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt. That sounded a lot like the prime suspect. On this 21st anniversary of Paul Stine's murder, Dave Toschi said, I retired in 1985 without having the pleasure of reading Zodiac his rights. Zodiac was the most baffling murder case in our history. With coast-to-coast Zodiacs at large, it seemed unthinkable that the original Zodiac could let such an opportunity go by without commenting on his New York counterpart. Only the most extreme adversity could prevent this prophet of death from gloating over the proliferation of his obscene word. No letter came. Why? Tuesday, December 18, 1990. Lee Allen mentioned the Zodiac imitator to his friends, but he had other things on his mind. I was in Vallejo when on the morning of his birthday he donned a sweater his mother had knitted, buttoned his navy pea coat, and drove to the DMV to apply for a 2-year renewal of his Class C driver's license. The new license stipulated RSTP, corrective lenses. But in his driver's license photo, Lee is not wearing glasses. He cruised the water town in his VW, finally parking at a golf course. I saw him turn up his collar against the wind as he studied Watertown. I knew he was intimate with all its watery sections and salt flats. Lake Chabot Reservoir sprang from a dam stream 100 years ago. Then a storage cistern in Wild Horse Valley, 22 miles northeast, began pumping water to Fleming Hill Reservoir. Today, the Gordon Valley Project and Cache Slough pumping plant slaked Watertown's endless thirst. His eyes roved across the choppy bay, where the hunt for Zodiac proceeded. Allen was now undergoing kidney dialysis and suffering from diabetes. He walked with a cane, had a heart condition, possibly a circulation problem, and suffered from severe arthritis. Zodiac's withdrawal had been as mystifying as his arrival. When he had appeared 20 years ago, there really hadn't been anything like Zodiac before. He had captured the public's enduring interest. Zodiac was one of the early serial killers to acquire publicity, said Park Dietz of UCLA. The use of a logo and encrypted messages made him both well marketed and of interest to legions of people who would like to solve the mystery. So did the astrology angle. Zodiac buff David Rice did a breakdown of Zodiac's significant dates, but saw no astronomical pattern. He suggested to me there might be an astrological pattern, though, and on his computer analyzed his findings with an Astra 5/0 tropical zodiac program. If Zodiac were using astronomical events such as the winter, summer, spring, and fall solar ingresses, he explained, it would seem likely that he would do his thing on the exact day, and not plus or minus 13 days. Not even if he were using the sidereal zodiac, which is considered, with an SVP at 28 Pisces, to have a difference from the tropical zodiac of 28 degrees. There's still about 2 degrees to go before the age of Aquarius replaces the current age of Pisces, as it would still be off. There might be an explanation, however. Statistical analysis on athletes using the tropical zodiac placed Mars at the ascendant, rising, and the midheaven, culminating, more often than chance allows at the O5 level. Doctors and lawyers have Jupiter in these zones instead. Though an astrologer, I prefer an astronomical explanation to an astrological one. The former one can weigh and measure. The latter is allegory and probabilities. Like the original Zodiac, New York's copycat serial killer had vanished without a trace. I prayed for a resolution to the East Coast mystery. It would dispel half the nightmare. In history, only Jack the Ripper had his copycats. And now, Zodiac did too. 26. Zodiac 2 returns. Though the solution to Zodiac 2 lay years away, let me tell you how it ended, as it began, in a blaze of bullets. On Tuesday, March 1st, 1994, New York City police arrested a young man who wouldn't hurt a fly, packing a homemade weapon. They automatically fingerprinted anyone with a zip gun because Zodiac 2 had used one. But the gun didn't work, so cops sealed the young man's file with the prints still inside. He returned to his Pitkin Avenue neighborhood where he was known as the Vampire. Obsessed with all things military, the Vampire collected martial hardware and acted on occasion as a police drug informant. By day, he closeted himself in the nearby abandoned East New York apartment building he shared with his mother and sister and some squatters. He raged against drug users who trafficked the squalid building. By night, he wandered the streets, his Bible clutched under his arm. Your Zodiac, I think, is going to be caught, I said on Ted Koppel's Nightline. I've had that feeling from the very beginning. He's already been seen by more people than ever saw the original Zodiac. Jerry Nachman, on the same program, made an interesting point on behalf of the press. We don't create these situations. The Zodiac had shot 2 or 3 people before Story 1 appeared. Son of Sam had murdered between a third to a half of the number of people he would ever kill before the first Son of Sam story appeared. So it is not as if it is a chicken and egg thing. Sometimes these crimes have been unspooling for a while before we ever get notified of them, or indeed get into them. On Monday, August 8, 1994, my phone rang. There's a third Zodiac, Pete Noyes, a Los Angeles television newsman, told me. A story out of New York is that another person claiming to be the Zodiac killer has written to the Post describing a series of new shootings. Another? Are the old one back again, I said. A third Zodiac? A copycat of a copycat? What do they think? They say they don't want to say. He read me the AP report. This is the Zodiac. Those words, in a childlike scrawl, became the trademark greeting of a killer who filled the New York summer of 1990 with dread. Now, after years of silence, the Zodiac killer may be back. In 1990, the Zodiac vowed to kill 1 person for each of the 12 astrological signs, then abruptly quit. This week, August 1st, 1994, the New York Post got a similar note from someone claiming to be the Zodiac, and detectives are trying to determine whether the letter writer is the killer or a copycat. The letter writer claims responsibility for 5 shootings that police said left at least 2 people dead between August 10, 1992 and June 11th of this year. All of the attacks took place in the general area of the 1990 shooting. Kieran Crawley phoned me right after noise. "It's 4 o'clock in New York right now, and it's happening again," he said. "Another Zodiac. He shot 5 people. Remember 4 years ago? This Zodiac claims to be the original guy who killed all 4. Obviously, there are these points of agreement between the letters and the original Zodiac. Do you think it's possible that he's taken on the persona, might think he's the real Zodiac?" "When this imitator came out for the first time," I said, "my mother suggested I say in the press that this guy is not Zodiac. When I did, he stopped. Who knows, maybe he really believed he was the San Francisco Zodiac. Or maybe he didn't mean to kill his victims, only wound them. When Prose died, he ceased killing. It's obvious to me that he's read your book. He does a box score. He claims 4 victims 4 years ago, 5 now, a total of 9. The police confirmed that the guy in this shooting, they got 1 ballistics match, a .22 caliber, which was like Zodiac. Zodiac used a .22 in his first Northern California murder. You think he's using your book as a Bible? As far as I can tell, he is. I feel awful. My purpose in writing the book was to catch Zodiac or get so close that he was stalemated. I think we succeeded. San Francisco's Zodiac was effectively checkmated. With publication of his story and all the clues with enhanced police scrutiny, we had no more murders, no more letters. Few killers had copied a novel, duplicating fictional crimes or MO in real life. A few instances of fact-following fiction. Agatha Christie's The Pale Horse inspired a crime. A mass murderer who escaped from an asylum used her book as a guide to commit aconite poisonings. J.D. Salinger's Catcher in the Rye has shown up in the hands of a number of madmen. Hinckley, Bardo, who shot actress Rebecca Schaefer. Former Berkeley mathematics professor Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, copied the plot and philosophy laid out in Joseph Conrad's The Secret Agent, about a professor who is a bomber. I knew of no nonfiction books inspiring real-life crimes. I mentioned an article on the subject, A Writer's Nightmare, to Crawley. "And it's a writer's nightmare for you," said Crawley, "that somebody studied your book. That's horrible. For you, this is like twice. What the police don't know is if it's the same guy or not, which is scarier. That is the same guy who came back, or if it's 2 different ones. 2 people that unbalanced and suggestible?" "Confidentially," said Crawley, "we believe it still may be the guy from 4 years ago. The descriptions sort of match. I'll get back to you on that." Next day, he told me about a new Zodiac cipher in the Post. If you put a hand mirror on the left side of the symbols, you can see how he created his new alphabet. They look like normal naval flags, but they're not. I and a former Army cryptographer decoded his message. I'll read it to you. Let me give you the exact wording. One of the reasons I was able to crack it open, turns out they're mirror-image naval signal flags based on a maritime system of international flags and pennants. Almost all of them. We didn't know that. We did the standard code-breaking stuff. The symbols were doubled in the horizontal plane in something known as a looking glass alphabet code. It was likely created by placing a small mirror on the left side of each naval flag symbol. He says, "This is the Zodiac speaking. I am in control through mastery. Be ready for more. Yours truly." Obviously, there are different points of agreement between the letters of the original Zodiac. The police have confirmed they've got 1 ballistic match, .22 caliber, which was what Zodiac used. The description is not a black guy, but that of a dark-skinned Latino. "Well, that's very different than the original description," I said. "The new one could still be Zodiac 3. Retired NYPD detectives Al Shepard and James Dodaldi suspected this was Zodiac 3. He did not stalk his victims as he had done in 1990, but chose them at random. The 1990 Zodiac had a pattern of attacking on Thursdays and in increments of 21, and when certain star clusters were visible in the sky. The latest Zodiac did not follow any pattern. The old Zodiac aimed for his victims' torsos. The new aimed for the head. But both admitted there were enough similarities that it could be the same man. August 5th, Mike Saravolo told me, I get a call saying, "Zodiac shot people. He's writing notes. It checks out. He's out there again." What was incredible about 1990 was Zodiac has all 4 victims' astrological signs on paper. To this day, it is unknown how that happened. What we did was we developed profiles of the 4 victims that we had back then. What did they have in common? Did they go to the same drugstore to get their prescriptions filled? Did they go to the same barbershop? Do they have a library card for the same branch? Any common thread that we could develop. And you know what? No. There was just nothing in common with the 4 of them. Are they all on welfare? No, they weren't. The only thing they did have in common is that there was something wrong with all of them. The first guy walked with a terrible limp. He had some sort of birth defect. The second guy was drunk. He was unconscious, passed out on the sidewalk in front of his house. The third guy was a 78-year-old man who used to go wandering around in the middle of the night. He had his days and nights mixed up. He was a little senile. The fourth one was asleep in Central Park on a park bench. He picked the helpless to shoot, I said. But this guy here in 1994 is hitting women as well as men. This guy's stabbing, which is a lot more indicative of your guy out there than our guy. That's what gives me the creeps about this. I think the 1990 guy and the 1994 guy is one and the same. Now it's starting to lean that way. They called me at 7 o'clock in the morning and asked me all these questions on television. I had about 15 minutes to read about it in 3 newspapers and go on the air. At that time, my gut feeling tells me it's not the same guy investigated in 1990. But now, I've had a little time to see that note and go over it. The handwriting isn't the same, but when you're dealing with somebody who's so psychotic, his medication could be changed. He could have just thrown the pen in his other hand. We have 2 matching thumbprints on those 1990 letters. And you know the New York City Police Department has the FACES system, a computerized fingerprint matchup system. The latent print examiners used to have to do it by hand. Now, if you've ever been arrested, your print is in the system. If you get a latent print off a letter, you can match it. There's one detective assigned to just that. He has the prints from the Zodiac in 1990, and he continuously puts it into the computer. There were over 3,600 reports prepared on the case. Everything went onto computer. If your name came up early on in the investigation, and now here it is 4 months later, another detective is interviewing someone and that name comes up, boom, it would match, and you'd be able to cross-reference and report, hey, this guy looks interesting. An independent person told us 2 months ago about a certain person in the Bronx. Now someone in Brooklyn is mentioning the same name as a possibility. Some bells would go off. Exactly what they should have done with Zodiac, I said, thinking of Lynch and Molinax's individual reports on Lee Allen. Neither knew of the other's questioning. We still didn't know who had been the original tipster who had suspected Allen, the man or woman who directed the police to his door. Once more, I flew to New York, wondering if there was something in the original case that might identify Zodiac too. Retired Detective Sergeant Mike Race, Kieran Crowley, and I were on the Rolanda show. The mix of the cerebral, cops and authors, and the passionate, victims' mothers and families, never really gels. What can you say after a mother has talked about losing her child? In his coded message, Crowley said, Zodiac said I am in control. I'd like him to prove it by sending another message before he hurts anyone else, because I think it's time for this to move on to the next phase. Crowley's story, headline, Maniac Goes by the Book, appeared in the Post August 9th. Under a reproduction of the cover was the caption, How-To Manual, the real-life crime story that may have inspired Zodiac 2. Crowley wrote, The Zodiac Killer may be using a 1986 book about the original San Francisco Zodiac Killer as his guide. Robert Graysmith wrote the bestseller Zodiac about the hooded killer who terrorized the Bay Area for years beginning in 1968. 4 years ago, Graysmith went through a similar experience when a New York gunman calling himself Zodiac began his shooting spree. On August 12, 1994, police concluded that the new communication was from Zodiac 2. He had demonstrated intimate knowledge of the assaults, time, place, ages, and genders of the 5 victims, location of wounds and caliber of guns, a .22 in 4 instances, and a .380 in a 5th. Some details matched, not all. One victim had been stabbed, not shot. Patricia Fonte was knifed over 100 times. We're puzzled, said Borelli, but we're fairly sure it's not a hoax. Psychologist Dr. Joyce Brothers said of Zodiac's return, This is somebody who is totally powerless and who is finding power through publicity. His fantasy is to master the world because he can't control his own life. He wants to be in control. That is his fantasy. He probably does not have a family or anyone who loves him. A Bellevue Hospital forensic psychiatrist, Michael Wellner, said, "There is this sense of being a hunter. He is trying to create intrigue with codes. He wants to be glamorous because he's a loser. There is an element of sadism about him. I think he's very interested in getting attention. It's very cowardly." 2 years would pass. On Tuesday, June 18, 1996, a few minutes past noon, the vampire, distraught his teenage sister was running with a bad crowd, shotgunned her. A 911 call, a female shot in the leg, Pitkin Avenue, summoned New York paramedics. Moments later, an ambulance squealed to a stop at the U-shaped front of 2730 Pitkin. Medics piled out, leaving the engine racing. They started for the third-floor apartment. "The shooter is still up there," cautioned a neighbor. A shot whizzed over their heads. "We kissed the concrete just as we heard that first shot," said paramedic Chris DeLuca. Lead ripped jagged holes into the ambulance. Other shots ricocheted off the sidewalk. Chunks of brick flew. "Get down, down flat." More bullets, punctuated by brilliant muzzle flashes, hammered from the upper window. At PS 159 across the street, students cried and ducked for cover. Cops, guns drawn, converged on Pitkin Avenue and cordoned off a 9-block area. For the next 3.5 hours, their bullets with machine gun-like rapidity answered the vampires. Bullets cut from above in a murderous arc, chipping masonry and pinning down 4 officers. Cops in helmets and flak jackets wheeled a metal shield toward the building as the emergency service unit vehicle, armored with bulletproof gear, moved in to rescue the 4 men. Sergeant Joseph Hebert, a 15-year police veteran, soft-spoken and neat, negotiated with the shooter from the street below. "I think I will surrender," the shooter shouted, weary of prolonged battle. From the roof, police lowered a yellow flour bucket to the apartment. "Turn over any weapons," they ordered. He filled the bucket 3 times. 13 homemade guns. Saturday night specials, dozens of rounds of ammo, 7 hunting and military-type knives, and a machete. The siege ended shortly after 4 p.m., and the vampire, Heriberto Eddie Seda, was arrested. Inside Seda's room were 2 fully constructed pipe bombs and a third under construction. An unexploded bomb matched 3 recently left in a Brooklyn parking lot. His library was what they had been told to look for. Serial killers often read about others to avoid the same pitfalls that got them caught. Seda admitted to shooting his half-sister in a written confession. At the bottom of the page, he drew an inverted cross crowned by 3 sevens. "It just jumped out of the page," Airbay said. "I nearly fell off my chair. It was the handwriting. The T's, the 7s, the M's, the way he underlined certain letters, that coupled with the symbol of the inverted cross made me realize this was Zodiac. I immediately recognized it. I had studied it for 2 years. The symbols linked Seda with drawings made 6 years earlier by Zodiac II, who had left a thumbprint on the lower right-hand corner of his first letter. Hebert summoned Detective Ronald Alongas from the NYPD Latent Print Unit and asked him to bring a set of prints to headquarters for comparison. Alongas had memorized the ridges and swirls Zodiac had left on 2 notes. About 8:30 p.m., he scanned the prints through a magnifying glass. His eyes got bright, then excited. At 1:20 a.m., after 6 hours of interrogation, Seda signed a confession to all 9 Zodiac attacks, claiming to have been overcome by urges to strike randomly. Only by chance had Zodiac II appeared to know some of his victims' astrological signs. "I just wanted to increase the fear in the city," he said. Zodiac detectives were surprised. "We thought that he lived alone, because if he lived with someone, we figured they would have eventually given him up." Ballistics and saliva tests further linked Seda to the Zodiac shootings. He had licked an envelope flap and loved postage stamps. Seda had stopped shooting people after 1994 because he lost the urge. On Wednesday, June 24, 1998, a jury deliberated less than a day before convicting the 30-year-old high school dropout of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. A month later, the New York Zodiac was sentenced to 83 years in prison. "You're going to die in jail," said Judge Robert J. Hannafy. "The Zodiac never lied to us," Saravolo concluded. "That's the saddest thing." Back in fog-shrouded San Francisco, no one suspected a third copycat was yet to come. Zodiac 3's murders would be terrifying. The hunt for the original Zodiac went on. Besides Belli, the attorney, he had mentioned two other people in his letters, one in code, Robert Emmett the hippie, the other Count Marco Spinelli. Was Zodiac's letter a hidden message to someone named Spinelli? And could we find a Spinelli who had a connection to Lee Allen? 27. The Big Tip. Friday, December 14, 1990. Ralph Spinelli, lying in a cell on his 50th birthday, sweated into the thin mattress. Jim Overstreet, San Jose PD, had arrested him as a suspect in at least 9 armed robberies of restaurants. Spinelli knew he could be prosecuted as a career criminal. He'd been arrested in Oregon in 1972 for a series of armed robberies of restaurants and served 2 years of a 10-year sentence in a prison there. Facing a 30-year sentence, he suggested to Overstreet that he had something to trade. In jail, cigarettes, sex, and secrets were 3 prized commodities. The best kind of informant is a 2-time loser, 45 to 50, who knows if he goes up one more time, he's going to die in the can, said a detective. When he turns to us, he has nowhere else to go. He becomes as zealous as a cop. The cops had a twist, a hammer on Spinelli, and he was working his beef. "I know the real name of Zodiac," Spinelli said finally. It was his ace. Spinelli began to talk in hushed tones and rapid cadence. But for all he said, it was just enough to get Overstreet on the hook. Overstreet realized Spinelli might be inventing a story, a very good chance of that. However, he could not ignore what might be a valid tip. Zodiac was the biggest case there was. He left a message for retired Detective Boward, and Boward rang him right back. "Spinelli is currently incarcerated in the Santa Clara County Jail," advised Overstreet. "He won't divulge what information he has regarding Zodiac unless some kind of deal is made regarding the present charges against him." Boward sighed. He had heard such claims about Zodiac before. "I'll get back to you," he replied, and called Conway. "There was this guy, Spinelli, living in San Jose," Boward told me later. "Pulled a bunch of stick-ups, and they caught him, and he said, 'Get a hold of Vallejo PD. I'll tell you all about a case they're real interested in.' They called us, and Conway and I went down and interviewed him on his birthday. Vallejo Police Captain Roy Conway already knew Spinelli. His name had been prominent in the Vallejo area during the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Connections with organized crime were suspected. Conway, a Vallejo police officer since 1965, had worked with Mullinex since retired. He was presently commander of the Investigation Division, but the night Farron was murdered and Majot terribly wounded, he had been a sergeant, and he and Richard Hoffman had been the first policemen at the scene. Conway personally verified the authenticity of descriptions Zodiac mailed to the press back in 1969. He believed Zodiac had committed those shootings. An anonymous phone call to the Vallejo PD had been made from a phone booth near Arthur Lee Allen's home and near where Tucker kept his car. Conway and Boward drove to the Santa Clara lockup, checked their guns, and went in to see Spinelli. He was being held on $500,000 bail while awaiting trial on the charges. The prisoner was anxious. Spinelli knew how much trouble he was in. Though he could go in for what amounted to life, Spinelli still refused to budge. He would not name the individual he knew as Zodiac without being offered a deal. "I want all charges against me dropped," he insisted. "Out of the question," said Boward. "We refuse to make any sort of deal like that," said Conway. "And just how do you know this person is Zodiac?" asked Boward. "He threatened me several days before the killing of Paul Stein, the San Francisco cab driver. He wanted to show me how tough he was. He told me he's going to San Francisco and kill a cabbie for me," said Spinelli. The next day or so, a cab driver was killed in San Francisco, and the Zodiac took credit for it. A police report confirmed Spinelli and Allen had had fights in the past. After a long discussion, Spinelli agreed to give Zodiac's true name to his lawyer, Craig Kennedy, a deputy public defender of Santa Clara County. Throughout the remainder of the month, several meetings were held between Kennedy and his immediate boss, Brian Scheckmeister. The upshot was that no further information would be divulged without a definite deal given to their client. This Conway and Bauer still refused to do. They could play hardball too. It would be interesting to see who blinked first. Thursday, January 31st, 1991. Conway received a call from Kennedy. "I can give you the name that Spinelli has," he said. The other side had caved. Conway waited silently, although he already thought he knew the answer. "It's Lee Allen, Arthur Lee Allen." Conway let out a slow breath. He already knew all about Lee Allen. He got Bauer on the phone immediately. Lee, L-E-E, was in the Zodiac cipher. It was the name Allen had worn on his smock at Ace Hardware. Conway contacted Inspector Armstrong in San Francisco. "Yes," Armstrong said. One of the primary suspects back in the early 1970s was Arthur Lee Allen. He also verified that Allen's name had never been published in any media to his knowledge. The only persons knowing his name were law enforcement people and only those involved in the actual Zodiac investigation, or someone Allen might have bragged to, such as medical personnel at the Atascadero and some co-workers at an auto parts store in Sonoma. Arthur Lee Allen and Spinelli were acquaintances way back when, Bauer told me later, and he, Allen, approached him and told him he wanted to be an enforcer for him. The guy, Spinelli, owned a topless bar. He admitted he was the Zodiac, said Spinelli, and said, "To show you, I'm going to go to San Francisco and kill a guy." That was shortly before the Stein killing. Then he supposedly came back and said, "I'm responsible for the Stein killing. I know this guy Spinelli fairly well from his criminal past. I didn't know whether to believe him or not." Spinelli might have invented his story and been trying to win favor. Even if what he said was true, it was not solid supporting evidence that would hold up in court. It was fruit from a tainted tree. But how had Spinelli known to come up with the name Lee Allen in the first place? Wednesday, February 6, 1991. Conway and Bauer drove to the State Department of Justice Sacramento Homicide Unit to see Agent Fred Shirasago. This branch was currently the repository for all the Zodiac cases in the multitude of jurisdictions where the killer had struck. A constant refrain from amateur sleuths regarding the state DOJ was that some at the top level were not always responsive to their information and theories. "They don't always take my information seriously," one told me. Further, one guy claimed that the Riverside killing invalidated my material and he had proof Zodiac did not kill Sherry Jo Bates. He claimed the information provided by Pam, Darlene's sister, was not valid as it was too old. The handprinting I provided by my expert was that it looked similar, but after a killing in Martinez, they said it was not Zodiac's. Yet he refused to allow the other expert, Mr. Morrell, a chance to examine said handprinting. This was not Toski's approach. Just let people know you appreciate getting their clues on how to catch Zodiac, he told me. I always acknowledge receipt of a person's letter, especially if it appears to have some substance or is sincere. I never know when I'll get a letter that will make or break the case. Shirasago gave Conway all the reports pertaining to the investigation of Arthur Lee Allen, records that demonstrated San Francisco detectives, specifically Armstrong and Toski, had conducted the primary investigation on Allen. They spoke with Armstrong. Then Conway contacted Mel Nicolai, now retired. Nicolai agreed with Armstrong that the media had never revealed the name of Lee Allen as a suspect in the Zodiac investigation. Bauer followed the local papers devotedly. He, too, knew Allen's name had never been linked publicly with Zodiac. Spinelli had to have had personal contact with Lee Allen, or with a close friend of his. In no other way could he have come up with the name. Were there any reasons for Spinelli to lie about the information? I asked Bauer. A grudge? A lighter sentence of some sort? Allen had gotten in a fight with Spinelli, he told me, showed up at his house and kicked in the door and beat him up. And yes, he provided the information in exchange for a lighter sentence. Through Sacramento, Conway requested the FBI director's aid, teletyping the following. The latent fingerprint section is requested to provide Sacramento with photographs of all latent fingerprints developed during the Zodiac investigation, latent case number A-10042. The latent fingerprint section is further requested to search the latent fingerprints developed in the Zodiac case through the Automated Identification System and the Automated Latent Systems Model and Nation Unidentified Latent File. Sacramento is not aware of the requested search as previously being conducted. The photographs of latent prints on file with the Identification Division are being sought at the request of the Vallejo, California Police Department, who intends to run the prints. Search through the California Department of Justice Automated Latent Print System, ALPS. Compared against every suspect in the Zodiac case, prisoners and military personnel, there was no match. How had Zodiac done it? Thursday, February 7, 1991. Bauer contacted Larry Ancron, a psychologist for VICAP at Quantico. Ancron knew all about Zodiac. Bauer told him all Armstrong, Toschi, and Molinex had learned back in 1971, then gave him the information that Spinelli had provided, the name of Arthur Lee Allen. The Bureau, as it turned out, already had a file, their largest single file in the Zodiac case, on this individual. In Ancron's estimation, Zodiac got as much pleasure from taunting the police and reliving his murders through souvenirs he kept as from the violent acts themselves. My studies, he said, show that persons who commit these types of crimes many times keep souvenirs or trophies from these criminal acts. They will take some type of article from their victims, such as identification, pieces of clothing, and so on. This is so they can keep these in a hidden place and relive the incident many times over. They will keep journals and newspaper clippings of the crimes themselves. Those who keep these souvenirs have ingenious hiding places within their residences, such as false walls, hidden safes, and so on. Many times these individuals will have a storage place at another location where they keep their souvenirs. Possibly Zodiac's trophies were underwater at a site such as Lake Berryessa or in the walls of a trailer. Ancron believed the killings were still going on or had gone on until recently. After all, Zodiac says he wasn't going to write anymore and would make his killings appear as accidents. The only reason I can think of that the murders had stopped, he said, is that the man responsible had moved away, although the Zodiac crimes committed elsewhere would be readily identifiable because of his well-known M.O. He might have died, or the police had come very close to apprehending him. Many who had seen Zodiac or been part of Lee Allen's alibi had died mysteriously. A caretaker's daughter saw Zodiac speeding away from Blue Rock Springs and died several years after in a car accident. A landlady who could have provided Allen with an alibi perished from a heart attack. Mr. William White, a neighbor whose son joined the Vallejo force, had seen Allen return home on the day of the Lake Berryessa murder and died shortly afterward. Frank Gasser, the raccoon hunter, who appeared in the white Impala on Lake Herman Road the night of the murders, perished in a freak accident, dying suddenly 2 years later when he struck his head on a coffee table. You know, Bauer told me, when you investigate so many cases, you get to be jaded to the degree that you have had so many coincidences, you just don't believe in coincidences after a while. Where there's smoke, there's fire. He visited Ace Hardware, where Allen had once worked, and contacted Lee's co-worker, George Heeb. An ex-city employee, Heeb had worked at the corporation yard for many years. In his retirement, he was working at Ace Hardware. "You know Arthur Lee Allen?" asked Bauer. "I know him quite well," said Heeb. "I visited his home almost on a weekly basis." Though Lee's mother had died, he still kept to his basement bedroom, though he could have control of the entire house. Heeb, too, had seen Allen's guns. A number of revolvers, I think they're .22 caliber, at least one semi-automatic pistol, but I don't know the caliber. Because Allen had been arrested by the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department for molesting 2 small boys, the suspect was a felon. Consequently, he was not allowed by law to own any of the weapons Heeb had seen. But in the decade that Heeb had known Allen, he had never discussed the Zodiac case with him. That was puzzling. Lee had discussed it with others, even led people to think in that particular direction. Bauer cautioned Heeb not to mention the visit, then re-interviewed a number of people who had information about Allen. As much current information about the suspect as possible had to be gathered before they confronted him. Near the detached garage on the northeast side of 32 Fresno Street sat a broken-down blue General Motors-type auto. According to Heeb's information, Allen owned an older black GM vehicle. In the driveway were an older model white Mercedes-Benz and light blue Volkswagen Carmen Ghia. Allen possessed a white Buick, and Darlene Farron had been followed by an American-made white sedan. A silver or ice blue 66 Chevy with California plates had been seen at Lake Berryessa the day of the attack. To get the lay of the land, Bauer drove over to 1545 Broadway where Allen kept a boat and trailer. The location was a single-story residence on the west side of Broadway. To the north of the building stood a detached double-car garage packed with household goods. There were storage areas, places where Allen might squirrel away items, a large lean-to type storage shed 40 feet long and 20 feet deep, and a second storage area at the rear. George got out. Behind the garage, wind whipped grass in a vacant field. The scent of the bay was in the air. In the center of the field stretched a 22-foot-long blue and white sailboat on a trailer, partially draped by a blue tarp. Bauer surreptitiously lifted the tarp and saw a California license number, NE 3725. The boat had sleeping quarters on board, which would allow a person to stay at sea for many days at a time. Bauer also observed an open sailboat some 10 feet away. It looked more like a rowboat, he said. Bauer jotted down that license number too, 9127F. Both were registered to Lee. His mother had bought him the boat, spoiling him just as his sister-in-law had said. Allen's been unemployed and living on general assistance for some time, Conway had told him. He goes diving and races Hobie Cat sailboats. Bauer decided in addition to a search warrant for 32 Fresno, the police should at least search the sailboat. But the evidence they sought might be sunken somewhere off the coast, beneath Blue Lake waters, or under the turgid waters of the Delta. Tuesday, February 12, 1991. When Conway filed an affidavit for a search warrant, he was looking for evidence kept at the Fresno Street home that might show that Allen had committed a felony. Possibly they were already too late to find physical evidence. However, an explanation why the murders had stopped seemed to be revealed. Allen was now legally blind. He was a very ill man, Conway said. He was 51 or 52. He was extremely ill, and he'd had that illness for some time. Even though he could still get around, he was not very mobile, and there was a lot of focus on him as a suspect. Being a suspect, being ill, and losing interest all adds up to the explanation as to why. The why in this case was why Zodiac ceased killing and writing. We figured he wasn't a danger to anyone, George Bauer told me. On attachment 4, Conway listed the items they were searching for. Any .22 caliber semi-automatic pistols or any .22 caliber ammo, live or expended, that may have been cycled through an automatic pistol and could be linked to the death of the Lake Herman Road victims, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday. Any personal effects linked to victims Jensen and Faraday, Darlene Farron or Michael Mageau, Cecilia Shepard, or Brian Hartnell. They were also seeking the black Wingwalker-type boots size 10.5R Zodiac wore at Lake Berryessa during the attack there. The upper portion of these shoes was manufactured by the Weinbrenner Shoe Company, the Superwear soles by the Avon Company of Avon, Massachusetts. Both the Air Force and Navy issued them. Authorities were specifically looking for any portions existing of Paul Stine's gray and white striped sports shirt. In all likelihood, it would be stained with blood. Stine's wallet and ID and yellow cab keys had also been taken by Zodiac on Cherry Street that Columbus Day. Conway and Bauer needed any firearm that might show evidence of having had a flashlight attached to it. Any 9mm automatic pistols or 9mm automatic ammunition, live or expended, that may have been fired from a 9mm pistol. They would have to try to link this to the murder of Paul Stine. They listed any knives a foot long with a 1-inch blade having rivets in the handle and tape around the handle, and a black executioner's hood which covered Zodiac's head and hung down over his shoulders, almost to his waist, and was sleeveless. A circle and cross were painted white across the chest. Conway desired any diaries or journals that Allen might have kept that linked him with Zodiac, or the investigation to catch him. Any item that had the Zodiac symbol of a cross circle on it. He made one last request in his appeal. Your affiant asked that after the service of this search warrant, that the search warrant affidavit and return of service be sealed by the court. The reason this request is made is that the Zodiac case has had national publicity and has been one of the few cases that has so inflamed the public that it would serve no purpose for the news media to get information from this affidavit if no charges are filed. In the other vein, if charges are filed, the publicity from this affidavit would tend to make it difficult to have a fair trial. Police had come to believe that Zodiac was an unsophisticated killer, who, contrary to former beliefs, did not stalk his victims, just came across them in lovers' lanes. But the killer was very familiar with Vallejo and Berryessa and the surrounding area, and victims had complained of being stalked before their deaths. I also thought sadly of Allen's lost promise. At one time he could have been an Olympic diver. I recalled his yearbook picture and photos of him from junior high school in the 1950s when he was a lifeguard at the Plunge. A clipping portrayed a very slim young man, 180 pounds, about to leap from a diving board. Lee had been fit and handsome, looking eerily like the first composite sketch of Zodiac. In the time between the murder of Paul Stein and his first interview with Toschi and Molinex, Allen had gained so much weight, his face had become so owl-like, he was compared to rotund Burl Ives, the folk singer. But Allen was still relatively young, and Ives had been an old man. As it was, these days Allen was just getting by on his $500 a month disability checks. Wednesday, February 13, 1991. Municipal Judge F. Paul Dacey, Jr., Vallejo, Benicia, granted a search warrant, number 1970, for Allen's home at 32 Fresno Street and the boat stored at 1545 Broadway. Thursday, February 14, 1991. Conway and his men served the warrant, rapped at the door, and stood expectantly in the brisk morning air. The door opened, and an army of cops entered. After all these years, at last they would finally see what was in that dank tomb of a basement. 28. The Search. Thursday, February 14, 1991. I'm a nice guy, said Allen. What if I can prove you're a mean guy, said Conway. If you had something on me, you'd charge me, Allen said placidly. He leaned on his cane. His eyes, heavily lidded, shone a lustrous brown beneath a massive brow. Squirrel's eyes. Lee's dog, Soapy, was at his feet. Conway pulled out a chair and conducted the interview upstairs where Lee's parents, Bernice and Ethan, had lived. Scattered all about him, he saw the dusty antiques and mementos of long-ago gentility. Presently, a young woman was renting this upper floor while Lee exiled himself to the basement. Lee, however, kept some of his clothes, including shoes, in the upstairs back bedroom. There was a record player in the upstairs dining room and downstairs bedroom, and many records and accessories. He had a Sharp TV and a Sharp video recorder. He had a second video camera, lenses, a black video convertible recorder, and stereo adapter, and many, many tapes. There was a lot of pet equipment. As he probed, Conway learned little things. Lee was a gourmet cook. His sausage-making equipment was kept on a high shelf in his bedroom. A hard-bound sausage book and supplies, spices, casings, etc. were in the laundry room pantry. The shelves held numerous cookbooks. He often printed out recipes for his friends and enjoyed purposely misspelling words on those recipe cards. We confirmed this through his brother and other relatives that he did these misspellings on purpose. Conway told me later. It wasn't by accident. He'd write recipes, for example, and he'd spell eggs instead of E-G-G-S. He'd spell it A-I-G-S. And that was intentional, just to get a chuckle out of people who would read it. He did that consistently, doing that with all kinds of things. As they discussed his high intelligence, Allen became flippant. "Oh, no," he said with a laugh. "I'm not gifted." Later, in a television interview on KTVU-TV, he described himself exactly that way. I am gifted. I don't booze anymore, he said, and admitted his high degree of mechanical ability. I go to excess with anything. Conway and Bauer descended into Allen's dark and dreary basement. It was almost museum-like, said a detective. If it were a museum, then they might ferret out relics of Zodiac's past. The detective's notes in longhand stated, very dusty and cluttered, books stamped with suspect's name, dust everywhere. There was in the man a freezer and refrigerator, Maytag washer and dryer, and camping and fishing gear. Conway's men unearthed 4 boxes of videotapes, a box of audio reel tapes, and 1 cassette recorder in the basement. They played a few seconds of each of the tapes, then exchanged stunned looks. They climbed the stairs and sat down and played a tape for Allen. Screams of pain filled the room. After the recorded cries ceased, Conway snapped the machine off. There was a long pause. That's me, Lee said. Doing what? Spanking a young boy. What? A young boy who was feigning pain. I find it sexually stimulating, he said without embarrassment. I admit to being a sexual deviant. I do get sexual pleasure, cruel pleasure from sadistic pornography. He noticed the investigators staring at him. Well, there is a lot of remorse for you, he said. The same kinds of screams were on other tapes. The cries of yet unknown victims? It was difficult to tell if all were kids, though that in itself was criminal enough. So infatuated with children was Allen that he seemed unable to stay away from them, even though it might mean being sent back to Atascadero. If I was Zodiac, he said emotionally, I'd want to get it off my chest. Zodiac would be judged crazy. Zodiac doesn't like to kill. I'd rather be dead than to go to Atascadero. I can't be there. I hated the lack of freedom at Atascadero, the crazy people. They play mind games with you there. The search for the smoking gun continued. Among the cobwebbed and yellowed clippings in the basement, police ferreted out a column by Superior Court Judge Thomas N. Healy that Lee had snipped shortly after his release from Atascadero. Judge Healy's insanity defense, an update of the criminal insanity plea as a defense, had run in the Vallejo Independent Press on January 10, 1979. Healy had cited People v. Drew as a redefinition of the legal concept of madness. The McNaughton Rule, introduced in England in 1843, imposes a legal distinction for judging legal insanity, requires either that an offender not know what he was doing at the time he committed a crime, or not know if it was wrong or was under a delusion. Obviously, such a defense figured into any strategy Allen would use if ever tried and convicted as Zodiac. New York's son of Sam, David Berkowitz, sentenced to 315 years at Attica, afterward admitted he had faked his insanity. These searchers discovered miscellaneous papers and news clips about Zodiac. Among them were several copies of 1982 editions of the Times-Herald and the San Francisco Chronicle that contained Zodiac stories. Detectives seized 2 copies of the Vallejo Times-Herald dated June 3, 1982, and a Chronicle from June 6th of that same year. Conway observed that though Lee did a lot of talking, he really never said anything. There's so many lies I caught him in, said Conway. His denying things didn't have any relevance anymore. The last letter that's attributed to the Zodiac was a couple of months after he got out of the Atascadero State Hospital. There were no letters whatsoever during the time he was in Atascadero State Hospital. Lee denied any involvement in the Zodiac murders, but readily admitted that Sergeant Lynch had questioned him in early October of 1969. I had planned to go to Berryessa on that date, he said, but I changed my mind and went to the ocean instead. He said nothing more about the neighbor who had witnessed him returning home the day of the stabbings, nor did he mention the neighbor's death by cerebral thrombosis, massive, 17 days later. According to Conway, Lee was very amiable, calm, and cooperative throughout the interview, but detectives brought up a mountain of weapons from the basement. "Get a load of this," one said, as they unearthed a Ruger .22 revolver with 6 live rounds, a .22 revolver, a Ruger 44 Blackhawk in 5 rounds, a Colt 32 automatic in 7 rounds, a Remington 22 short caliber rifle, a Stevens Model 835 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun, and a Winchester Model 50 20-gauge automatic shotgun, Winchester's Super, and miscellaneous ammunition for 32, 22, 44, and 30 caliber guns, a 22 automatic clip with 3 rounds, a Marlin 22 rifle with a scope, an Inland 30 caliber rifle. Since Allen was an ex-felon, possession of firearms was illegal. Then came a bigger find. Captain Conway's men discovered 4 pipe bombs, a primer cord, and 7 impact devices, railway torpedo. They ferreted out 1 can of black powder, partially full, and some Euro arms, 44 caliber black powder, number 13357 variety. They retrieved the following: 2 safety fuses, green, 2 rolls each, 98 1/2 feet, and 2 rolls of orange safety fuses, 9 non-electric blasting caps, 2 1-inch galvanized pipes with 1 end cap, 5 pipe thread compounds, 6 pipe vises. Inside a cardboard box, they located bottles of potassium nitrate, green safety fuse, 2 bottles of sulfur, 2 glass bottles of black material, and miscellaneous fireworks. Years later, I would find myself one day on the chilly slopes of Lincoln, Montana, at the Unabomber's tiny cabin. Shortly after Kaczynski's arrest, police recovered items from the cabin identical with Allen's basement chemicals and firing devices. They even unearthed a box containing fireworks. "I never left bombs in my basement," Lee maintained. "Well, we found some," said Conway. "I didn't even know they were there." "Listen," said Conway, "we have your fingerprints on the pipe bombs under your house." "No, you don't," he said with a smile. "An ex-con left them there 9-10 years ago. He's been dead for years." Conway was later asked, "Did you in fact find fingerprints?" "Let me answer that this way," he said. Allen first denied having any knowledge whatsoever of any bombs existing in his basement. And when we told him of his fingerprints on the bombs, which there wasn't, by the way, then he had an explanation of how he was cleaning up the basement and moved them from one spot to another. That's the kind of stuff we went through with him all the time. Allen said the bombs had been stored there 10 years ago, which would have been 1981, a dozen years after Zodiac bragged about a death machine in his cellar. Investigators rooted out a Zippo lighter with D.E. Brandon engraved on it. Brandon, apparently, was the name of the ex-convict who had allegedly left the bombs, and he was very much alive. The FBI later spoke with the ex-con. He denied having left several bombs in a friend's basement years ago. Next, they showed Allen a piece of yellow lined paper. It contained a menu for making bombs. Who could forget that Zodiac on November 9, 1969, had claimed the death machine waited in his basement? Take 1 bag of ammonium nitrate fertilizer and 1 gallon of stove oil and dump a few bags of gravel on top and then set the shit off, and will positively ventilate anything that should be in the way of the blast. The death machine is already made. I would have sent you pictures, but you would nasty enough to trace them back to developer and then to me, so I shall describe my masterpiece to you. The nice part of it is all the parts can be bought on the open market with no questions asked. 1 battery-powered clock will run for approximately 1 year, 1 photoelectric switch, 2 copper leaf springs, 2 6-volt car batteries, 1 flash light bulb and reflector, 1 mirror, 2 18-inch cardboard tubes black with shoe polish inside and out. The system checks out from one end to the other in my test. What you do not know is whether the death machine is at the site or whether it is being stored in my basement for further use. "I've never seen that piece of paper before," Allen said. "I've never seen these documents before." Conway added the yellow paper to his bounty. During most of the questioning, Lee was evasive, leaning on his cane and smiling, and he was wearing a Zodiac Seawolf watch, number 26894. Another version of the one he had worn at the refinery 20 long years ago. Conway bagged it next and put it with the yellow paper. They took away 1 cardboard box wrapped in a brown plastic bag with Mrs. E.W. Allen printed on a label. Then investigators discovered a letter from the Department of Justice signed by Jim Silver, saying that Lee Allen was not the Zodiac killer. Bowert and Conway knew Allen had forged this letter. Jim Silver told me how Allen was working in the print shop at Atascadero. It was one of his jobs, said Bowert. What a devious mind. We found a letter that indicated it was from investigator Silver at the DOJ. It said Allen had passed the poly exam and should not be considered as a suspect in the Zodiac case. Allen maintained that the letter was authentic. Subsequently, he admitted that he had printed this letter while working in the print shop at Atascadero. We also found the master for this letter. The forged letter was taken in our search of Allen's home and not returned. They dug up one Sears Electric and one portable Royal manual typewriter. In 1966, Zodiac had mailed the weakest of many carbon copies, making a match to a specific machine doubtful. Riverside police knew the make, however, a Royal portable. The letter Morrell believed Zodiac typed in Riverside had been done on just such a typewriter. However, since Conway did not believe Zodiac had been involved in the Bates murder, it held no particular interest for him. They rooted out a small flashlight. Zodiac had said that he had taped a pin light to the barrel of his gun to give him an electronic gun sight. They ferreted out a hunting knife with a handmade sheath and rivets. At Lake Berryessa, Zodiac had worn a hunting knife in a sheath studded with rivets. Friday, February 15, 1991. On the second day of the search, police spaded up the yard, rooted through an old garden, and searched the garage at the rear. There they found a Hobie Cat catamaran and its trailer, a Therome gas grill, a stainless steel rotisserie, power tools, spray equipment, porta-power, which Lee called the jaws of life. Allen remained cool and collected. If the cat was not out of the bag before, it certainly was now. Neighbors could hardly overlook the massive police presence and the reason they were there. The press could not be far behind. Detectives searched every book on Lee's shelves along the cellar wall, shaking the pages to see what fluttered out. They were mostly boating and aviation publications and books. The detectives rummaged through his personal belongings, records, and journals, looking for a secret diary or photographs. An explanation for why someone like Zodiac could be at the murder site for only a short time and yet have details, Dr. Lundy told me. One way is that a person takes photographs and studies them at their leisure when they get home. In that way, they would be able to give detailed descriptions of clothing and yet get away from the murder scene fast. At one time, a suspect in the Zodiac case who had worked for the police had pilfered photos of some of the bodies. Kemper at his trial prided himself on his meticulous detail, remembering names, ages, descriptions of clothing, bodies, and location, almost as if he had a fixation to recall specifics. Like Vacher the Ripper, once they apprehended him for one killing, he confessed to all the others in an effort to dismay the police, taking loving care in his detailed descriptions. Bowert got a building inspector who looked around and was satisfied there was nothing hidden. Sometime after 1969, when Cheney visited, Allen had built a kitchenette in the basement that could have concealed items. If he built that, he could have just as easily built compartments. Allen was known to hide things in that house. Unknown to the police, when Ron and Lee were younger, they used to make their own home brew and hide it under the house. Cheney explained that there was an area under the main living room where you could bend down and walk in there, and it provided hiding places. In the end, police found no evidence in the yard, garage, or basement tying Lee Allen to Zodiac. They went over to 1545 Broadway and searched the boat on its trailer. Again, they discovered nothing. I found all the formulas, Bowert said of the basement search, exactly the same as the formulas Zodiac said he was going to mix up. Fertilizer bombs, formulas for ammonia nitrate and stove oil bombs, and all that. I expected to find more, quite frankly, but I didn't. There really wasn't a smoking gun. Conway took the most interesting items into his custody, among them mail-order catalog pages regarding bombs, booby traps, and guns. Zodiac's November 9, 1969 letter had indicated that his killing tools were bought through mail order. Naturally, Allen wasn't wearing his Zodiac watch as he waved goodbye because Conway had taken it with him. That Swiss watch, manufactured by a company dating back to 1882, was a key to the case. Others thought so too. A seaman, Kevin Moore, wrote me from Saudi Arabia. A few months back, I saw an advertisement for Zodiac watches in a local store. This, in my mind, is too much of a coincidence, especially the fact that their logo is exactly like Zodiac's. I never heard of the watch until I saw this ad, and that in itself is a clue, because I don't think it is that common of a watch. A man followed Sandy Betts, a cocktail waitress at the Coronado Inn, where Darlene Farron liked to dance, had worn such an unusual watch. Zodiac, she told me, got his name from the club near Sacramento called Zodiac, and then found the watch. Have you seen the case the Zodiac watch comes in? The sign is the cross circle, and it's in a red satin case. I found it in a window of some used store in Concord, California, about 1975. But the police search had not been completely unfruitful. Detectives had learned more about their suspect. They deduced from a clipping that if Allen was ever put on trial as Zodiac, he intended to use an insanity defense. After they left, Lee wrote to friends that he expected to be arrested any day and return to Atascadero. Police intended to use Lee's anxiety about Atascadero to their advantage. Now Conway and Bauer knew Arthur Lee Allen dreaded prison more than the police. Thursday, February 28, 1991. Police prepared with the FBI for a second interview with Allen. The FBI had done an analysis of the Valentine's Day search and questioning. In their next discourse with Lee, one of the detectives would be assigned to push certain buttons. The hammer was to be Allen's possession of bombs. Mike Nail, District Attorney of Solano County, filed a motion to be certain that information contained within the search affidavit be sealed. He and Deputy District Attorney Harry S. Kennicott wrote that the people hereby move pursuant to Evidence Code Sections 1040-1041 and People v. Sanchez, 1972, 24 Cal App 3rd, 664, 678, to seal portions of the affidavit for the search warrant herein. These portions contain official information and disclosure is against the public interest. Evidence Code Sections 1040-1041 provide that the district attorney may assert a privilege to refuse to disclose the identity of informers and official information in the interest of justice. Judge Dacey ordered the portions of the affidavit be blacked out and sealed until further notice, though state law called for disclosure to the public of any search warrant within 10 days after they are issued. However, they had not reckoned on the doggedness of the press. The name of the primary Zodiac suspect was no longer a closely guarded secret. The neighbors' jaws were moving. Soon Allen's name and face would appear in the papers and on television. Wednesday, April 17, 1991. An FBI memo noted that Vallejo had resurrected the Zodiac homicide investigation. Advised that they are currently conducting a background on a possible suspect, Arthur Lee Allen. Vallejo police have requested assistance in preparing an interview strategy for Allen. An FBI special agent had already met with Conway and Bauer on February 28th and March 20th, 1991, in order to discuss specifics of their investigation and obtain relevant documents. Tuesday, May 21st, 1991. Allen had friends in the South, had known them during the time he was incarcerated at Atascadero near their home. Now he wrote them. His latest letter, one of them told me later, states that the police have a new witness and that his place was searched again. He was expecting the police to pick him up any time. This was only a month or so ago. Allen gave his first newspaper interview to Times-Herald's Jackie Ginley. On Valentine's Day, the 58-year-old suspect said, Vallejo police knocked on my door with a search warrant in hand. These guys tore the whole damn place apart. I phoned them asking when I was going to get my stuff back, and they phoned 2 weeks later and said there's some new damning evidence. They said they decided to search my house 20 years after the Santa Rosa search of my trailer. It's all because they got a false tip from a man who was facing 30 years in prison on an armed robbery charge. He phoned down from Tahoe and said we had a conversation in 1969, and I told him that I'd go to San Francisco and shoot a cabbie. He's a punk and a hood. I've never talked to him in my life." "It should be mentioned," said Bauer, "that Ralph Spinelli owned a restaurant in the Lake Tahoe area in the early 1980s. It is apparent that Allen must have kept track of Spinelli, as we never told him Spinelli had any connection with Lake Tahoe. A probable Zodiac victim had vanished from Lake Tahoe in 1970. "This crap has haunted me for the last 22 years, raged Allen. "The police asked me to take a lie detector test, despite the fact that I passed one in the 1970s. I took a 10-hour lie detector test, and I passed the goddamn thing. So they tell me, well, you're a sociopath, and you can cheat on lie detector tests. The Zodiac killer is thought to be a sociopath, someone who has no conscience and takes sexual delight in killing people, especially women. I'm considering getting in touch with Melvin Belli, the San Francisco attorney. I've been thinking about it, but then again, this is always blown over when they don't find anything." Of all the attorneys in the world, Allen mentioned the one that Zodiac had phoned, written, and offered to surrender to: Melvin Belli. Belli and Zodiac went way back. On October 23, 1969, Belli checked with his answering service. His maid had left a message with him that Zodiac had called the previous night while the attorney had been at the International Film Festival. Belli had gotten in too late to hear of the two calls Zodiac made directly to his housekeeper. The gist was that Zodiac wanted to meet with Belli at his home. "Belli knows where he can meet if it's prearranged," the caller said. While Belli had been away in Africa, he had gotten 3 calls, 2 of them long distance. He waited all day in vain for the opportunity to set up a secret meeting. Worst of all, Belli feared Zodiac might be someone who knew him. An invisible man, obsessed with the high-profile and flamboyant attorney, had, in a moment of crisis, given him a clue of the first order to his true identity. To learn of that, we have to step back in time to October 22, 1969, and turbulent, terrifying days. 29. Belli. Wednesday, October 22, 1969. "Being a celebrity," said Belli, "brought me more than my share of crazy cases that didn't pay me a dime. Take, for example, the long-distance TV romance between me and the notorious Zodiac killer, who may still be at large or, more likely, on ice in a prison where his psychopathology lies mainly dormant. At 2 a.m., 11 days after Zodiac shot cab driver Paul Stein, a man phoned the Oakland PD. 'This is the Zodiac speaking,' he said, demanding that either Belli or F. Lee Bailey appear on Jim Dunbar's KGO TV talk show AM. He had tried to call the show a few weeks earlier, when both lawyers had appeared that morning, but couldn't get through. It was telling that both men were criminal defense attorneys. 'I'll contact them,' the cop said. The San Francisco police rang producer Bill Harrell, and he called Belli and Dunbar immediately, arranging to start the show a half hour earlier than usual. A KGO news bulletin was drafted. "Alleged Zodiac killer pleads for help in telephone calls to AM program with Jim Dunbar. At home we all watched, waiting for Zodiac to call, waiting to hear the sound of his voice." "When I emerged from my penthouse on Telegraph Hill," Belli recalled, "I found the place surrounded by cops. Even the garage was full of cops. They escorted me down to KGO. There I also found police everywhere, even in the high, dark areas of the TV studio, where I could see the glint of rifles at the ready." Belli carried on 13 conversations that morning. One did not go over the air, a hesitant, drifting voice on the line at 7:10 that was abruptly disconnected. That first caller was frozen out by another, calling himself Zodiac, who kept the line tied up over the next 2 hours. Belli, though, requested a less ominous-sounding name than Zodiac. "Sam," offered the caller. After exchanging a few words, the boyish-sounding Sam, complaining of blackouts and headaches, hung up, then called back. Belli thought this one of those rare cases where one man is acutely aware of 2 persons living inside his skin, one of them an outlaw who can't help killing. Sam said he wanted to talk to Belli because he didn't want to be hurt. "My head aches," he cried. "I'm so sick. I'm having one of my headaches." Then he gave a little scream and said, "I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill all those kids." He hung up and called back. suggesting they meet at 10:30 a.m. at the top of the Fairmont Hotel. Sam threatened to jump if anyone but Belli showed up. Belli suggested Old St. Mary's in Chinatown. They finally agreed on St. Vincent de Paul's thrift shop at 6726 Mission Street in Daly City. A rummage sale was being held there later that morning. Belli set off, crouched on the floor of a police car all the way. Dunbar recalled the scene at the thrift shop. During that frightening experience, he saw sharpshooters on the roof and submachine guns hidden under priest habits. Dunbar admitted he was scared. "I had a young family and car payments to make," he said. He envisioned being caught in a hail of lead. Later, he came to think the entire event may have been a publicity stunt. Meanwhile, the cop who had taken Zodiac's 2 a.m. call had been watching the show. He was certain he had spoken to the real Zodiac and that Sam's voice was not the same. Belli waited 45 minutes, but Zodiac didn't show up. "I don't wonder why," remembered Belli. An army of police from San Francisco and Daly City was there. The cops had been monitoring Dunbar's line and certainly weren't going to let this opportunity to catch the Zodiac and vindicate themselves before the public. I had already made a deal in advance with the San Francisco District Attorney John J. Purdie not to press for the death penalty if the Zodiac turned himself in. I figured that wouldn't be the end of it, however. The Zodiac, judging from his taunting notes to the police and the press, wanted public attention. I was sure he'd call again. He did. Thursday, December 18, 1969. Zodiac called the attorney's home, but got his housekeeper instead. She explained that the white-maned attorney was in Munich, Germany for a conference of military trial lawyers. "I can't wait," said the caller, who had identified himself as Zodiac. "Today's my birthday. I've got to kill." He hung up abruptly. On December 18, 1969, Belli recalled, the Zodiac mailed me a brief note wishing me a happy Christmas. I went off on safari to Africa, but while I was there, the Zodiac, according to my housekeeper, phoned me several more times. Saturday, December 20th, 1969. 2 days after the call, exactly a year after the first Northern California murders, Zodiac's letter containing a square of Stein's bloody shirt arrived at Belli's home. Unopened, it was forwarded down to his business office to be opened by his secretary. It was addressed, Mr. Melvin M. Belli, 1228, Montgomery, San Francisco, California. Neatly folded inside of the 4x7-inch white envelope was a portion of Stein's blood-blackened shirt and a message in felt-tip pen. A photocopy of the message was hand-carried by a legal associate to Belli, room 293, the Bayershof Hotel. Belli opened it with unsteady fingers and read, "Dear Melvin, this is the Zodiac speaking. I wish you a happy Christmas. The one thing I ask of you is this, please help me. I cannot reach out for help because of this thing in me won't let me. I'm finding it extremely difficult to hold it in check. I am afraid I will lose control again and take my 9th and possibly 10th victim. Please help me. I am drowning. At the moment, the children are safe from the bomb because it is so massive to dig in, and the trigger mech requires much work to get it adjusted just right. But if I hold back too long from number 9, I will lose complete all control of myself and set the bomb up. Please help me. I cannot remain in control for much longer." Zodiac concluded, paraphrasing William Herons, the 1940s lipstick killer of Chicago. Herons, a sexual sadist in a heart-rending cry for help, had scrawled on a mirror in lipstick, "For heaven's sakes, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." It appeared Zodiac was being sarcastic in quoting Herons, but Belli thought otherwise. He considered the letter heartfelt. "I believe he wants to stop killing," he said. "I have carefully studied his letter, and I feel it was written at a time when he calmly and rationally was considering the future. He knows eventually he will be apprehended and that unless he gets proper legal representation, he will most likely be sentenced to die in the gas chamber. That is why he's crying out for help. Why has he come to me? He wants to be saved from the gas chamber. I think we can do something for him. We might get this guy and save some lives, including his. Maybe we could convince him he would get some treatment and that he would not be executed." Belli offered to bring along a priest, a doctor, or a psychiatrist and meet with Zodiac in the San Marine area or in Nevada. Belli fully anticipated Zodiac, who had gotten along famously with his housekeeper on the phone, to be sitting in the front room with the housekeeper, waiting for him, getting on very well. He went on to Naples to defend a Navy doctor charged with misappropriation of military property. "I'd like to finish this case in Naples," said Belli, "but if I get an urgent call about Zodiac, I will go back to California at once. I'll catch the first plane back if that's what he wants. I think we will have another communication from Zodiac soon." After finishing a delicious dinner of green ravioli, Belli phoned Avery in a transatlantic call. "It's mighty cold in Naples," he said. "I have the nagging feeling that Zodiac might be someone who knows me." Belli returned to California saying, "My maid said she was very agitated to see me. She knows his voice." Toschi and Armstrong rushed to Belli's to discuss the new letter. Belli, silk handkerchief in his breast pocket, French cuffs, silver watch chain on his vest, beamed expansively. "Belli was expecting us, naturally," Toschi recalled, and he said, "I'm going to have company, but don't worry about it. They know I'm assisting the police department." So we asked him, "Would you mind stepping away from your guest?" We told the man and the woman at the table, "We'd like to talk to Mr. Belli for about 10 or 15 minutes, and he told us it's okay. It's about the Zodiac case." She says, "Oh, yes, yes. Melvin's told us all about it." Not only were his dinner guests rapt with attention, but I could tell Belli was loving every moment. He was always on stage and always the star, even in court. I recalled how the jury and even the judge would turn their heads whenever he entered. "The police stayed on the case," said Belli. "They felt the Zodiac may indeed have killed more persons than they had originally believed, including one young woman in Riverside, California in 1966, and another woman in the San Bernardino area in 1967. And then in 1971, they had a lead that took them right to Riverside University's law school." Sunday, June 8, 1971. Belli's next real-life brush with Zodiac occurred in Riverside, where he attempted to strengthen Zodiac's connection between the Bay Area and Southern California. "Dean Charles Ashman phoned me," said Belli, "to say the cops were coming into the school undercover to check out one of his law students, a kid who had once threatened a girl he knew and told her he was the Zodiac." Belli knew handwriting comparisons had been inconclusive. Under the guise of delivering a lecture, Belli hoped the boy, sitting in the second row, might ask a question. In that way, he could tell if his voice matched Zodiac's. Every person crowded around the student was an undercover cop. After the speech, the student leaped up and rushed to shake the Great One's hand. "You don't know how much I admire you, Mr. Belli," he said. Belli knew immediately it wasn't the same voice he had heard and decided to settle the matter. "Hey, kid, are you the Zodiac killer?" he snapped. The kid seemed stunned. "What do you mean, sir?" "Are you the Zodiac killer?" said Belli. "I hear you used to call yourself Zodiac." The cops moved in, anxious to hear the kid's answer. "No," he said, "I didn't kill anybody." I believed him, Belli said. So did the cops. As for Sam, I later found him. He was not Zodiac, simply a troubled young man calling from a mental hospital. A valuable clue lay in Zodiac's long-distance relationship with Belli. At one point, though, the killer seemed to have soured on him. "If you don't want me to have this blast," Zodiac wrote April 29, 1970, "you must do two things. 1. Tell everyone about the bus bomb with all the details. 2. I would like to see some nice Zodiac buttons wandering about town. Everyone else has these buttons like Melvin eats blubber, etc. Well, it would cheer me up considerably if I saw a lot of people wearing my button. Please, no nasty ones like Melvin's. Thank you." Zodiac seemed irritated at Melvin Belli. But why? Recall that on Thursday, December 18, 1969, Zodiac rang the attorney's housekeeper and remarked that today was his birthday. 2 days later, December 20th, a letter from Zodiac arrived at Belli's office. The FBI quoted that conversation in Report 9-49911-88. Via teletype enciphered, Jan 14, 1970, 2:14 p.m., urgent. Zodiac, extortion. San Francisco Airtel. December 29, last. On instant day, Inspector Armstrong Homicide Detail confidentially advised that Unsub, who identified himself as Zodiac, telephonically contacted Belli's resident in the effort to contact Belli. Unsub was advised Belli in Europe and stated, "I can't wait. Today's my birthday." Sutel, armed and dangerous, in NSM, FBI, Wash, D.C. Keep in mind that Allen had been questioned by Lynch 2 months before this call and been let go. Not until his interrogation at the refinery 20 months later would he be a viable suspect. Zodiac had felt comfortable in giving his actual birthday, December 18th. December 18th was Arthur Lee Allen's birthday. 30. Media Star. Wednesday, May 22, 1991. The Vallejo Times-Herald headline, "Signs Point to Vallejo Man. Investigating into bizarre Zodiac murders goes on." Vallejo. Vallejo police seized pipe bombs, an underwater Zodiac watch, and other items earlier this year from the house of a Vallejo man who was a prime suspect in the still unsolved 1969-70 Zodiac killings. No charges have been filed against Allen for possession of the explosives, which he said belonged to an ex-convict who is now dead, and the police investigation remains a mystery. In 1971, San Francisco police targeted Allen as the prime suspect in at least 6 unsolved California murders and 2 attempted killings in the 1960s. The killer was called Zodiac because of the cryptic messages he loaded with astrological symbols and sent to the news media and police investigators during the killing spree. A series of cryptic letters from the Zodiac came to a 3-year halt after Allen's Santa Rosa trailer was searched, Robert Graysmith notes in his 1986 book Zodiac. Similarly, in 1975, when Allen was committed to an institution on a child molesting conviction, Zodiac's correspondence ceased for 2 years until his release. The linked murders of hitchhikers around Santa Rosa also came to a halt, Graysmith notes. Vallejo police have refused to confirm or deny any motive for reopening the investigation. "Do I expect an imminent arrest in regards to Zodiac?" said Vallejo Police Chief Gerald Galvin. "No, I do not. It's an ongoing and sensitive investigation." Allen looked very good, Toschi told the press. "We searched a Santa Rosa trailer where he lived part-time in 1972, but an analysis of his fingerprints did not match partial prints found on a Zodiac victim's cab in 1969. We could not find enough evidence on which to convict Allen. I can't discuss why Allen was dismissed as a suspect." Wednesday, May 29, 1991. "Let me tell you what's happened here," Pete Noyes told me. "Apparently this suspect, Allen, had a series of meetings with a psychologist in Vallejo. The psychologist was afraid this guy might kill him and relayed this information on to a friend, and that's where it all stands now. The psychologist feared for his life. He works for some institute up there, and he gave all this information. The information is out there right now. These people are trying to sell me the information down here in L.A. Don't pay a penny," I cautioned. "They've got a series of tapes and all that," he concluded. "Tapes?" Saturday, June 1st, 1991. The same individuals tried to sell the tapes to Unsolved Mysteries and were turned down. But Noyes told me the cops are very interested. The story is there. There was some concern that an analyst should not reveal statements made during private sessions. "I think that under the law," I said, "if a person is a danger to society, an analyst can turn session tapes over." The psychiatrist's brother is a San Francisco cop, and they decided to solve the murder on their own, said Noyes. They went and staked out Allen's home about 8 or 9 months ago. A woman went in posing as a real estate agent. He got wise to her and started screaming and yelling at her and chased her out of the house. He got the license number of her car. It was registered to her mother. 2 days later, there was a death threat made on her mother. The psychiatrist treated Allen in the late 1970s as a condition of his release. They have all this information. What they said to me is that this guy told them more than anyone knows who's not well versed in the case. The guys who have been staking out his house got all this information from the shrink. I just did a check to see if the informant is not a criminal or anything. He's a 53-year-old man with no criminal record. I didn't correct him. What's your next step, I asked. I want to listen to those tapes. So did I thought. Are you going to pay the guy, I asked. I never trusted the validity of information that was purchased. I'm not going to pay him anything. He called back soon after. Well, I've got Vallejo PD coming in here. They're real excited. They say they're real close to solving the case. I spoke with Jackie Genley and the Vallejo PD because I had gotten a number of calls from NBC and CBS television about Zodiac concerning some tapes. Do you think they do this periodically? Call up with a hook on the story and try and sell it? Jackie asked, referring to the tapes for sale. I'm getting some calls here from people who knew Mr. Allen back in high school. A lot of people. But you know how it is working on a daily paper. There's not much time to devote to something like that. Tuesday, June 11, 1991. Boward and Conway studied Molinex's files from 1971, then went and talked to some of the same people he had. A lot of what the informants were telling Conway and Boward in the early 90s, a source told me, they didn't tell Molinex. Maybe they were afraid back then to come forward, but now in 1991, they're not so afraid anymore and just want to get the guy. Captain Conway and I re-interviewed Phil Tucker, Boward told me. Tucker worked for GVRD. He wasn't really a friend of Allen's. He was an associate, as many other people were who were involved in any kind of athletics in that period of time. This interview was in the infancy of when I was doing background work on Allen. Boward's 7-page report, Circumstances which indicate Arthur Lee Allen is, in fact, the Zodiac killer, would grow to 30 items. During our interview, Phil Tucker was unable to remember that Arthur Lee Allen had told him that he had special electronic gun sights for shooting in the dark. He did, however, indicate that Allen told him he was proficient in shooting and proficient in shooting in the dark. Arthur Lee Allen had told him he had read a book about hunting people with a bow and arrow. Tucker recalled, Allen was fascinated with the concept of stalking people rather than game. He indicated a number of times that it would be great sport to hunt people as they had intelligence. We were on our way to the beach to go scuba diving when he started discussing hunting trips and ended up talking about hunting people with bows and arrows. I felt he wanted my reaction to those statements. I told him I would never consider hunting people. He tried to make it seem like this was an idea for a book he was going to write. I got the idea that he was really saying, "Is this something you'd like to do with me?" I just ignored him. I think he told me the name of the book he had read. Was the name of the book The Most Dangerous Game? Asked Boward. I don't think so. Possibly Allen had mentioned not a book but a 1945 film, A Game of Death, a remake of The Most Dangerous Game. This conversation took place prior to September of 1966, as that's the month and year I married my first wife. That is why I recall the time easily. I did not see Allen to any great degree, nor go out on hunting and fishing trips with him after my marriage. Do you know Donald Cheney? Asked Boward. Stalking people at night with a gun had been part of the conversation Cheney said Allen had with him New Year's Day, 1969. Zodiac had also alluded to hunting people in his cryptogram. I do not, said Tucker. Why didn't you give this information to Toschi and Molinex in 1971? I only answered their questions. They did not ask me, so I didn't tell them. I was not asked about any fantasies Allen may have related to me. Tucker also indicated that during the span of their conversation, he saw Allen had a Zodiac brand watch with a Zodiac symbol. Tucker also repeated that he had seen Allen write with both hands. He uses both hands equally well when handprinting, but his handprinting is not real good. Tucker also mentioned that Allen had an interest in codes and repeated that he had seen a handwritten Zodiac-type cryptogram at Allen's house. This was prior to any cryptograms being published in the newspaper, he said. Allen was the kind of fellow who loved to try and outsmart the other guy. Tucker related as he had for Molinex and Toschi that in 1969 he owned an older brown beat-up Corvair. Allen had driven this Corvair, but Tucker could not specifically indicate whether Allen drove this Corvair on July 4th, 1969. Mike Mageau had described an older brown vehicle, similar to a 1963 Corvair, older and bigger, old plates, as being the killer's vehicle. Thursday, July 25th, 1991. Now, Allen became more than a name in the police files. He was the subject of the nightly news. My first occasion to meet Arthur Lee Allen was in July of 1991. Reporter Rita Williams recalled, "We'd gotten wind that Captain Conway and his folks had served a search warrant back on Valentine's Day of that year, and it was about to be unsealed. We first talked to the captain. 'Why?' Williams asked Conway. 'Haven't there been any charges brought against Allen when you found pipe bombs in his residence?' 'I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation,' replied Conway. 'Do you think you're close to getting the case solved? Any closer than you were 20 years ago?' 'Honestly, I don't think so,' he concluded. Then, recalled Williams, just on a lark, my cameraman and I went to Allen's to see what we might get. It was late one evening. It was summer and still light outside, but beginning to get dark. My cameraman and I walked up to his door, and Nick sort of hid in the bush while I knocked on Allen's door. Allen was not clothed. He had on his bathrobe and yelled out the window, 'Just a moment.' Finally, he came to the door. When I told him what I was doing, he surprised me by saying I could come in. Williams had interviewed both the Night Stalker and the Trailside Killer. I was alone in their jail cell, she recalled, but of all the people I've ever interviewed, none had ever given me chills like Arthur Lee Allen. That was the thing that got me. He had this demeanor about him. He was just so big and so kind of ape-like, just scary. It's hard to describe, but you could see the strength, and that some of the things he was accused of doing, you could see he could, in fact, accomplish. He was the kind of man that even though he was very sick, at that time he was on kidney dialysis and had high blood pressure, was taking all sorts of medication, he was still a frightening presence. When he had agreed to my request for an interview, I paused. I had second thoughts. He had not seen my photographer some distance away, and I was not going into that house alone. Finally, the photographer was allowed to enter too. At first, Allen told us we couldn't take any pictures. He just wanted to see what we were doing there. But over the course of the next hour and a half, we sat down and had a discussion with him. He had that sort of barrel chest, huge shoulders. He wasn't all that heavy because he was on dialysis then. Even though he was sick, everything about him was ominous. He had on a housecoat and combat boots, big, heavy boots. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Then later he changed clothes in the midst of the interview. Allen donned a transparent blue sports shirt, vertically ridged with two filigreed designs and unbuttoned to show his broad chest. His herringbone pants were old-fashioned, pleated, and a grayish brown. On his right wrist, a Band-Aid covered a needle mark made that morning. Williams, blond, attractive, and long-legged, was dressed in a short red jacket over a black tailored suit, accented by gold jewelry. They made an odd couple as Allen led her through a tangled, disorderly garden. A chain-link fence reinforced with wood and wire ran along the perimeter. Allen pointed out where the police had retrieved bombs from beneath the house. Allen talked about how the police had robbed him of stuff, recalled Williams, harassed him and taken things he had never gotten back, sentimental stuff from his mother. He was quite upset. A hot wind rose against the pearl-gray sky. They descended into the dusty basement room. It was warmer there. Williams sat with her back to a rugged, homemade bookshelf of unfinished wood. She studied the items on the wall. Was that a Boy Scout felt band with every badge they awarded? Was it Allen's? A local child's? Dust covered an audio device, sounding machinery used in diving, a few diving, swimming, and spearfishing trophies lined the shelf. Various photographic supplies were above her head. A dustbuster covered with dust hung from the wall. On the floor, a gallon container with a handle sat next to a small table. On that table, captured in the glow of a swivel lamp, lay a clutter of electronic equipment, a stereo, a reel-to-reel tape recorder, video games, a VCR, audio cassettes, and a black-and-white phone. Near a clock sat an almost empty stein of beer, though Allen was not supposed to drink. There was a glass ashtray, though Allen did not smoke. An empty dinner plate had been tucked under one shelf. She returned her focus to Allen. Police had taken away many items. None of the things Williams was most interested in were present. Zodiac watch, guns, bombs, clippings. As they spoke, Allen sat rigidly upright, hands folded in his lap like a reprimanded student, and perched on the edge of what Williams took to be a rumpled couch covered with a blue blanket and 2 white pillows. Only later she realized that was where he slept. His bald head was framed by tan curtains painted with a design of bonsai trees and a blue sea stretching beyond. Allen's elderly tan dog lay against his left hip, striking out with his hind leg occasionally. "I've lived in this house since I was 8, said Allen. "My mother died 3 years ago, and ever since I've lived here, alone, in this room. I began taking kidney dialysis in April of 1991. First 2 times a week, then 3 times. I blew up like a blimp. My weight shot up to maybe 280 pounds. Finally, I was taking 10 injections of insulin a day. Eventually, I returned to my present weight of 220 pounds. Williams told me later, though he was an obviously ill man, Allen was still a powerful, frightening presence. In his prime, he would have been terrifying. I had read the book, and I knew some things to ask. I started out by acting as if I knew nothing about the case and getting more specific during the interview, and just let him talk. He said it was all circumstantial evidence, that there was never anything to pin him to be the killer, or in fact, Captain Conway and the Vallejo police would have arrested him and charged him. He talked about some pipe bombs found under his house. I didn't know the bombs were there, Allen explained. An ex-con friend, now dead, asked me to store some things more than a decade ago. They must be his. They told me my fingerprints were on the bombs. I don't believe that. I wouldn't be sitting here if they were, and there's really no way they could get on there. I think there probably is a Zodiac, still out there, and he's just laughing himself to death. Allen lived with his mother, Williams said. He never married. He was arrested once for molesting a small boy and served time in the Atascadero. He broke down and choked up on that. I realize now how horrible that was, he said, and what an impact I may have had on that child. I'm not that kind of person to hurt anyone. I asked for a response to the fellow, Cheney, who had gone to the authorities about his remarks about hunting people. But first I quoted Zodiac. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest, because man is the most dangerous animal of all to kill. Allen tells me that he read that story, The Most Dangerous Game, back when he was in the 11th grade. It had such an impact on him that he then was shooting jackrabbits, and that was the only thing he could ever kill, and that he indeed had not said that recently. Well, he built this into something much, much grander, said Allen, and remembered other conversations we didn't have, and decided, well, I must be the Zodiac. That was something that we talked about back when we were in high school together, and he's mistaken. Everybody's trying to get publicity. In fact, I had never said that. Allen never went to high school with Cheney and did not meet him until 1962. Allen has all sorts of explanations for everything, Rita recalled. 3 or 4 times throughout the interview, he mentioned that he had never read Zodiac. Yet he would mention things that are in that book that he would not have known simply from interviews that Captain Conway and others have done with him. And then he would start back and say, wait a minute, no, I've never read that book. I heard that he said that. And he took great liberties with the truth there, and that was not true. Zodiac is visible under papers on his desk in the filmed interview. And I used the summation that was in the book about Allen's mother being very domineering and that he was not the favored one in the family, and that his brother, who looked more like his mother's side of the family, was the favored son, and that Lee had been under the dominance of his mother all his life. Very crass. Allen said several things about bodily functions of his dog and other things. I think more for shock value and to see how I would respond. But certainly, throughout the interview, he denied that he was the Zodiac. He said, in fact, that he was another victim of the Zodiac because he was a victim of more than 20 years of police harassment for being an innocent man. They've offered me many opportunities, he said, the most recent last Valentine's Day, to confess because then I'd be in peace with myself. Well, you don't get peace with yourself by confessing a lie, and this is what that would have been. The little kid who lives next door, 5th grade, they're studying the Constitution, and she got ticked off. Haven't they ever heard of innocent until proven guilty, she told me? Well, bless her. They haven't arrested me because they can't prove a thing, concluded Allen, his voice quavering dramatically. I'm not the damn Zodiac. Excuse me. He lowered his head and seemed to weep. 22 years of this. Having done this for almost 25 years of interviewing all sorts of killers, you just kind of get feelings. I can tell you my cameraman, as we got in the car that night, turned to me and said, "Gosh, I think we just interviewed the Zodiac." He was so convinced. Williams' interview ran that night. For more than 2 decades, said anchor Dennis Richmond on the 10 o'clock news, police have suspected a Vallejo man of the unsolved Zodiac serial killings. Tonight, we'll hear from that man. It's been more than 2 decades now since the infamous Zodiac shocked the Bay Area and the nation. Police are still working to solve those crimes. On Monday, authorities in Vallejo will unseal the results of one bit of that investigation, the search of the house of the man who's been called the #1 Zodiac suspect. Now, for the first time, that man has told his side of the story in a television interview. He spoke with us on condition that we do not show his face. Allen's face was electronically concealed and shown in silhouette to mask his true features. It had to make viewers even more curious. Is this the man, the notorious killer known as the Zodiac? Asked Rita Williams. Or is he a victim of more than 2 decades of police harassment? His name is Arthur Allen. He's 58 now, diabetic, and had just come back from kidney dialysis when we talked with him at his Vallejo home last night. Back in the late 1960s, when Zodiac terrorized California, Allen was in his late 30s, 60 pounds heavier, strong, a biology graduate student. And in this book, considered the definitive study on the Zodiac, shows the book Zodiac, Arthur Lee Allen, known fictionally in the book as Bob Starr, is considered the investigator's #1 suspect. One widely quoted letter from Zodiac says he likes killing people because it's much more fun than killing wild game, because man is the most dangerous animal of all. And in the early 70s, a friend of Allen's went to police, telling them Allen had told him virtually the same thing just before the killings began, said Williams. From then on, Allen was a suspect. In 1971, police searched 2 cars and a trailer he was living in Santa Rosa. But for some reason, they never searched the Vallejo house he shared with his mother until her death 3 years ago. Every time I thought it was laid to rest, it would come screaming back, said Allen on camera. The last time was St. Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Armed with a search warrant, police spent 2 days in February going through the house and garage. They dug up part of the yard, took Allen's Zodiac diver's watch, which he says his mother gave him, and pulled pipe bombs out from under the house. Allen took a lie detector test back in the 70s while doing time for molesting a 9-year-old boy. He says he passed it, but authorities told him he was a sociopath and could cheat. Still, he's never been charged with any of the Zodiac crimes, and he says he's lost jobs, friends, even medical care now because police imply he's a killer. The filmed interview ended with Allen collapsing and sobbing, Rita Williams told me later. However, he didn't really cry. And looking at the tape, he kind of turned it on and turned it off. When Allen lifted his head, his eyes were dry. I definitely felt he was pretending. Allen next showed up on KPIX Channel 5, the local CBS affiliate. I'm not the Zodiac. I've never killed anyone, he said. They have me questioning myself. I search my memory for blanks, blank spaces. There are none. I was first questioned by police in late 1969. The cops said that someone thought I might be the Zodiac killer and reported me. At the end of the interview, he said, well, Zodiac had curly hair and you obviously don't. So that was it. I've been questioning at least 5 times over the last 20 years. I thought it would stop after a 10-hour lie detector test I took and passed in 1975. I once got a letter from the Department of Justice certifying that I am not the Zodiac. The letter said I was no longer considered by the state to be a suspect in the Zodiac murders. I can't show it to you now. The Vallejo police seized it when they raided my house in their latest attempt to prove I am the Zodiac killer. The only way I can clear myself is for the real Zodiac to confess, if he's still alive. All I can do is suppose on that. The other way I can get peace for myself is when they find me dead and gone. I admit a large number of coincidences point to me. Allen later told Harold Huffman they missed a few things, like the silencer I had hidden in my socks in the dresser. Examiner reporter Lance Jackson rang me. I heard about Ralph Spinelli, a career criminal picked up somewhere around San Jose, he told me. He got picked up and he's been charged with 9 robberies, and so he starts singing Arthur Allen's The Zodiac. He's looking at a long term, so maybe he was singing to try and get himself out of jail. Of course, the cops said now he's backing off and he's not sure he's going to talk. Did the cops call you? They told me last week they were trying to get in touch with you. What do they want? The Vallejo cops told me they were going to be getting in touch with you. They brought this guy back who used to be there, Barlow. He meant George Bauer. He's going to be coming in a few days a week and working with Conway. They want to see you because they're trying to dig into it a little seriously again. That's good. If they come up with suspects none of us have ever heard of, that's all right too. It doesn't matter to me as long as they do it. Right. Let's get it done. For Zodiac's favorite paper, The Chronicle, Lance Williams interviewed the perennial suspect. I'm a disabled former school teacher, said Allen. I was a teacher in the San Luis Obispo School District for a total of 10 years and spent 17 years as a student. I once served 3 years in a state mental hospital for molesting a child, and I used to wear a Zodiac brand skin diver's watch. I've passed every evidentiary test the cops have thrown at me. I passed a polygraph. One policeman said, "You're a sociopath. You can cheat a lie detector test." Another said, "I'm a genius. I feel like I'm being messed over." The Justice Department wrote me a letter absolving me of guilt. As for the bombs and guns, they're the property of a friend I met in the mental hospital years ago. This damn thing has been haunting me for 22 years. If I was prone to suicide, I'd have already done it. The only thing in my favor is I've never killed anyone. Since I was targeted as a Zodiac suspect in 1971, I've been fingerprinted, interrogated, made to give handwriting samples, and subjected to a 10-hour-long Justice Department lie detector test. No way in hell could I go out and kill innocent teeny boppers. No way. But with them, I'm guilty until I'm proven innocent, and I figure the case will be around until I die. I did commit one crime. That was child molesting, he concluded. I deluded myself into thinking that I wasn't hurting anyone, but I realize now that isn't true, and I paid for it. Allen told his friends and neighbors the police were hounding him unjustly. Some of them stuck with him, but onlookers would come into the neighborhood and yell obscenities at him in the house. Thursday, August 1st, 1991. Allen told the Fairfield Daily Republic that he had consulted with Mel Belli about retaining him as defense counsel. Belli had not spoken with Allen. That afternoon, Judge Dacey, after 5 months of secrecy, unsealed a search warrant that contained only partial information. The return affidavit offered precious little details about what police confiscated from Allen's house. Court Administrator Nancy Piano later blamed the lack of information on a clerical error. She said clerks did not know that the search warrant findings also were required to be made public. Wednesday, August 7, 1991. Over a dozen weapons seized at home of local Zodiac suspect, headlined the Times-Herald. Vallejo. Police seized more than a dozen weapons ranging from pipe bombs to a 20-gauge automatic shotgun from the Fresno Street home of Arthur Lee Allen, a retired Vallejo man who is once again being investigated in connection with the still unsolved 1969-70 Zodiac killings. I was amazed at how brazen Allen was, Bauer told me after watching Allen on television. It's like he loved the attention all around him. And in his mind, he became the victim, I said. Oh, he did. He craved sympathy. He wanted to get some kind of stay-away order from the Vallejo PD and other departments, a restraining order, and yet he was giving interviews. Why had no further action been taken against Allen? Police turned up a cache of pipe bombs and guns, pornography, and tapes of children being spanked. They had been looking for a manual typewriter linked to Zodiac correspondence and a 12-inch knife with rivets used in the Lake Berryessa stabbings. They uncovered a Royal portable typewriter, clips of news articles about the Zodiac, and a hunting knife with sheath and rivets. No one could explain the department's reticence. It's unlikely charges will be pressed against Lee Allen in connection with the mysterious killings, said District Attorney Mike Nail. I really suspect that nothing's going to come of it. Why wasn't Allen arrested? The reason they didn't take further action after the 1991 search, Toski said, is that they knew he was terminal. That was the excuse. He was close to death when they found these items. Some officers said, he's terminal. It wouldn't have meant anything. You can believe that or not believe it. District attorneys want to be fairly sure of a successful prosecution when they charge anyone with anything, Conway said. And the most difficult and controversial part of our suspect, or any other suspect that's ever existed, we've never been able to reconcile the handwriting. It's a very specific, unique handwriting. George and I have a theory about how to reconcile it, but getting a district attorney to buy that theory is, if we get past the handwriting, then everything else is fairly simple. Zodiac might be perverse enough to want to be captured. He left clues in his letters. However, experts thought differently. No serial killer wants to get caught, said Vernon Geberth, author of Practical Homicide Investigation, because then he loses the control and power that he has. Friction developed between the old guard Zodiac detectives and the new investigators. Have I ever spoken to Conway, said Toski. I never heard of the man. I first saw his name when Allen's place was searched, and he was quoted all over the place. And this really annoyed some at SFPD. You never heard of him, a detective told me. Armstrong never heard of him, and he talks too much. He keeps calling us every other week. They're a little disenchanted, a little hesitant to trust Vallejo at this point, because when Vallejo searched Allen's home, they found enough evidence in the basement and where he lived that they should have charged him. I find it kind of amazing, said Bowert, that the guys in San Francisco would in any way be upset with Conway. Conway has a raspy personality. I got along good enough because I knew him. I was his boss at one point. Sometimes it was difficult for me to tolerate the way he said things, but I knew it was Conway's way of doing things, and so I discounted it. He easily grates on people, but he was the only guy that was authorizing any kind of investigation. He was the only guy getting any kind of money coming out of the city coffers to handle anything on the Zodiac case. Now that something comes up that may turn the tables one way or the other, all of a sudden, for a few to badmouth Conway in any way is a big mistake. Now an event, unintentionally humorous and tragic at the same time, relegated departmental feuding to the back burner. At the end of June, longtime criminal defense attorney William Stedman Beeman had presented a theory to retired Judge Bill Jensen. I know who Zodiac is, he told the judge, and without giving a name laid out his reasons why. Jensen was unconvinced. All the judge could learn was that the suspect was deceased and may have been a former client of Beeman's. Beeman also refused to share his suspect's name with D.A. Nail. The DA's office called Jensen shortly after his meeting to learn the specifics of their conversation. They spoke with Darlene Farron's sister Pam to see if she had any ideas about who it could be. She said she suspected Beeman had discovered new evidence in confidential files obtained from an ex-client through probate. Beeman didn't share his knowledge with Captain Conway and the Vallejo police either. He didn't present any information, said Conway. He wants to save it for the news conference. Within months, Beeman would call a press conference to reveal what he knew. The press, including Paul Avery, and police officials had been invited. The announcement would be made in Vallejo on Halloween. Before he had that Halloween Day press conference, recalled Bowert, Beeman got hold of me and said, I'm going to do this expose. I know all this stuff. I want you to investigate this. So I went down and met him in his office. Do you have any documentation? I asked. Well, no, I haven't done any of that, he said. Handprinting samples provided by Beeman had not matched those of Zodiac, but so far, nobody's handprinting had, and probably nobody's ever would. I still believe that Zodiac might have been a different personality when he wrote his letters. No matter. We all had to wait until Halloween to hear what Beeman had to say. 31. Jack Zodiac. Thursday, October 31st, 1991. Tears welled up in Vallejo lawyer William Stedman Beeman's eyes. One tear coursed down a broad cheek, dampening his starch-white collar. Shyly, the 71-year-old man brushed a lock of straight dark hair from his glasses and peered over a podium crowded with microphones. Beeman, succeeding beyond his dreams, had attracted a multitude. Television cameras glinted in the light and cables snaked at his feet. He saw Chronicle reporter Paul Avery entering the Solano County Fairgrounds and consulted his watch. They were a little late getting started. He had scheduled the press conference for 10:30 a.m. and spent almost $600 to stage the meeting, not including the cost of mailing invitations to reporters and investigators. He had a lot riding on this event. He let them stew a bit longer. After all, he was ready to reveal who Zodiac was, just about the biggest story there was. There is no apparent motive behind the timing of the announcement, said reporter Jackie Genley, but it dovetails with the Vallejo police investigation of Arthur Lee Allen, a Vallejo man who was once a prime suspect in the still unsolved 1969-70 killings. Since Tuesday, Genley had worn out her dialing finger trying to reach Allen for comment on what Beeman might say. Was Beeman, like Spinelli, about to name Allen as the Zodiac? For almost an hour, Beeman presented the verification that led to his conjecture. There are at least 101 points of circumstantial evidence, he said. I have a real problem with revealing the identity of this person. I had to do a lot of soul searching. Beeman began to build to his revelation, describing his suspect variously as a recluse and a woman-hater. He was so disordered that he could not hold down a job, said the attorney. He could not even face a woman in the unemployment office without flying into a rage. Women are subhumans, he told me. They cannot think logically and they act on emotions, he said. He had done occasional work for me and sometimes repaired television sets. He particularly hated yellow cab drivers. Just before noon, the big moment arrived. Beeman held up Jack the Zodiac, a 2-part paperback book he had published under the pen name Dr. O. Henry Jigglelance. Volume 1 of the set opened with the warning, "This story is entirely fictional." Light began to dawn in the eyes of the assembled throng. Jack the Zodiac was my own brother. Jack Beeman, a long-haired, dignified 66-year-old, had died in Phoenix 7 years earlier. Jack the Zodiac, Beeman said, came close to killing me. If he hadn't been drunk and I hadn't moved like a mongoose, he would have. In spite of the acrimony between them, Beeman had represented Jack in minor run-ins with the law. He also believed that his brother had been responsible for the 1983 death of a Vallejo prostitute. Beeman pointed out that Jack misspelled the same words as Zodiac. He used the same phrasing as that in the letters, he said. The audience was not persuaded. "I feel you're sincere in this," said Avery. "It's a pretty heavy trip to be laying on your brother, but you've offered nothing more than circumstantial evidence. I wouldn't be wrong in saying there are 100 people who have called with the same kind of generalities," Boward said later. "We look into everything, but I'm not going to pay $58 for his book," the cost for the privately printed 2-volume set. Besides, Boward had no time for reading unless he did it on a plane. He had just gotten the lead connecting Arthur Lee Allen with Zodiac. That lead would take him to the other side of the world. 32. The German Hippie. When I retired, they kept me on the case. You know that, Boward told me. And any time anybody would call, my brother and brother-in-law's the Zodiac, they called me in. However, the department was not totally satisfied that Arthur Lee Allen is the Zodiac. I used to use Zodiac like a Bible because I could never keep all the dates straight. I'd use your book to figure out when stuff really happened. I always thought that would be the best value that such a book could have, I said. There was a guy that was a friend of Allen's from high school and college. His name was Robert Emmett Rodifer. Robert Emmett, I said. That was the name anagrammist had deciphered from the garbled last symbols of Zodiac's 3-part 1969 cipher. Robert Emmett the Hippie, or Robert Emmett the Hippie. Emmett was an Irish patriot who had been hanged. A statue of him stood in Golden Gate Park in front of Morrison Planetarium, a room full of stars in the Hall of Biology, Allen's passions. Allen's father, Ethan, was named after Ethan Allen, an American patriot who had been hanged. Robert Emmett had been born in 1803, Allen's father in 1903. And was Robert Emmett a hippie? I asked. He was a hippie type. Rutherford was a guy Allen knew at Poly when he went to college in Southern California and stretching back to the time of the earliest murder. Robert Emmett had also been manager of the Vallejo High swim team. Later, he became a hippie attending the University of California at Berkeley and at USF. Apparently, there was some really bad blood between the two. I found Rutherford, but it wasn't any great sleuth work on my part. Because of the search of Allen's house, Lee's name came out in the press. A woman in Vallejo saw it. She had gone to school with Arthur Lee Allen, bought your book, and read the portion where it says, in the last line of the deciphered 340 symbol code of November 8, 1969, "My name is Robert Emmett the Hippie." And she said, "My goodness, I know Robert Emmett. Emmy Lou, Robert Emmett Rutherford." She got hold of me. They called him Emmy Lou? I don't know why. Talented. Rutherford was a real outgoing guy. In fact, he was a mime, and he played on the Ed Sullivan Show and all that kind of stuff. Arthur Lee Allen actually hated the guy. Maybe it was because Allen was an introvert and this guy was an extrovert, although they were friends. Let's say had been friends. We tracked the guy down. We found out about Rutherford through a classmate. We thought he might be working in concert with Arthur Lee Allen. He was now living in Germany. Rutherford was around children all the time at the base where he worked. Jim Lang went with me. He was the chief deputy of the district attorney. Ironically, Jim Lang spent 20 years with the LAPD, the last portion of which was working homicide. He retired, but he was still a young enough man that he went to law school and got a law degree. He was the district attorney of a county up north. He came down here and worked initially in the public defender's office, then transferred over to the DA's office for a number of years. Youthful appearing, a real smart mind, and he knows the homicide business too, because he worked in it. In any event, he wrote all these letters of rogatory, and it started in August of 1991. "This seems to be a very important time," I said, "everything coming together." "Right. It took a hell of a long time. We ended up in Germany in the dead of winter in February 1992. It was kind of a fun trip. We actually spent 2 weeks over there. 1 week we were actually working. 1 week we were touring. We made some very good friends. The captain in charge of the homicide division in Heilbronn, Germany, and his wife turned out to be good friends. They'd been out here visiting us, and we got a big motor yacht, and we took them out on the Delta. We had a great time with them. Basically, what happened in Germany was this. In order to speak with Rutherford, we had to go through letters of rogatory, which is request of the German government to come over and interview a person within their country. Even though this guy was an American citizen living on an American base, we still had to go through the German laws. I brought my own copy of your book, Zodiac, and a second copy. My German aide read English and asked for one of the copies. The magistrate, who, under German law, determines whether it is permissible for U.S. officers to speak with Rutherford, allowed it after some deliberation. Then he looked over my copy of your book and asked if he could have it. Of course, I gave it to him. We met with the police in Heilbronn, and they explained the whole situation, and they felt they had enough to write a search warrant for Rutherford's place, which they ultimately did. We went there with about half a dozen German policemen, all of which were in plain clothes. They did a real thorough search of his place. We didn't find anything connected with the Zodiac. I found a bunch of kid stuff. They kind of thought it might be important, but I wasn't sure of that either. Bauer theorized Bauer might have been aiding Allen. I didn't know if there were actually two killers, but there might have been two individuals who got their jollies doing this. We couldn't talk to him at the time of the search, although he did talk to me quite a bit. He volunteered to. Rutherford was a small man, 5'6" at most, kind of a bubbly kind of guy. He worked with the Department of Defense, and he ran their Dependents Activities Program. If you're a sergeant or something and you're going to be overseas long enough, you get to bring your family over. The families sometimes don't relate to the new country, so the Army has community centers, and he ran those community centers where your kids could go there and learn to wrestle and play basketball and shoot pool and just have different functions. It was so kids could occupy their time while in a foreign country. He'd been doing it a long time. He was in Japan. In fact, he was married while in Japan. I was never able to locate his ex-wife. We had to ultimately go before a German judge. We served the papers on him, and a day or two later, we went to the courthouse, and all the questioning of Rutherford was done before this judge. It was an extensive questioning, and he was under oath, and he had to answer truthfully. I don't know how much that means. He gave us a story about him knowing Allen. He was never real close friends with him. I was really popular in school, and Lee was not, he told me. He was jealous of me. There was apparently some animosity between him and Allen because of this. Then after he volunteered to talk to me at length, and I jammed him pretty good, in fact he had a German-appointed attorney who got upset with me, I tend to believe him. I came back and I interviewed a lot of the classmates who were in that era when they were together, junior college. We interviewed them, and I'm satisfied that Robert Emmett, the hippie, is a guy that Arthur Lee Allen didn't like. Did you get handwriting samples from Rodifer? It was one of the things we went to talk to Rodifer about. We got samples of Rodifer's handwriting from the Department of the Army, where he was filling out requests to go here, there, and everywhere. There was both printed and cursive matter on it. He wouldn't be disguising his handwriting to fill out an application. We had our guy who was doing all our handwriting analysis, Cunningham from San Francisco, and he looked at it, compared it to the Zodiac letters, and said, no, he didn't write these. Where was Rodifer in 1968 and 69? All those Zodiac letters then had local postmarks on them. He was out of the country, I think. Oh, wait a minute. He was going to school in Berkeley. How about 1974-77? That had been the period when no Zodiac letters had been received. He was out of the country, but I don't want to say that for sure. Did Rodifer have a lie detector test as well? No, said George. Germany doesn't allow it. And as for Rodifer, he was not useful to testify. The detectives retooled and began once more looking for evidence. If they were to interview Allen again, they would need some expert guidance from the FBI. When Toschi had gotten in trouble, Allen had said to his P.O., now he'll know what it feels like. Toschi had this to say about him. Allen had a great resentment anyway, but after all that public humiliation, now he's really going to start hating cops. Tuesday, February 4th, 1992. The media storm blew over, and Lee went on with his life. His good friend Harold Huffman, one of the first to offer solace after last year's search, visited to check on his health. When he and Lee made contact again, his wife Kate told me, they agreed to never talk about what he went to Atascadero for. If Lee was going to speak about any of his perverted feelings or what had led him to do it, Harold could not be his friend. Those were the rules that were laid down. Harold said, I can deal with Lee all right, but I do not want to know the particulars and I don't ever want to talk about it. Lee tried to discuss it a few times. He made a couple overtures, but was met with silence. When my husband said no, people listened. The Lee that Harold knew was not necessarily the Lee I knew. When my son Rob got a little older, he said, Mom, did you know Dad took me out with the Zodiac? I said, Dad took you out with Lee? He said, yeah, Mom. Harold and Lee went on day trips, shooting and diving around the North Bay. Though lame and legally blind, Lee could still shoot accurately. In the water, he was almost his old self. Harold told his son how Lee had recently visited the coast to dive for abalone. A party of frogmen decked out in expensive gear were taking lessons. Before they could dive, Lee appeared in his trunks, knife clenched between his teeth, and plunged into the surf. In a few minutes, Rob recalled, he returned with the legal limit suctioned onto his large belly. He loved to gloat in the surprise of bewildered spectators. He shined when the spotlight was on him. While Lee even drove on occasion, he let Huffman take the wheel, only forbidding him to drive them near Blue Rock Springs or Lake Herman Road. If the cops are tailing me, they might use it against me, he said. They'll go, what were you doing cruising Blue Rock Springs with your friend? I don't want to see you hassled. Lee was very familiar with Lake Herman Road. Once he and Kay were driving around the outskirts of Vallejo when they stumbled on a bleeding man by the road. It was a scene much like the Lake Herman Road attack. In 1956, Lee and I were coming back on American Canyon Road, Kay elaborated, and saw a man standing outside his little car pulled off the side of the road. He was waving his arms. We got out. He and his wife had been drinking a lot of wine out of a jug, and some kids had come along and asked him for a match. When they rolled down the window, the kids pulled him out, called him a wino, and beat him up. So Lee took the jug, and he threw it as far as he could out into the field. I never figured out how come I agreed to this. When you're young, you do dumb things. I sat in the car, with the doors locked, with these two little people, while he went and hunted for a highway patrolman. He drove up on Highway 40 and did all sorts of loops and illegal things before he finally attracted the attention of the Highway Patrol. They followed him back down to where we were parked. 33. Zodiac. For the last 2 years, Toschi had been chief of security for the posh Pan Pacific Hotel at 500 Post Street. As director of 24-hour security, he conducted discreet surveillance of the VIP's floor and coordinated with their security people. Grueling work. Many times, computer companies asked me to meet with their own corporate security manager. Do a walk around to the hotel and the rooms where equipment is going to be, Toschi said. Times people would call me and I would be so tense and exhausted, missing luggage and missing items from rooms. And yet, around each bend in the hotel's labyrinth of corridors, Toschi's nemesis still lurked. A stone's throw away, Zodiac had flagged down Stein's cab that long ago Columbus Day. Toschi recalled the legions of Zodiac suspects. Had there ever been a greater mystery? The legends grew. A new generation became obsessed. As if he had never vanished, Zodiac turned up later as fodder for television dramas. One day, location directors for the Nash Bridges television program arrived unexpectedly from Hollywood and checked into the Pan Pacific. As Toschi inspected their 5 rooms, one asked him, "Are you familiar with the Zodiac killer story? That's our next project." He laughed, knowing how many years he had spent hunting Zodiac. What was it like to be on the hunt for a serial killer, they asked, and so he told them. When Toschi saw the completed show, he said, "At least they didn't make me a nut. I even got to save the life of Nash Bridges, Don Johnson, through the character of his former mentor." The plot is that Bridges hears his mentor in homicide, Dale Cutter, a retired inspector, is having family problems. After many years, he goes hunting for Zodiac again. The drama ends with the real Zodiac still alive and making a call to Bridges. Unsolved Mysteries would profile Zodiac, and the Fox network program Millennium filmed an episode in which the hero, Frank Black, approaches Zodiac's trailer through the brush in Santa Rosa. The climax occurs in a theater like the Avenue. In the darkened movie house, Black comes upon Zodiac. Gun pointed, 1 foot advanced, the square-cornered black hood with the cross circle in stark contrast. The drawing of him in costume come to life. The figure, though, is a dummy that allows Zodiac to escape as effectively as the actual Zodiac had. Wednesday, March 4th, 1992. Detectives had not yet given up on Lee. Weary manhunters, realizing they were up against a wily and clever opponent, thought they had overlooked some clue. Painstakingly, they scrutinized items seized from the suspect's house, sought out the FBI for strategy. The Bureau's 1,000-page Zodiac file mentioned only Arthur Lee Allen in detail, his dossier accounting for 10% of the file. Agents studied periodicals recovered from Lee's basement, especially an article on Dave Eastman, the Birdman of Eaton, that had seized the suspect's interest. The FBI ferreted out a second article on Eastman in The Irregular, a New Hampshire free periodical dated April 19, 1989. Of what import to Lee Allen was Eastman, a former helicopter pilot and birdhouse builder? Lee was a flyer. That association alone might have sparked his interest, but it made more sense if he had hidden something in a wilderness birdhouse. They noted that Eastman wore glasses like those in the Zodiac Wanted circular. Detectives fine-combed their bounty again. Perhaps they already had that clue, but did it lie there unrecognized on a table heaped with other recovered articles? As an experienced homicide investigator, retired Detective Baker remarked, I recognized that for purposes of search warrants and for determining the validity of suspects' admissions, confessions, the existence of such items would not be made public. However, unless the mention of specific items was somehow redacted, deleted from the publicized versions of the warrants to search Allen's residence, this may not be the case. Items not named with any specificity in the warrant may not be seized. This would lead me to believe that any souvenirs he may have collected may be more esoteric or abstract than would otherwise be recognized by the investigators. Then again, perhaps the investigators of that period may have lacked the present-day sophistication to have recognized the absence of such items from the scenes. But what was there? A pile of recipe cards that had words humorously misspelled, a slip of yellow paper, and a Zodiac Seawolf watch the detectives had expected to find. They anticipated clippings on Zodiac. They were there. A serial killer who craved publicity would be compelled to keep cuttings of his newspaper appearances. He not only had videotapes of news programs mentioning Zodiac, but had retained a copy of the return of service of a search warrant Toski had handed him in 1972. Allen had smiled then, as if he knew a joke that the police did not. I thought of Lynch's anonymous tip in 1969. Without that tip, Lee would not have been a suspect until he spoke freely to the 3 detectives at the oil refinery. He seemed to want to interact with the police and enjoyed it when he was finally a suspect. What if Lee had turned himself in? If not, who had been the tipster? I probably hadn't seen Lee in 25 or 30 years, Kay Huffman told me later. I hadn't kept in touch. I knew he'd been down in the Atascadero, and I knew what for. And that blew me away, because I had had no inkling of anything like that. Harold and Lee had gone to an air show, and he brought him home here. There was this little old man. I don't know what happened to the young, vigorous person I knew, but he wasn't there anymore. Now the diabetes had made him look terrible and aged. I was devastated for days afterward. I couldn't believe it was the same person. My dad was very ill, too, and so I'd go up to Vallejo to visit him. I usually did that about every other weekend, and if Lee was in, I'd stop by and visit him a little bit. The first time I stopped by, he wanted to tell me about how he had burglar-proofed the house, because there had been a break-in. Then he wanted to know if I wanted to see the guns and knives he kept in the basement his mother built for him. We used to call it the dungeon. I looked at him and said, "This isn't what I came to see. I came to see you." And he says, "You don't want to talk about my guns?" "No, I don't want to talk about them, and I don't want to see them ever." Monday, March 23, 1992. An FBI special agent met with Conway while Bauer was following up leads. On Monday morning, Conway advised the agent they were reinitiating the Zodiac serial murder investigation. This was because of information concerning a possible suspect, Arthur Lee Allen, the SA wrote of the meeting. Conway and Bauer were interested in designing an interview strategy for Allen should it become necessary to confront him, said the submitted FBI report 252B-7F-9447. He stated he met on 2 separate occasions with Conway and Bauer. These 2 meetings lasted a total of approximately 10 hours. These investigators were interested in an interview strategy for a possible suspect, Arthur Lee Allen. However, they indicated they had a considerable amount of investigation to conduct prior to contacting Allen. The VPD mentioned the 1991 search and indicated VPD had subsequently interviewed him again twice. On all occasions, Allen was calm and cooperative, but denied any involvement. This case was left pending because the Vallejo police indicated that they wanted additional assistance in their investigation as information developed. Therefore, this case was left open until 3/23/92, when Bauer was contacted to provide a status report on the case. Because of SA caseload during the last year with priority matters, no regular memos have been placed in the Allen file, explaining the reason to have the case remain open. Tuesday, March 24, 1992. As Bauer and Conway prepared report case number 243145, they discovered more circumstances that indicated Arthur Lee Allen was in fact the Zodiac killer. They got a lot of stuff that Molinex did and then went and talked to some of the same people, I was told. A lot of what informants were telling Conway and Bauer in the early 90s, they didn't tell Molinex. Maybe they were afraid back then to come forward, but now, in 1992, they're not so afraid anymore. They just wanted to nail Zodiac. Conway had advised the Bureau that there were 2 additional interviews to be conducted with people who had known the suspect for a long time, with a man who had known Allen at the time of the killings, Cheney. Once these interviews were conducted, Conway indicated he and Bauer will present a full review of the case to the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office for an opinion regarding possible prosecution for Allen. If the DA refuses to file charges against Allen, Vallejo Police Department will close its investigation on the Zodiac case. Bauer located Cheney. When George Bauer tracked me down, Cheney told me, he contacted me by telephone. I talked to him. Then they had me come down to be interviewed by them in Vallejo. They flew me down to Sacramento, and George met me at the airport and drove me to Vallejo. We spent a couple of hours together with Roy Conway. What I had told Armstrong and the other detectives, I told them. They recorded everything I said, and they pumped me for everything I could give them. Alan loved to outsmart the other guy, I told them. In a 1967 conversation, Lee asked me how to alter his appearance. We discussed theatrical makeup and what you could accomplish with it. I wasn't curious why he was asking me this. It wasn't unusual to talk about something like makeup. By the time Alan became a known suspect, he had already altered his appearance to an astonishing degree by burying his athletic physique in fat. With Lee, said Cheney, you just get into conversations about what if this and what if that. It was just more of knowledge for knowledge's sake. Lee was always interested in all kinds of things, and I was too. Lee enjoyed misleading people. He liked to trick people or influence them into things that they otherwise wouldn't do. In January 1969, Allen had a conversation with Donald Cheney, a friend of his, wrote Bowert in his report. He guised this conversation as though he were going to write a novel. Allen indicated to Cheney they would call himself Zodiac and use the Zodiac watch symbol as his symbol, that he would kill people in lovers' lanes by using a weapon with a flashlight attached to it for sighting at night, that he would write letters to the police to confuse and taunt them, and sign them as the Zodiac. Allen stated he would get women to stop on the freeway, indicating they had some problems with the tires. He would loosen their lug nuts so their tire would later fall off and he could take them captive. Bowert arranged for Cheney to be polygraphed back in Washington State. Bowert gave me a polygraph in his presence, Cheney told me. It was so short I couldn't believe it. A month later, I went and took another one in the same police station in Kennewick, South Central Washington, one of the Tri-Cities here where I live, but without Bowert being present. I gathered that in the first they didn't have the right test questions. They flew a technician from Seattle over here to run the polygraph. It was a little on the dull side except for feeling some stress. They hooked me up so they could measure my respiration and blood pressure. It seemed to me there might be 4 to 5 responses, the number of needles on the paper. They asked questions that required yes or no answers. He told me to just answer in a calm and monotone way, no emotion. In the second test, I'll tell you why they gave me 2 tests. In the second test, when we had gone through all the questions, they start off with, "What's your name?" Then they asked the questions about the case. Then, when I thought he was finished with that, he kept asking me more questions. It didn't seem to matter what the answers were, but the questions were mainly rephrasing of things. I tripped up and made a misstatement. It wasn't a lie. I wasn't intentionally making a misstatement, but I just said something I didn't intend to say. All the needles made a jump, flopped around. Then he was satisfied. That was what he wanted. I guessed that they were looking for something that would gauge. It turned out, as Bowert told me later, Cheney was telling the truth. The biggest obstacle still was that Allen's handprinting did not match the Zodiac's. The experts explained that the only explanation for this would be if Allen would have been able to develop a false handwriting, Bowert wrote. Allen had once asked Cheney if books on how to disguise handwriting existed, and later studied books on fake handwriting. The FBI noted, Vallejo has requested no further assistance on this case, and it is therefore recommended that this case be closed at this time. At Bowert's workplace, a cabinet shop, he was mulling over a possibility that intrigued him for years, one that might explain everything. There might be 2 Zodiacs, working as master and slave. That theory had been one of the reasons George had tracked down Allen's friend, Robert Emmett. I conjectured that there might be 2 Zodiacs, partners working together, he told me later. After that trip to Germany and seeing the man, I came to believe there was only one. As for Donald Lee Cheney, he's now a retired mechanical engineer in Washington. Panzarella is wealthy, has sold his stock, and become owner of RKO Pictures Film Library. I even went down to interview him. Panzarella was just a regular guy, but he had all this money. As for Ralph Spinelli, the other known tipster, he had reportedly been incarcerated 290 miles north of San Francisco on the Oregon border. Allen, after the Stein murder, had kicked in his door and beaten him a second time. Wednesday, August 26, 1992. On a nice August afternoon about 3 p.m., George Bowert was working in his garage. The smell of new lumber and sawdust sweetened his lungs. A street cop phoned him at home, and Bowert hustled to the phone. It had a special attachment for his hearing disability and made voices extra loud. The cop was kind of a joker, Bowert recalled. "Are you still investigating Arthur Lee Allen as the Zodiac?" he asked. "Yeah," Bowert said, "Arthur Allen. Well, I'm in his house, and he's laying on the floor." "What's he doing laying on the floor?" "Well, he's dead, and he's lying here with a great big bump on his forehead." George listened carefully to the rest. He put the phone down. The room seemed to swim. They had waited too long. He steadied himself. Had someone, perhaps Zodiac's partner or someone after revenge, gotten Zodiac before they could? 34. Zodiac. Wednesday, August 26, 1992. A street cop got detailed there, Bowert told me. Allen wasn't answering his door. He had a girl living upstairs. When they didn't hear from him for a long time, Allen's upstairs boarder found his body. The cops went there. They opened the door, got in the house, and there's Allen lying face down on the floor. I rushed over. I had to make sure he died of natural causes. His name has been published. He's been showing up on TV. He's been granting interviews and drawing all sorts of attention to himself. The Farron family had called me a number of times and said, "Do you really think he did it?" I told them, "Yeah." And the Farron family can be kind of goofy, I thought. Jesus, did one of them do something? So I went on down there, and he was in fact dead. Bowert stood in the dim basement, his intent face lit by the glow of Lee's new computer. He steadied himself, looking thoughtfully at the big man in the bathrobe on the cold floor. The professional side of the detective took hold. Bowert began assessing the facts. He recalled Allen's words from television about the only way the heat will stop is if I die. That will cure it for me. Or if Zodiac himself confesses. They haven't arrested me because they can't prove a thing. He had fallen face down, Bowert told me. I rolled him over. He had a little injury to his head that I was at first a little bit concerned with. He had been bleeding. Usually when you have a heart attack, if you die right away, you don't bleed anymore. So I got the coroner and the medical examiner. Thus, the prime suspect, with a lump on his head, his bathrobe open, lay with newspapers about Zodiac spread about him. In addition to clippings about the case, Allen possessed everything the experts had expected Zodiac to have: an arsenal of guns, bombs, a portable typewriter, a knife scabbard with rivets. I recalled when Rita Williams had interviewed Allen the previous year. He had been dressed as he was today, in a flimsy bathrobe and rubber boots. He'd attempted to shock her, waving his arms and shouting that the police had persecuted him. Bowert walked to the humming Epson Equity 1 computer. "The thing that interested me," he said, "is that when I got there was a bunch of computer disks out on the table, and they said Zodiac on them and stuff like that." Floppy disks were scattered by the printer. Bowert ejected a disk still in the machine. It was labeled Zodiac. What was on the disks and in the computer, and what was the significance of those particular Zodiac newspapers? Apparently, the computers had been added since the last search. An Avstar computer, an Epson Equity 1 computer, and all accessories. Then Bowert spied a videotape marked with the letter Z lying on a bookshelf at the east wall. Bowert was excited over the tape. They would need a warrant to view that. As soon as they could, they played it. All the video showed was Allen mooning the police, cursing them, and complaining about the case. Nothing incriminating. For some time, Bowert had known Allen had been ill, suffering from diabetes, heart trouble, severe arthritis, and kidney failure. So the end was not only expected, but might be easily explained. The detective consulted the coroner, and he established the facts of the death. Found August 26, 1992, at 3:10 p.m. Immediate cause of death: arteriosclerotic heart disease. Other significant conditions contributing to death, but not related to cause given: diabetes mellitus, cardiomegaly, heart disease. And the bump? The coroner determined, said Bauer, that when Allen hit the floor, he banged his head. DA Mike Nail had already scheduled a meeting on Arthur Lee Allen sometime earlier. With the death, the parley would still proceed. About a week before we went to meet with him, Arthur Lee Allen dropped dead. So that at this meeting, this DA, being kind of a half-assed comedian, said, "We've got good news and bad news. We're not going to file on Sean Melton. They didn't want to spend the money on that. But I'm going to file on Arthur Lee Allen." He was naturally joking because he knew he couldn't file on a dead man. Mike Nail, George told me later, had political aspirations as a Superior Court judge, which he realized. I've known Mike Nail my entire career. He started out as a rookie DA straight out of law school. He and I didn't socialize together, but we would joke and stuff. He probably would not have filed on Allen, to be honest with you, because he was going for a judgeship and would not in any way want that to be compromised. The gist of it is we were going to file on him, and he promptly died on us. The problem was the district attorney didn't want to file on a dead guy, but they won't 100% clear it. When we were getting ready to charge Allen with the case, I compiled a list so we could go to the district attorney's office. When Jim Lang and Conway and I met with Mike Nail, we were doing two things that day. There was a kind of infamous case from our county. A kid named Jeremy Stoner, a 6-year-old, was abducted and ultimately found dead in the Delta. The responsible on that was a guy named Sean Melton. Melton's father at one time alluded to the fact that Melton wrote letters to the newspaper, like Zodiac, and his terminology was somewhat similar to the Zodiac. Somebody came out with this harebrained idea that he was the Zodiac, but he wasn't, I can assure you of that. We were meeting with Nail at that time to see if he would refile on Sean Melton. There had been 2 trials on him, and there had been 2 hung juries. We were also meeting at the same time to see if he would file on Arthur Lee Allen. Those 30 points were made to give to him to have something firm in his hand rather than us telling him each and every point. That report was actually made to present to the district attorney's office, but wasn't intended to be part of the case file per se. I don't remember all 30 of them. Some of them, when you're putting together something like that, I didn't intend for it to end up in the case file. It was more of a working file. 1 or 2 or 3 of those points a defense attorney could pick up on and really hammer, because there was some supposition where I really didn't have a lot of background to back them up. But the meat of the thing I could back up. Thursday, August 27, 1992. Conway signed an affidavit for a search warrant. As you know, Bauer told me, I wrote another search warrant and searched his house again even though he was dead. There was a computer system and the videotape. The purpose of the search warrant was to view that tape and, according to the affidavit, determine if it contained evidence related to the so-called Zodiac killings. Vallejo police descended to the lower apartment at 32 Fresno Street, as dark, dank, and museum-like as it had been the previous year. In the Epson printer was Allen's partially completed polygraph agreement for the Vallejo police. Conway took possession of numerous videotapes and 5 containers of discs and manuals for the printer stacked there. Near the computer lay an index of computer discs labeled Polygon and a yellow disc catalog with discs labeled Plolams, Allen's intentional misspelling of programs. They discovered a fruit juice recipe bomb formula and a box with blank notepaper. Strips of paper were covered with math. A last will and instructions for the computer were on the east wall bookshelf. The will and instructions read, "Being sound in mind, if not in body, I hereby put to paper my last will and testament. I will update this document as conditions warrant, so this computer version will always be the last and most current will and testament. In cases of printed copies, the date on the copy will determine whether it is the most recent version of the will. All pages must be signed and dated by me, as well as the end of the last page. First and foremost, I wish to have it known that due to whatever circumstances I enter a vegetative state, that all my life support systems be disconnected and whatever of my body organs that can be used to help others be utilized for that purpose upon my death." The procedure for obtaining the most recent version of this will is as follows. The detectives followed the procedure laid out. They turned on the monitor screen, the bottom roller on the lower right side of the monitor casing. They inserted the MS-DOS working copy. Diskettes are located in the yellow loose-leaf binder next to the printer into the top slot of the computer, Allen had instructed. This is known as the A drive. With the elephant, log on the top right toward you until it clicks. Push the push button in so it clicks also. Push the power button in so the red light goes on. Insert the data disk into the lower slot, the B drive, until it clicks. Then push the push in as well. Now press the Enter key on the keyboard. A small light will appear on the A drive and the computer will hum. Some printing will cycle onto the screen. When a request for the date or time appears, press the Entry key a couple of times until the A prompt sign appears. The instructions entailed 7 complex maneuvers in detail to access the most current will. I bestow upon my good friend Harold Huffman the duties of executor of this will and power of attorney, the document began. Allen left his Epson Equity 1 computer and all accessories, programs, as Lee spelled it in his last will, and related literature to his tenant. Lee concluded on a sad note, and more lies. As for my brother, Ronald Allen, I was very deeply hurt by the total lack of support by his whole family during my recent conflict with the law. I still love my brother very much, which made the hurt all the deeper. I was hurt, but not surprised at all, when my sister-in-law took pains to phone me several times to tell me they were so broke that I couldn't expect any financial help from them at all. Then they went right out and bought 3 Hondas, including a brand new Accord. Some poverty case. Still, if there's anything he wants for himself after all the above is sorted through, he is welcome to it. He'll be getting the house anyway, which should be worth a couple bucks. Lee had 4 more cars, including a Corvair. He wanted his dentist to get his rolls, but Ron got that. The cops studied a letter to the Vallejo police on the computer. In the letter, Bauer told me, were references to letters he was going to write about how he was going to sue us for this, that, and the other. The return to the warrant says you found a knife and a knife scabbard with rivets, I said to Bauer. I don't remember the scabbard at all, he said. I think we just took it because it had a knife. It wasn't anything really earth-shattering. As for the Royal typewriter we found, that pertained to the Riverside murder, and I had discounted Zodiac for that. So at Conway, Riverside detectives were able to ID the typewriter used by the killer as a portable Royal typewriter. Elite type, Canterbury shaded, such as found in Allen's basement. Morello had ruled that Zodiac wrote the handwritten Riverside letters mailed, but if he typed the confession letters too, then Allen's typewriter might still offer a clue. I doubted it. The typewritten letters had been distant carbon copies. I got about 4 or 5 phone calls when Allen died, said Toschi glumly. San Francisco was kind of curious why Vallejo didn't just close the case. They told an inspector that the Vallejo district attorney chose not to close the case because Allen was terminally ill and was expected to die within 2 weeks. They had already scheduled a conference to discuss that decision in the next month after his death, so they went ahead and had it. Saturday, August 29, 1992. The day before, a Vallejo police property report on Allen had been filed in the municipal court clerk's office. Now that the press realized who had died, they ran with the story. Aaron Hallisey reported in the San Francisco Chronicle. Man once suspected in Zodiac case dies. A man once suspected of being the Zodiac killer, who taunted police and terrorized Northern California with threats of murder, died Wednesday in Vallejo of a heart attack at the age of 58. In 1971, attention focused on Arthur Lee Allen when relatives and friends told police that he was acting erratically and that they feared he might be the sadistic slayer who killed at least 6 people and perhaps as many as 37 between 1966 and 1974. In his book Zodiac, former Chronicle editorial cartoonist Robert Graysmith described Allen under a fictitious name as the gut-feeling choice of most detectives for the Zodiac killer. Allen had reportedly told some people that he was the Zodiac killer. Thursday, September 3, 1992. In the mid-1970s, Allen was convicted of child molesting charges and sentenced to prison, Conway said publicly. Last year, we searched Allen's home in Vallejo as part of a follow-up investigation into the unsolved case. We found some writings, some pipe bombs, some illegal weapons. None of it was sufficient to make an arrest for him being the Zodiac. It is still an ongoing criminal investigation. His death has not changed that. I can't discuss an ongoing investigation. I don't have any reason to believe that Allen's death was a suicide, and there has been no preliminary evidence that foul play was involved. In San Francisco, Dave McElhatton, KPIX TV anchor, bannered the suspect's death on the evening news. He and his wife, Bonnie, had conducted the first hour-long show on Zodiac with me back in 1986. Allen died this week, he said, leaving behind the unanswered question, was he really the Zodiac? Tomas Roman reported that the only thing the police are certain of is that their case remains unsolved. His death has little effect on the ongoing investigation into the man known as the Zodiac, the man who taunted police by claiming to have killed as many as 37 people. But even after an extensive search, police still did not charge Allen with any crime linking him with the Zodiac killings. I am not the Zodiac, Allen had told KPIX. I have never killed anyone. They have me questioning myself. The only way I could clear myself is for the real Zodiac to confess, if he's still alive. All I can do is suppose on that. The only way I can get peace for myself is when I'm finally dead and gone. All Toschi could say was, Mr. Allen was a very, very good suspect. We looked into Mr. Allen very closely. The FBI, on noting the death, said in a report, the San Francisco case is closed at this time. This retired cop who was working on the case told me he's out of work now, Pete Noyes told me. They found a lot of computer disks in Allen's house. They went in there and picked up a lot of stuff. The psychologist, Thomas Rykoff, apparently had some deal going with a guy down here to write a book. I don't know if that's ethical or not. Rykoff interviewed him at Atascadero. Bob Woolridge, a good friend at Time Life, called for an update on Zodiac. Inspector Toschi called me at home for a chat, he said. I've been tracking down all this stuff that's been going on in Vallejo. McCochran at the Vallejo Times has told me that the police apparently found a videotape after their second search warrant of Mr. Allen's house. I don't know what any of this means, and I don't think Vallejo police are talking. I'm going to try and speak to Captain Conway at Vallejo a little later this afternoon. I hope he'll give me a hint at least, but if I hear anything, I'll certainly let you know. As soon as police could, they played the videotape. All it showed was Allen mooning the police, cursing them, and complaining about the case. Authorities hinted more was on the tape, but nothing incriminating. Though Lee had specified close friend Harold Huffman to be executor of his estate, the task fell to Ron Allen, who sort of took over. Karen took first dibs on all his stuff, not Ron, a friend claimed. Huffman only met her after Lee's death, but quickly took a disliking to her. I've read how Ron cooperated with the police, helped gather some information. I got the feeling that Ron knew his brother was involved in this type of activity. They have people in the media who have tracked them down. Ron's a hard guy to reach. Usually his wife won't let him near the phone. I thought, since the guy died suddenly, maybe he left something behind. Maybe he did. I thought a good chance they found something in that house. Lee Allen was not embalmed. Though he was cremated, samples of his brain fluid were ordered preserved. It might allow future DNA testing. Lee's ashes were to be scattered off the coast near San Rafael. The Vallejo Times-Herald headline a week after Allen's death said, Suspect's death won't halt Zodiac investigation. Death would not stop an investigation into the truth. We owed it to the victims to assemble the missing pieces. I could not stop. None of us could. Friday, October 2nd, 1992. Darlene's sister, Pam, claimed that she had confronted Allen before he died and after his death was in his home. In his bathroom, she claimed she had observed a weird sexual device held with suction cups to the side of the tub. Of course, I'm not actively working on the case anymore, said Bowert. I used to get all those letters, and since Arthur Lee Allen died, nothing happens on it anymore. Someday down the road, we ought to put our heads together. I've got every file that Fred Shirasago had, and all our files and all the original stuff on Zodiac. I've got it up in my attic, along with a bunch of stuff of Allen's. It might be interesting to go over it someday down the road if you ever write a sequel. What was really interesting is if you read this report from then Sergeant Lynch in the center of another report on a regular piece of paper, I don't think there are more than 100 words in it, he talks about 1969, just after the Berryessa killings, going and interviewing Arthur Lee Allen as to his whereabouts at the time of the killing. Arthur Lee Allen makes the statement about the chickens? 2 chickens? I said. Yeah, and he was going to Berryessa on the day the killings took place, but he changed his mind and went to Salt Point. This was in 1969, before Toschi and Armstrong had even looked at him. I hadn't read that until I got re-involved in it in early 1992. So I go back, and Lynch is still alive. He has since died. I go ask him, John, you don't say in the report why you're talking to Arthur Lee Allen. What prompted you to pick out this guy? You don't say, and he couldn't remember. Somebody, somehow, his name came up in 1969, just after the Berryessa killing. Usually, I'd write a report and say, pursuant to John Doe telling me that Arthur Lee Allen fit the description and claimed he was going to Berryessa on that day, I went by to talk to him. Then at least I'd have John Doe to go back to and talk to later on. I'd ask him, why did you accuse this guy? Of course, your book came out much before I went and talked to Lynch. When I talked to him, he had quit drinking, but he wasn't in the best of health. He just couldn't remember. John Lynch was a prince of a guy. He was a very honest, straightforward guy, but he had a hell of a booze problem. When John would get off duty, it was spooky. He lived in an old house in an old section of town. It wasn't really a Victorian. It was sort of a Tudor. If you had to go by and talk to him about something, he never would answer the phone. You go by and you knock, and you come to the door, and there were no lights on, and it was musty. He would always talk to you on the front porch. He'd be drunk from the time he got off duty to the time 8 hours before he was to come on duty. My guess was this. Allen told a family member or friend he was going to Berryessa. Later, that unknown person read of the murders. Allen must have said something or been acting erratically enough for them to tip the police. My money is on a family member. Would we ever discover who that early tipster had been? From our last 2 conversations, I'm truly amazed at your background information on Zodiac, said Toschi. Some of the information you have on Arthur Lee Allen in the Riverside area really got my attention, and I wish that the Riverside PD had given me the fact that Allen was actually known around their town. It would have given me a stronger case to discuss with our DA and the other detectives working on the Zodiac case. Sunday, May 15, 1994. There is one specific detective, Harvey Hines, who has since retired from a very small police department, Conway explained, who is absolutely convinced that he solved the Zodiac case. And it happens to be a guy who has a lengthy criminal history, and he's living in Tahoe. Again, there is no fingerprint match, no handwriting matches, there's nothing more than a whole bunch of coincidences. The Chronicle ran a 2-part story about Hines' suspect in its This World section. The article upset Toschi. It was cheap journalism, he told me. I wouldn't even call it journalism. I remember talking to Hines in the 70s, and he was very strange then. He had tunnel vision. He wouldn't even listen to other suspects and keep an open mind. Hines has had 20 years to find out where his guy was on the dates of the murders. It should be easy to prove one way or the other. Paul Avery called me, and he too was upset. Conway is equally certain that the Zodiac is someone else, reported the Chronicle. I'll tell you what I told Harvey Hines, said Captain Conway of the Vallejo Police Department. He's wasting his life barking up the wrong tree. His suspect is not the Zodiac. I can't tell you how much time I've given Harvey over the years, but he has nothing of any evidentiary value. I believe, as I've always have, that Zodiac was Arthur Lee Allen. If I could show Harvey what evidence we have on Allen today, he would get off this kick immediately. Unfortunately, I can't do that for legal reasons. Added Conway about suspect Allen, who died in 1992. If Allen were alive today, we would file charges against him as the Zodiac. Unfortunately, we ran out of time making a case against him, and he died. Judge Eric Udall, Superior Court, Sonoma County, stood in the cool shadows of Lake Herman Road and discussed the case. When Jim Lang spoke with Allen on the day of the 1991 search of his home, he told me, He drew the big man out by discussing the recent death of his own father. Somehow he reached the suspect. Allen began to cry, and slowly Lang began to draw a confession from him. Allen was on the brink of confessing that he was the Zodiac when a patrolman boiled out of the basement and shouted they had found bombs. Allen regained his composure. The mood was broken. The moment was lost. 35. The Conference. Monday, April 26, 1993. The subject today is the Zodiac Killer, Judge George T. Chapalis said solemnly. A gray-haired, whip-smart municipal court magistrate, he looked like Fred Astaire and kept his trim with regular workouts on his rowing machine. The perplexing case fascinated the judge, and he had called a special discussion on Zodiac to rethink the case and satisfy his own curiosity. The meeting convened at a San Francisco State Auditorium at 1:30 p.m. in front of a large audience. Chapalis, acting as moderator, introduced Rita Williams, KTVU-TV newsperson. She interviewed the person, the one suspect, he said, that Vallejo and San Francisco investigators and Robert Graysmith, former political cartoonist turned author, and others believed to have been the Zodiac Killer. Chapalis then recounted Cheney's story of Allen's vow, a year before there was a Zodiac, to tie a flashlight to his gun barrel, shoot couples in the woods, and write taunting letters signed Zodiac to the police. He explained how Allen was in the Riverside College area when Bates was stabbed, and how Darlene Ferrin was stalked by a friend named Lee. He told how there were no letters from Zodiac while Allen was confined at Atascadero, and how the Santa Rosa murders ceased during that time. Captain Roy Conway, immediately on the scene of the Ferrin murder in 1969, had been associated with the case ever since. I was a patrol sergeant that evening, and I was dispatched to a place that was in a remote part of Vallejo on July 4, 1969. Both victims were still alive at the time. The male survived, the female died. I tried to talk to her and talk to him both. She was unable to speak or do anything and had been shot with multiple gunshot wounds. The passenger in the car had been shot multiple times, and he has survived. He's still alive to this day. Because I was a patrol sergeant at the time, I was not initially assigned as the investigator on the crime. It was not till several years later, when I got promoted to captain, that I was given responsibility for the case. The primary investigator who's been working on this case the longest of all law enforcement personnel that's ever been involved is Detective George Boward, who's sitting over there in the corner. George stood and waved. What we've done over the years, every time there's any kind of media attention given to the Zodiac case, there's all kinds of information that flows into the police department or departments and other departments in the California Department of Justice. There's all kinds of people calling up who say, I know who the Zodiac is. Conway pointed out what he considered some of the misinformation about Zodiac. I didn't agree with all of it. It's not intentional, he said. One of the pieces of misinformation is the Riverside homicide. I'm here to officially tell you that the Riverside Police Department never believed that Zodiac was involved. We have since more than satisfied ourselves that Zodiac had nothing whatsoever to do with the Riverside killing. Riverside thought their local suspect had committed the homicide, but a handwriting examination had already proven Zodiac wrote letters to the Riverside Press claiming responsibility for Bates's murder. Captain Conway played his case conservatively, focusing unequivocally only on those cases where it was absolutely certain that Zodiac had been involved. There are only 3 of them in that category. The reason we know the 3 are unequivocally the Zodiac is because he gives physical evidence, or verbal evidence that only the killer would know. He pointed to the Paul Stein cab killing as the most striking. Zodiac had swiped a portion of Stein's shirt, enclosing fragments with his correspondence. In our case, the Blue Rock Springs murder, Zodiac went to a pay telephone right after the homicide. In fact, I would have had to have passed him because it's a long road out to where this homicide occurred. I probably passed him, although we went to great lengths to try and time everything. The people who discovered the people who were shot took a long time to get to a telephone. Probably more than a half hour passed before we even got a phone call. Shortly after 12:40 a.m., a male voice called from a pay telephone, which we subsequently located, traced to Joe's Union Station at Tuolumne and Springs Road by 12:47 a.m., telling that he had just committed this homicide and how he did it, and some other details to cause us to know this was really the guy who did it. One of the examples of misinformation is that we had no recording devices in the police department in those days. There was, in fact, no recording of that phone call. Former Vallejo patrolman Steve Baldino disagreed. On Now It Can Be Told with Geraldo Rivera on July 14, 1992, he had said, "I heard the tape. The dispatcher let me hear it. I believe it was the next night. Apparently the tape is no longer here, but it did in fact exist because I did hear it." Nancy Slover, the police operator, had heard it too. The other homicide we know positively for sure, continued Conway, is the Lake Berryessa homicide. Again, the killer gave some very pertinent information that only he would know. There's only 3. The other killing on Lake Herman Road happened 7 months before the Zodiac killing. We had some very good suspects in that case, and Detective Bauer and I are satisfied that the Zodiac didn't really do that case, although we don't have unequivocal proof on that. The other interesting thing about the Zodiac case is there are several people who have become obsessed with solving the case. We've had several in our own department. There are private citizens who became obsessed with the case and have convinced themselves they have absolutely solved it. They're very absolute about it. Neither one of the suspects that they have are our suspect. All 3 have written lengthy documentation about it. One is an attorney in our city who claims his brother, his dead brother, is the Zodiac, Jack Beeman. Another used mathematics to prove it. In his mind, he is absolutely convinced he's solved the Zodiac case. He thinks he's a college professor at Boston University who now works for the University of California at Berkeley. If you talk to that man and give him any time, he is absolutely, unequivocally convinced. He says it's mathematically impossible for anyone to be the Zodiac except his suspect. We have 2 other individuals, both in law enforcement. One of them is now retired just recently. He's been working on it 20 years, and he's absolutely convinced he knows who the Zodiac is. And his Zodiac is living in Tahoe. Then we have another person in another state agency that worked on the Zodiac for years. He happened to be on duty. He stopped and did a field interrogation of a person he believes to this day is the Zodiac. So every one of these people, if you talk to them, independent of anything else, you would say he must be right. It's only logical that he's right. One of the major reasons that the Zodiac case has not actually been solved to the point of somebody being actually arrested and tried is that law enforcement didn't do a very good job of coordinating information. One of the most telling points in Mr. Graysmith's book, he asked the question, why the search warrant wasn't served at 2 locations and only 1 location. And that was 20 years ago that happened. If they had served a search warrant at the right location at that time, they probably would have solved the Zodiac case. But they didn't. 20 years later, Detective Bauer and I served that search warrant, and we did that a couple of years ago. We found a lot of information that caused us to believe we were on the right track. But that person subsequently died, and we don't have any legal mechanism to say we've solved the case because we can't bring the suspect to trial. He's referred to in Robert Graysmith's book as Robert Hall Starr. His actual name is Arthur Lee Allen. He's worked in Vallejo all his life. At the time, 1971-72, San Francisco Police Department developed information that we subsequently backtracked and gone over every piece of it. That information would have allowed them to serve a search warrant on his primary residence in Vallejo. But at that point of time, he was living part-time in a little trailer in Santa Rosa. And so they served the warrant on his little trailer in Santa Rosa instead of his home in Vallejo. I'm fairly convinced that if they had served the search warrant on that home in Vallejo, they would have found the actual smoking gun. But that didn't happen. It's primarily because they were working on their own and made no effort to coordinate information with our agency. There's a lot of instances that occurred in this case that happened in one area and the other area didn't know about it, added Bauer. Those are the kind of errors in this case the various police departments made. Roy and I, in hindsight, taking all this stuff down 20 years later, put it all together and made us seem like we're real smart. But we're not. We had the benefit of all those reports. The judge asked me how I came to write the book. The way I got interested in this, I said, I was a political cartoonist for the Chronicle, and every day you try to do a cartoon that's going to make a change in the world. I looked at the Zodiac case and thought, here's a guy no one seems to be able to catch. If I go around the state and put together as many facts as I can and put a book out there, somebody's going to solve this. It's pretty much what I decided to do, and I did over a 10-year period. At the end of that time, I had a book of considerable length. An editor and I spent another 3 years taking out 500 pages. Maybe we took the real suspect out. It's possible, but not likely. We did place Mr. Allen as a student at Riverside, and in that library the night Sherry Joe Bates was slain. Perhaps, as Captain Conway believes, Riverside wasn't a Zodiac killing, but of all the 2,500 suspects in the case, Allen was the only one at the scene. Conway discussed the prints in Stein's cab. Hundreds of people can be in a cab. There was emergency medical personnel at the scene, other officials at the scene. Nobody took any elimination prints at the time. They have a whole drawer full of fingerprints that came out of that cab, and it's an extremely arduous task, and most of them are partial. I assure you, the primary suspects have been checked. There's no fingerprint matches anywhere. Ken Moses, one of the best print men in the state, and SFPD has one of the best computer systems in the state. They certainly would have run that bloody print long ago had it worked out, but they didn't preserve the crime scene well enough. Any of the prints, particularly the bloody print of the man believed to be responsible. There were ambulance people there. There were other cops there. They are saying, how come this print doesn't match up to the analyzer? It could have been the guy driving the ambulance, got some of Paul Stein's blood on his hands, and then touched it, and that's the way of the bloody print. Incidentally, Allen wore size 10.5 shoes, and that's the size of the wing walker shoe print found at Lake Berryessa, I said. I summarized the pattern of the murders. They usually happened by a body of water on a weekend and usually involved a young couple who were enjoying all the things Zodiac did not enjoy, intimate, loving relationships. We interviewed everyone in this case, said Conway. We interviewed Kathleen Johns. I'm kind of at a loss as how to explain it, but I don't believe what she described even happened, let alone that the Zodiac did it. Johns is the only one I thought was a little iffy, I said. As years go by, I've come to believe more and more that the man who kidnapped her wasn't Zodiac. The only thing I put any stock in is a thing that I know for a fact, said Conway. All this business about the phases of the moons and all these cryptograms in reality didn't have to do with anything. It was a way for the Zodiac to play with people's minds for his own perverse satisfaction. Those cryptograms, as it turned out, had no meaning. The ciphers did, however, explain his motive and reveal the clue of the most dangerous game, which led to his family and friends turning Allen in. We discussed my conversations with Allen. It may have been because of the child molesting, I said, but when you work in the arts, you get a kind of intuitive sense about things, and literally my spine got chills when I was around him. There was something about him very wrong. I often used to go in and buy things. He worked in a hardware store. Just a very scary guy, but highly intelligent. He had a degree in botany and biology. Biology, said Williams. He said he didn't quite get his master's degree. He didn't finish his thesis. He'd finished the coursework for a master's. His bachelor's degree was in elementary education, and he said his IQ was, I wrote it down, in the 130s. Certainly no genius, he said, but I am intelligent. He called himself gifted, said Conway. That's the terminology he used. Really, said Williams. My mind, he said, I believe is 136. I asked him about the cryptograms. I was in the Navy, he said, and what I did there was chipping paint, and then I was a third-class radio man. That certainly doesn't make me an expert on cryptograms. We began naming his skills. Scuba diver, marksman, airplane pilot, said Williams. He knew explosive devices, cryptography, meteorology, I said, charts, naval and pilot, and compass, writing, drafting, and graphics. His father was not only a Navy officer, but a draftsman. Chemistry, he was a chemist. Guns, he collected them. Disguise and sewing, he was a Navy sailmaker. He not only typed, but had the same kind of portable typewriter the Riverside letters were written on. Phil Tucker, said Bowert, has given us the information that as a child, Allen had been forced to write with his right hand, though he was naturally left-handed. Sailor, Pilot, continued Conway. In fact, he had some trophies for Hobie Cat. He was also a swimmer. The other thing he did, he was quite an avid cook. His living quarters were, as Rita could tell you, in the basement of his parents' house. And every part of this little room was covered with books from floor to ceiling. He was very well read and could converse on any topic you could think of. I heard Zodiac could quote Gilbert and Sullivan by heart, said the judge. Could any of this be applied to Allen? Absolutely, said Conway. We confirmed his interest in Gilbert and Sullivan through his brother and other relatives. They also confirmed that he purposely misspelled words. It wasn't by accident. He'd write recipes, for example, and he'd spell eggs instead of E-G-G-S, he'd spell it A-I-G-S. And that was intentional, just to get a chuckle out of people who would read it. He did that consistently with all kinds of things. I recall that Allen in all his interviews referred to Zodiac as the Zodiac, just as the killer did in his letters. The most difficult part of this case is the handwriting issue, continued Conway. There are at least 2 or 3 people in the area of handwriting analysis, and the one thing they say about the Zodiac letters is that they are consistent from the very first letter to the very last letter. All the letters and words, handwriting is an absolute match. It's one person who did those letters. That's not an issue. The interesting thing, to go back to the Riverside case, there's only one piece of evidence that Zodiac had anything to do with the Riverside killing, and that's the killer scratched some writing onto a desktop. The actual letter he sent to describe all the things that he said he did in this homicide is all typed. There was no handwriting or printing of any kind. The name signed on the bottom of the letter was Enterprise. Conway was in error here. The letter had been addressed to the Riverside Press Enterprise, and Zodiac had also hand-printed 3 Riverside letters. But the scratching on the desk, of which a photo was taken, as Sherwood Morrell said, that matches the Zodiac letters. Since then, George and I have gone to every expert there is, and they unequivocally, without hesitation, say he was wrong. These are not a match to the Zodiac handwriting. That, plus the fact that the Riverside police already have a suspect. From their point of view, their case was solved. This so-called genius that wrote this other book with all the mathematical equations, his whole premise, everything is built on the mathematics starting with the Riverside case. When I tell him the Riverside case didn't have anything to do with it, his theory goes out the window. It didn't shake him. He still believes otherwise. We all had our blind spots. Captain Conway was convinced that Allen had never been in the Navy, in spite of his claims of having been a paint scraper. Various women and their daughters Allen had known over the years spoke of his time in the U.S. Navy. Reports showed the same. Lee admitted to being less than honorably discharged, and he had gone to college on the GI Bill. The Navy connection was unshakable. His father's 25 years in the Navy alone would enable Lee to make periodic visits to Treasure Island, work at Travis Air Force Base, and buy wing walkers at a base exchange. "Judge," said Williams, "I'd like to ask a few questions of the other panelists that I've wanted the answers to. If indeed Arthur Lee Allen were the Zodiac, I think both of you indicated in the past that whoever was the Zodiac would someday prior to his death leave some message behind to let everyone know he was the Zodiac. If he was Allen, can you tell me why you think he didn't, and why the murders stopped when they did?" I thought to myself, he might not have left any message because he died suddenly of a heart attack, one so sudden he bumped his head. "From my point of view," said Conway, "he did leave that message. One of Zodiac's letters talked about finding bombs in his basement. Well, in fact, there were bombs in the basement of that house when we did the search warrant. There were pipe bombs. The other half of it is that he does leave that message by things that are in his basement and at the same time denying everything. There's so many lies I caught him in, his denying things that didn't have any relevance anymore. There was no letters whatsoever during the time he was in the Atascadero State Hospital. The last letter he ever wrote says, 'I am back.' There's several reasons why the killing stopped. This is from discussion with the FBI experts. There's a very famous FBI group back in Quantico, Virginia that studies serial killers. My father used to be an avid deer hunter when he was a young man in his 20s and 30s. About 20 years ago, he quit deer hunting, and I asked him why he quit. 'It's not interesting to me anymore,' he said. That explanation is really simplistic, but that's probably the explanation for Allen if he was Zodiac. The other thing is that he was a very ill man. He was 58 when he died. He was extremely ill and knew he was dying, and he'd had that illness for some time. Even though he could still get around, he was not very mobile, and there was a lot of focus on him as a suspect. Being a suspect, being ill, and losing interest, all adds up to the explanation as to why. "Did you find fingerprints?" Williams asked Conway. Allen says in the interview that police told him that during the interview process with the Vallejo police that you have fingerprints on the pipe bombs under his house. He, of course, says it was some ex-con that had left them there before. He didn't even know they were there. Did you, in fact, find fingerprints? Let me answer that this way. He first denied having any knowledge whatsoever of any bombs existing in his basement. And when we told him of his fingerprints on the bombs, which there wasn't, by the way, then he had an explanation of how he was cleaning up the basement and moved them from one spot to another. That's the kind of stuff we went through with him all the time. George Bowert spoke from the audience. You have to understand that back in the 60s, law enforcement was doing a pretty good job. They weren't really communicating with each other. They didn't have computers. Getting back to the fingerprints on the cab, every single Zodiac suspect that ever existed, said Conway, has been checked against those fingerprints, and no one has matched. The other problem is that the Zodiac bragged in his letter how he wouldn't leave fingerprints anyway. Can I ask the captain and Robert, in your mind, who is the Zodiac killer? Said Williams. George, how do we answer that? Said Conway. Who is? Said Rita. I find, said Bowert, so many coincidences that point in one direction, I feel it is no longer a coincidence, and I feel there are so many areas that point directly at Arthur Lee Allen that I feel he is a viable suspect, and in all probability, the Zodiac. Robert, said Williams. That's my opinion, too, I answered cautiously. Allen had died all too recently. All I can say is that of all the people who were ever brought to me, I conferred with Dave Toschi. He showed me files and files and files. Allen is the best I've ever seen. Zodiac could be some anonymous person who lives in the woods and has never been printed. But as far as I can tell, Allen is the best suspect they've come up with. First of all, there's nothing wrong with circumstantial evidence, said Conway. If you understand what circumstantial evidence is, leaving a fingerprint at the scene of a crime and you're denying you did the crime, circumstantially we prove that you did do the crime because of the fingerprints at the crime scene. Rita Williams took out a letter Allen had mailed her. He'd scrawled a Z in the lower left-hand corner of the envelope. A similar Z had been written at the bottom of the 1967 Riverside letter. The postmark, July 30th, 1991, Oakland. He had dated the letter inside August 1st. The typed letter began, Dear Rita, please pardon the informality, but I consider you a friend. So I guess I'm a friend of the Zodiac, said Williams, if indeed he is the Zodiac. He just goes on to say he appreciated the interview and he had a knot in his stomach and goes on and on with compliments. He says professionality. Interesting that he made up a word. I wonder if that word's in the dictionary, he says. Certainly he's the kind of person who would have a dictionary there and wouldn't use that word unless he really checked. I'm afraid I never answered the man. That night, some of the conference was briefly reported on KTVU. Everything about the Zodiac is serious, giving the number of people he killed seemingly at random, perhaps as many as 50. Who was the Zodiac? Rita Williams asked. This is the Vallejo man many investigators consider to be the notorious Zodiac killer, and is the first time his picture has been revealed. His name is Arthur Lee Allen. As archival film ran, Williams asked Allen, Are you the Zodiac killer? There would be nothing farther from my mind, he said. I am certainly, most certainly, not the Zodiac killer. But at San Francisco State University this afternoon, continued Williams, I was on a panel with people considered authorities on the Zodiac case, and for the first time publicly, they said this, Allen seems to be the best suspect they've come up with, she reported, quoting me. There are so many areas, Bowert was seen saying, that point directly to Arthur Lee Allen that he is a viable suspect and in all probability the Zodiac. But investigators never charged Allen with any of the killings connected with the Zodiac, said Williams, and last August Allen died. I interviewed him a year earlier. He was 58 then, a diabetic and on kidney dialysis. But back in the later 60s, when the clever killer known as Zodiac terrorized California, Alan was in his late 30s, 60 pounds heavier, strong, and a biology graduate student. Police considered him a suspect almost from the beginning. The Zodiac killer taunted authorities and the media, sending complex letters and ciphers, Williams summed up. Today, Vallejo police investigators said they never charged Alan because they couldn't explain discrepancies in the Zodiac handwriting. Alan sent me this handwritten and typed letter after our interview. Williams' 1991 interview, rerun that night, showed Alan collapsing and sobbing. What Rita Williams had observed stuck in my mind. However, she said, he didn't really cry. In looking at the tape, he kind of turned it on and turned it off. When Alan lifted his head, his eyes were dry. I definitely felt he was pretending. There are so many lies I caught him in, his denying things that didn't have any relevance anymore, said Conway. Alan lied even when there was no reason to. Friday, February 14, 1997. 6 years had rushed by since the Valentine's Day search of Alan's home. Toschi rang me, sounding buoyant. I've gotten calls throughout yesterday evening and today, he said. Something is up. One of the inspectors, Rich Adkins, just inherited the Zodiac case. When a friend of mine was captain of investigations, he said that Rich really wanted to talk to me because he had gone through the files and just was a little curious about some things. He and his partner, a guy named Vince Repetto, paid me a visit Tuesday. I had some time, about a half hour, to talk to them about Zodiac. Vince told me he's never gone through everything that had been sent to Sacramento, he said. For some reason, everything wasn't brought back. They only had 2 boxes. That disappointed me. Sacramento should have returned everything that Armstrong and I accumulated. Remember, when they decided to bring everything up to Sacramento years ago, I felt that they had made a very, very serious mistake. I was extremely upset. A case of this caliber, known worldwide, and the work that Bill and I did on it, I have poor handwriting, but as I got older and more experienced, I took better notes. To do this, to shuffle it around in a cardboard box, you're going to lose something. Someone is going to put something in his pocket. You have to want to solve that darn thing. You have to. I hope they know where the rest of the files are in Sacramento and who's got them. Repetto and Atkins said this morning they were going to go up to Sacramento and have a look. What fascinated this Rich Adkins is that it is still a mystery, that the case is still active, and that so many people are aware of it. So many other people have killed more people than Zodiac. Adkins asked why there was so much interest all these years later. I told him, it's a mystery because of the letters, the ciphers, the codes. It's taunting, it's catch me if you can, and I'm crack-proof. Rich asked me if I'd ever spoken to Conway. When Alan died, he was quoted all over the place. Now they tell me he told Adkins he was going to retire in December. Conway's just very enthusiastic, I said. Some of his ideas are very good, such as paring the case down to its essentials. San Francisco was puzzled why Vallejo didn't simply close the case, and this is what Inspectors Adkins and Repetto want to do, said Toschi. What Rich Adkins asked of me is that if you, who are extremely knowledgeable, would be willing to talk with them. They're 2 pretty good guys. I said, Graysmith is one of the most honorable men I've ever met in my life. I think he would want to talk to you. Adkins said, after all this time, we want to close it, and we think we can. They want to give Armstrong and I credit. What we want to prove, Adkins told me, if it wasn't for you taking the initiative when Alan's brother called and going to Vallejo and talking to Alan's sister-in-law and brother, you guys made the case and did more work on Alan than any of the other jurisdictions who were closer to him. The one thing Vallejo can't understand is why John Lynch and Les Lundblad were on this guy so early in the case. I said, why? And this was long before the informants, Cheney and Panzarella. We never got that, said Toschi sadly. What brought them to Alan? 2 guys in independent police agencies both go right to Alan's front door. There's a little tiny piece missing. Lynch went out and talked to Alan after Blue Rock Springs and Lake Berryessa. And of course they have that knife story. I've been killing 2 chickens. Yes, Adkins and Repetto even asked me if we could put Alan in Southern California. My memory was weak at that point, but I know you found some leads. The brother went and searched the basement of Alan's house himself, and he found cryptography books. I told this to Adkins on Tuesday, and it blew him away. That night I opened more mail from Zodiac buffs. Look under the stamps and the envelope flaps for saliva and attempt a DNA test on it, Michael Hennessy suggested. Also check the letter that had a bloody cross drawn on it for DNA. Check the skin and hair fragments that victim Sherry Jo Bates had under her fingernails when found. DNA, obtained from a variety of biological sources, blood, hair, semen, and saliva, had finally entered the Zodiac case, as I was about to find out. Saturday, February 15, 1997. I called Repetto at 9 a.m., and he wanted to meet right away. I'm going to be getting on the road here and heading toward the city, he told me. I'll call my partner on the cell phone, and I'll call you back with a time we could meet. Say around 10:20, 10:30 this morning. We set the place for the Mirabelle Cafe on 9th Avenue, the site of the former Allen Monkey Cafe, where I did all my writing. I sat at my regular table in the front window and watched a light rail car glide by. I recognized the two inspectors immediately as they crawled from their car and entered the cafe. Adkins, tall, broad-shouldered, and energetic, had a bruise on his left cheek from a fight he had just had with a suspect. Vince Repetto, older and more world-weary than his partner, squeezed into a chair. I soon wished they had canceled the meeting. Something had changed in the last hour. The previous day, Adkins and Repetto had gotten DNA results. Genetic markers on a Zodiac letter, they wouldn't say which one, had matched Allen's DNA. However, a call to Repetto after our conversation revealed a second run had showed no match. I heard this bit of news just before I picked up Rich, he said. Zodiac, with his knowledge of chemistry even in the late 60s and early 70s, would hardly have been so foolish as to lick an envelope or stamp. While no such thing as DQ-alpha DNA testing existed back then, blood and saliva typing procedures did. In 1976, Dr. Richard Waller drew up the testing procedures and serology guidelines for secretor samples for the State Crime Lab in Santa Rosa. Genetic markers, a series of complex energy-releasing molecules and enzymes present within the fluids of each individual's body, could be lifted from stains. They could be analyzed by various high-tech serological tests. ABO testing involved long-lasting stable molecules, and PGM testing dealt with more perishable enzymes. Secretor samples found in ABO existed in saliva, semen, and blood. Could the DNA false positive have come from a close relation? Had Allen had his mother lick the envelope for him? If so, under what pretext? Or had we been wrong all along? Toschi, Molinex, Lundblad, Adkins, and Repetto, and all the rest had believed that Zodiac was Arthur Allen. So did I. But Allen did not match the handwriting, did not lick the letter they had tested, and had passed a lie detector test, albeit in a drugged state. What could be the answer? I thought back to the possibility of two Zodiacs working as partners, an idea that Bauer had considered. Now I had the unpleasant task of telling Toschi about the meeting. He was crestfallen. Tuesday, said Toschi, they told me they were about a month away from hearing anything positive. I feel sorry for them. They were obviously positive in what was going on. Now one phone call that says no. It deflates you. It's a step backward. I remember Allen lamenting in 1975, I said, that he hoped Zodiac would write a letter while he was at Atascadero to prove he wasn't Zodiac. If a Confederate was writing the letters for him, why wouldn't he do so? The results of that DNA test is something I didn't see coming. I looked at my phone. From 1986 through 1991, I'd gotten a steady stream of breathing and hang-up calls. They had stopped with Allen's death. I almost missed them. Sunday, February 16, 1997. I spoke with Inspector Repetto, I told Bauer. I know him, Bauer says. Vince runs his own private security outfit. They had him assigned to this thing after DC. DC was handling it for the longest time out of the pawn detail. Then they turned it over to this Vince. Of course, he had his other cases to work with in SFPD. SFPD got DNA results 2 days ago, I said, and it came up it could be Allen. But by the time they got back to me, less than an hour, they'd gotten a second report that said the sample didn't match Zodiac. Can you think of anyone who might have written the letters for Allen? You know, we even compared Cheney's handwriting, said Bauer, and Sandy Panzarella and Ron Allen, a pretty straight-laced guy. Robert Emmett was teaching school in Germany when the letters stopped. I'm thinking they might want to test his DNA. This is something that Conway had pressed for before he retired, said Boward. As for the samples on Allen, I don't know where San Francisco would have gotten them. I have the Vallejo coroner holding that stuff, and he's supposed to notify me if and when they get a request from San Francisco. I haven't heard anything. Maybe Allen had his dog licking his stamps. No, it was human DNA, I said. I mentioned Andrew Todd Walker, the third important suspect in the case. I don't dislike Walker, said Boward. I just don't think there's enough definitive information on him to make it really viable. These guys, a naval intelligence officer and 2 CHP officers, pursue it as a hobby, and that's wonderful. They apparently have gone to the expense of stealing some of his silverware. They paid for a DNA check. At least they told me they did. They have Walker's DNA. You know, I'll bet you Walker, and I bet you this guy that Harvey Hines likes, I bet you both of them, just to get everything off their backs, would submit to a DNA test. Well, sure. I sat down with Morrell in the 70s. He studied some of Lee's printing I got from Ace Hardware. It looks fine. The 3-stroke K, all the rest. If they're going to run a genetic test, then they should at least do all of the suspects. I just wish that back in 71, 72, Tosky and Armstrong would have followed up further. I wish they'd searched the home. I talked to Purdie, who was a handwriting analyst who worked at DOJ that worked under Morrell, and Purdie said he was losing it toward the end. I looked at that desktop printing stuff, and I couldn't make it as Zodiac writing. He died shortly after his retirement. I'm not sure Repetto or Atkins have ever viewed any of my reports, but nobody's pounding on their door. Stein's family isn't there every day saying, "What are you doing about the death of my husband, son, or whatever?" And the same thing happens in Vallejo. The Ferens family's not pounding on the door. It's the old adage, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. I don't blame Vence at all. He's probably got a half-dozen cases where people are pounding on his door. All in all, it had been a stunning development. Lieutenant Tom Bruton, SFPD homicide investigator, called me. He had inherited the Zodiac case, an heirloom passed down from generation to generation. Bruton wondered if I could provide some originals of the missing letters. "Well, what do you have missing?" I asked. "The 3-part cipher letter," he replied. "That would have been the first Zodiac letter San Francisco had received. I have FBI reproductions of that. Would that do?" "No, we thought maybe the original had been passed on to you. Kathleen John said she'd received a second Zodiac Halloween card and mailed it on to you. Do you have that?" "No. She means Paul Avery. However, you're welcome to anything I have. I want to see this thing solved." We spoke for a while longer, and then I thought to ask a favor of my own. "I've been thinking about that DNA test done on Allen, and I have 2 questions." "Go ahead." "First, where did they get a sample of Allen's genetic material? He was buried in 1992. We got that from the Vallejo coroner. They kept a sample of brain fluid or a brain fragment that they'd kept refrigerated. That clears that up. And the second point? Which letter did they test? I had in mind one of the early letters that contained squares of Paul Stein's shirt. That blood-stained swatch would authenticate the sender as Zodiac. "We used the 1978 letter," he said. "The forgery?" Once I'd believed in that letter, but in 1978, one thing had troubled me. Excluding Zodiac's greeting cards, desktop, and car door, his hand-printing communications have all been written on 7.5-inch by 10-inch bond in letter-sized envelopes. The 1978 letter was on 8.5-inch by 11-inch bond in a legal-sized envelope. I knew now that not only was the 1978 letter a fake, but the SFPD knew it. "What are the chances of a second test using one of the older letters?" I asked. Bruton said nothing. I called Tosky. He asked incredulously why they didn't test a letter that contained a swatch of Stein's shirt. Since they wanted to know if I had any original letters, I said, "I suspect they're either misplaced some or they've been stolen. The truth is, there's not enough DNA on the remaining letters for them to evaluate. They had tested for saliva in 1969 to 71 and found none. Only the 1978 fake had enough cells for a test. The SFPD later prepared a chart of available Zodiac DNA. Zodiac letters and envelopes for 10-13-69. Envelope process for DNA, few cells. 11-8-69 card. Sorry I haven't written, pen dripping. envelope processed for DNA, few cells. 12/20/69, contained piece of cloth from Stein's shirt, per keel. Envelope processed for DNA, few cells. 4/20/70, my name is, cipher, envelope processed for DNA, few cells. 4/28/70, card, sorry to hear, blast, buttons, envelope processed for DNA, few cells. 6/26/70, handwritten note and map, I shot a man with a .38, envelope processed for DNA, few cells. The lab found some cells in these communications. Handwritten note, 7/24/70, woman and baby in car, envelope processed for DNA, cells found. 7/26/70, I will torture my 13 slaves waiting in paradise, envelope processed for DNA, cells found. 1/29/74, saw The Exorcist, envelope processed for DNA, cells found. Among the lost and unprocessed by the lab were these: the 11/9/69 handwritten note, this is the Zodiac speaking. Location of envelope, unknown. Also apparently missing were the original 3 letters and ciphers of 7/31/69, the letter of 8/7/69, the 10/27/70 Halloween card, the 3/13/71 Blue Meanies letter to Times, the 3/22/71 postcard sought victim 12, the 5/8/74 note signed a citizen, and the 7/8/74 red phantom letter. The report concluded with the tested letter, 4/24/78, handwritten note, that city pig Toski. DNA sample obtained, not authentic Zodiac letter. Arthur Leal had not been ruled out as Zodiac after all. Soon after, Zodiac returned from the grave. 36. Zodiac 3. Sunday, March 16, 1997. After Zodiac 2, no one ever expected Zodiac's murders to be emulated again. A Zodiac copycat had been horrific, a third Zodiac inconceivable. But for a third time, the killer's undying persona reached out to bring death, this time some 3,000 miles away. Kobe, a well-to-do suburb 270 miles west of Tokyo, lay complacent in its relative safety, almost as murder-free as the rest of Japan. Hammer attacks against 2 girls in the neighborhood on February 10th had rocked the community from its slumber. Today, Ayaka Yamashita, a 10-year-old, was bludgeoned and killed by stab wounds to the head. Less than an hour later, a 9-year-old was stabbed and nearly bled to death. Saturday, May 24, 1997. On a stormy morning, rain beaded on a plastic bag left at the green iron front gate of Kobe's Tomagaoka Junior High. Though a light fog had formed on the other side of the bag nearest the pavement, a human head was visible inside. A pitiful lock of black hair splayed and fanned out against the plastic. A schoolboy's clouded face peered out. Only moments before, neighbors had glimpsed a stout man staggering under the weight of 2 black garbage bags as he rushed down a narrow street. He was about 40 years old, they told police summoned to the junior high. The victim's head had been severed at the jawline with a hacksaw and sharp knife. The killer had gouged his eyes out and stuffed a message in his mouth. Written in red ink, the words ran with rain. Zodiac's cross-circle symbol was starkly legible. The killer was strong, and he used only his right hand to strangle the boy. A search for the rest of the body began. The corpse, discovered in the wooded area of a fenced-in television transmission station, had been undressed, then redressed. The victim was Jun Hase, a mentally challenged 11-year-old last seen 3 days ago. Just after lunchtime, he had set out to visit his grandfather. Now neighbors recalled a suspicious vehicle may have been parked near the boy's home. Japan killer may imitate Zodiac, read the Associated Press headline. Note on beheaded boy, similar to those of infamous Bay Area murderer decades ago. A cross-like symbol found on notes left by the Kobe killer. The murder and contents of the killer's message shocked the Japanese people as no crime in memory. Prime Minister Ryutaro Hashimoto pleaded with police to capture the killer as soon as possible. So this is the beginning of the game, read the letter. I desperately want to see people die. Nothing makes me more excited than killing. Stupid police. Stop me if you can. It's great fun for me to kill people." The message was hardly more than a rephrasing of Zodiac's "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest." Several English words in the communication had apparently been misspelled on purpose. A black-bound translation of my book on the Zodiac slayings had been published in Japan 2 years earlier. Perhaps the killer had identified with Zodiac's obsession with the Mikado. I heard banging at my front gate. A team of newsmen from Japan's international network were there to speak with me. Masahiro Kimura offered plane tickets to me. "We want you to come to Japan to look over the crime scene." Though I had lived in Tokyo for 6 years, I saw no way I could help. Instead, we drove to Julius Kahn Playground, the last place Zodiac had been seen. Kimura showed me copies of the letters. We ended the day riding in a taxi along the same route as Stein had taken, an unsettling trip for the yellow cab driver who was eavesdropping. Kimura said neighborhood watches in Kobe had been organized. In Japan, hundreds of police cordoned off the school site. Teachers stationed stress guidance counselors at local schools, and children left for school with electronic alarms inside their backpacks. The killer had threatened to take revenge on the compulsory education system. The tragedy in Japan brought back horrible memories of how armed guards had been stationed on Bay Area school buses when Zodiac had threatened. "School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out." Thursday, June 5, 1997. The Japanese Zodiac's rambling, partially incoherent 1,400-word letter was published. In handwriting that matched the message stuffed inside the head, Zodiac 3 took responsibility for the schoolboy's murder. He threatened to kill vegetables, a word police took to be the writer's disparaging name for people. "From now on, if you misread my name or spoil my mood, I will kill 3 vegetables a week," he wrote. The original Zodiac had threatened to kill if he did not see his name in the papers. "If you think I only kill children, you are greatly mistaken." It was signed Saito Sakakibara, Apostle Saki Devil Rose. Zodiac 3 claimed this was his real name. Like Zodiac, Devil Rose had presented a name by which he wanted to be known. Like Zodiac, it infuriated him when the press misinterpreted his words. They had taken Onibara, Devil's Rose, on the note as a coded message. Amateur sleuths also noted a chilling connection between the beheaded child, Zodiac, and The Exorcist. In January 1974, Zodiac had mentioned the wildly popular movie. 9 years later, William Peter Blatty, author-producer of The Exorcist, wrote a sequel, Legion. In uncorrected proofs, Blatty named the villain Zodiac. In a film, Exorcist 3, he was called the Gemini Killer. Gemini decapitated a 12-year-old boy, just as the Tomagaoka junior high killer had. Neighbors in Kobe noticed that a local 15-year-old boy had recently turned a bit gloomy. The physically small 9th grade student, eldest of 3 sons in a middle-class family, was killing and mutilating pigeons and cats in the neighborhood. The boy had beaten a friend for telling on him to schoolmates. The same classmates tipped the police. He killed 2 kittens. Saturday, June 28, 1997. Police raided the boy's home, seizing horror videos, a knife, and a book about the San Francisco killings in his room. In his journal, the youth wrote of a god, Bamo Iduki, and called his attacks sacred experiments. They dredged a hacksaw from a close-by pond and arrested him for beheading his neighbor and classmate, Jun Hase. He confessed he had also bludgeoned a 10-year-old and attacked 3 other girls, 2 with a hammer, the previous February and March. Under Japanese law, the boy was not identified because of his age. Convicted on October 18th of attacks on all 5 children, 2 of whom died, he was sentenced to a juvenile prison to be treated for mental illness until he turned 26. Sunday, October 19, 1997. They finally located Stein's lost bloody shirt in the Bryan Street property room. It had been checked out. listed as a miscellaneous item and abandoned in a cardboard box in the official coroner's office. A blunder, probably indicative of past performance. The SFPD had recently tossed out evidence in the Charles Ng serial killings. They thought the case had been completed, but after decades, Ng was just coming to trial. Bauert feared the San Francisco investigation of the Stein murder had been very sloppy. For instance, he told me, the names of the fire crew at Cherry and Washington were not taken to eliminate them as donors to the bloody print. Toschi reassured me the cab had already been taken away by the time the fire crew arrived. 37. Arthur Lee Allen. Sunday, October 11th, 1998. The first words out of Toschi's mouth were bitter as ashes. I got up this morning, and the first thing I realized was that it's been 30 years since it all began. San Francisco celebrated Fleet Week. Jets buzzed downtown skyscrapers. Outside the Golden Gate, a Navy plane, guided by an angled cross circle, a huge Zodiac symbol, coasted feather-like onto a carrier's deck. Frustrated detectives from San Francisco, Vallejo, Napa County, and Solano County had gathered, possibly for the final time, to discuss Zodiac. The last of the original Zodiac trackers, Ken Narlow, had retired in 1987. I have a place on the coast where I attack the salmon and abalone, he said. I needed something to occupy my time besides golfing and fishing, so I took the job of transportation director for our local Catholic high school. And Zodiac? I'd like to think if we had had some of the technology in those days that we have today, we'd be a lot closer to this guy. The old Zodiac, that thing will never die, said another. When Toschi spoke to Avery, Avery said, "That's history. That's all in the past, Dave." It kind of saddened me a bit, Toschi told me, because for me, it was the case of a career. Sunday, August 29th, 1999. It always surprised me that Ken Narlow knew hardly anything about Allen. Tom Voigt, who ran a web page on Zodiac, told me I brought him the Bauert report on the reasons why Allen is the Zodiac and copies of Molinex's report. We went over to his house and he started reading it. He was not impressed with how the report looked. The first thing he said was, it's not on official letterhead, but the content makes up for the way it's presented. He read a bit more. He turned red and was swearing quite a bit by the time he finished. He was very angry. If even a couple of these things are true, he said, then Allen's the Zodiac. Narlow was upset because he hadn't known anything about this when it was going on. He had been invited to the search in 1972, but couldn't go because he had a hernia operation. He was relying on Molinex, Armstrong, and Toschi to clue him in. He's really angry because he's reading all this for the first time and knew nothing of the facts in the report. At that point, he started trying to track down Bill Armstrong. He was tough to find, but Narlow eventually talked to him. They had a long conversation. Armstrong had put it all behind him. When Armstrong quit, he really quit. He didn't realize that Allen had ever been searched again. He didn't know that Allen had died. Basically, it was just like he was living in a cave. As far as I could tell, Voigt told me, the Vallejo police had put all their Zodiac records on microfilm and destroyed the originals. Mel Nicolai told me, we talked in May, he told me they placed Allen in Riverside, and they know for a fact he was there. He wasn't a student, and he didn't work there. At the time Bates was murdered, he was a school teacher at Valley Springs Elementary School in Calaveras County, and every weekend Allen would go to Riverside, drive all the way down to Riverside because he was a member of this racing club. Tuesday, October 19, 1999. I decided last week I was going to retire, Toschi told me. I wasn't feeling too good. I was kind of dragging. I was working an average of 10 hours a day. I'm 68 now. I'm still doing a little security and bodyguard work at Temple Emmanuel since around 1987. I was doing a lot of things that was beginning to take its toll. I'm going to do a little PI work. I've had my license since '86. You've got to have your weapon, state firearms certificate, a book test. Because of my background, they'll waive the firing test. I think you still know how to shoot, they said. I had my CCW, carrying concealed weapon, from the chief, which made me legal. As I spoke with Toschi, it had occurred to me that I'd interviewed many of the witnesses the police had not, seen files long since destroyed. I knew facts they did not. Perhaps the case against Arthur Lee Allen could still be made. I tried out some of the new intelligence on Toski. "Did you know," I asked him, "that Allen had his trailer repaneled just before you searched it in 1972? Who knows what was hidden in those walls? He had another trailer by Bodega Bay. No wonder you didn't find anything. Then Zodiac signed his murder of the San Francisco cabbie." "How's that?" asked Toski. Stein, undeniably a Zodiac victim, did not fit the pattern of attacks against couples, though he qualified by being a student. He may have been chosen for another reason. Stein did not die at a water-related site, though his original destination had been 3rd Avenue and Lake. After Allen told Spinelli he was going to San Francisco to kill a taxi driver, he chose a specific cabbie and specific destination. Paul Stein's middle name was Lee, and his birthday, December 18th, the same as Lee Allen's. Yellow cab dispatcher Leroy Sweet gave Stein his last scheduled trip destination at 9:45 p.m. to 500 9th Avenue, Apartment 1, an apartment complex, the Allen Arms. Tom Voigt pointed that out to me. Zodiac had given us his first name, Lee, his birthday, December 18th, and his last name, Allen. But how Zodiac knew Stein's birth date and middle name and how he snared that specific cab, I can't imagine. Did this mean he knew Stein? Additionally, an Arthur Allen student was renting an unfurnished apartment at 320 2nd Avenue, only 4.5 blocks from the murder site. Stein began pushing his hack at 8:45 p.m. His only completed fare from Pier 64 to the air terminal. His incomplete waybill read Washington and Maple Streets in Presidio Heights. He never arrived at the 9th Avenue location, said Sweet. At 9:58 p.m., I assigned the no-go dispatch to another cab. Responding officers at Washington and Cherry discovered the cab meter still running, indicating Stein had picked up a fare en route. At exactly 10:46 p.m., the meter read $6.28. That enabled Armstrong and Toski to backtrack to where Zodiac had gotten into the cab, Geary and Mason. Witnesses observed Zodiac wiping down the left side doors of the cab prior to his escaping, leading Toski to believe that this was the side from which he entered downtown. Stein, who drove a motorcycle, had been selling insurance to pay his way through San Francisco State. Could he have previously met Zodiac as an insurance client or at a motorcycle club? Zodiac shot Stein from the back seat, then entered the right front door. 3 teenage witnesses across the street observed Stein being jostled by Zodiac, who was seated in the right front seat at the time. Stein generally kept his cab fares and tip money in his pocket and would separate it at the end of his shift. His wife, Claudia, said he only had $3 to $4 of his own money when he left home for work. Zodiac took Stein's wallet, where he kept all his registration papers, and some keys to the cab. Was Zodiac looking for something that would link him to his victim? If Stein was taking his cab out to the Richmond district, theorized Toski, Zodiac may have flagged him down and said, "I want to go to Washington and Maple." Stein might have said, "That's almost in the same area. I can do 2 at once. I can drop you off and get over to 9th Avenue in 5 minutes. I've got a guy jumping in the front seat. I can take you and handle the other one. I get 2 fares for 1. Toski had suspected Allen was left-handed, but never been able to prove it. In his last will, I said, Lee requested that a Clear Lake friend, Mark, receive my left-handed scissors and all my archery equipment. So he was ambidextrous after all, as you suspected. Eyewitnesses confirmed that Lee wore unique wing walker shoes, the same size as Zodiac's. He fits Zodiac's physical description in every way. 6-foot height and over 230 pounds. The lumbering walk. Lee, by his own words, placed himself at Berryessa and Riverside scenes. He had the technical knowledge to write codes, diagram and build bombs, and the skill to shoot various weapons. He and Zodiac share the same birthday. He misspelled the same words as Zodiac on his menu cards. And what about Don Chaney? When he took a lie detector test, he passed. His comments in 1971 about Allen saying he wanted to hunt people and call himself the Zodiac were true. That doesn't surprise me at all, said Toski. Now Phil Tucker says Allen told him the same things. Lee confessed he was Zodiac to a variety of people, a Sonoma Auto Parts employee, Spinelli, of course. Police referred to the criminal as Zodiac. However, Zodiac referred to himself as the Zodiac. Allen, in his taped interviews with television crews, always said the Zodiac. On his analyst tapes, Allen reportedly sobbed and admitted he was the Zodiac. He claimed he spoke for Zodiac and explained the origin of the Zodiac ciphers as having originated at Atascadero. "How do you discount remarks like that?" said Toschi. "Allen was a very sick, disturbed, and dangerous man, a frightening person. It was unfortunate that the Vallejo PD didn't charge him even though they knew he was Zodiac. It would have put closure on the darn thing. It would have brought relief to those who survived and made a lot of peace officers happy. The case is closed. That's all I wanted to do was close the case, tap him on the shoulder and say, 'Let me advise you of your Miranda rights,' and then handcuff him. To this day, I still say Lee Allen was my man. Guys would tease me and I'd say, 'I think the case will be solved someday.' I think it is solved. If you're comfortable on what you've done on this one, then I would go with it." Could I find eyewitnesses placing Allen at the scene of the murders? Only 2 Zodiac crimes offered that potential. I began to re-examine them in depth, including all that I had recently learned. I commenced with the stabbings at Lake Berryessa on September 27, 1969, on a lovely Saturday afternoon. 38. The City at the Bottom of the Lake. As Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard had over 30 years earlier, I went by way of Pope Valley, rushing past old stone wineries and hot springs until I reached the twisting shoreline and inlets of Lake Berryessa. At this tree-shaded resort east of Napa, Zodiac had become Count Zarhoff at his hunt, stalking his victims in the twilight. Riverside had a connection to this attack, too. After 2 years at Angwin College, Cecilia was transferring to UC Riverside to study music. She had just driven up from San Bernardino with her friend Delora Lee. They planned to drive back the next day. I got a permit from park headquarters and turned left to drive 2 miles along the meandering shoreline of oak-studded groves and coves. 25 miles long, several miles wide, Berryessa was man-made. It had been created with the construction of Monticello Dam in 1957. In September, the surface of the clear blue lake is warm. 275 feet below, the temperature plunges to a frigid 40 degrees. At the bottom, schools of black bass swarm among the ruins of a town sacrificed for the dam. Somewhere in those submerged houses, where only a scuba diver could go, Zodiac might have hidden trophies. The clearing where Brian and Cecilia had been attacked by Zodiac on September 27, 1969, lay 510 yards from the parking lot on a promontory of the lake's west shoreline. Behind burbled Smittle Creek. Beyond, sun flashed off placid water near an island. The wind lifted dust, blowing it among the groves and stretch of deserted shoreline. Shrubbery covering the bank isolated it even more. A sign nailed to an old oak read, "Dangerous area. No open fires or firearms." I heard, as Zodiac must have, the stillness of the forest, the wind sweeping solemnly across stretches of deserted lake, and the bite of wing walker boots in the sand. The killer had imprinted deep tracks all around the Carmen Ghia. Aerial police photos shot from a fixed-wing aircraft eerily marked his path, each step covered over with a little cardboard box. As I studied the secluded lake, I realized I had underestimated how few people were visiting Lake Berryessa that terrible day. There had been virtually no one around. Zodiac had to have been seen without his hood. Here's who was at the lake. Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard, the victims. Park Rangers Dennis Land and Sergeant William White, both in a patrol car 3 miles away when the call came in. Ronald Henry Fong of San Francisco and his son on the lake fishing, who saw the couple and rode for help. Archie and Beth White at Rancho Monticello, who arrived at the crime scene with White and Fong by boat. Land drove to the scene from park headquarters. Cindy, a waitress, a patron at Moskowitz Corners, and a father and 2 young boys across the lake shooting BB guns. They were all removed from the scene. At the scene were Dr. Clifton Rayfield and his son David, 3 PUC college girls, and a stocky man who walked oddly. Originally, I had discounted a description of a heavy-set man at the lake because he had dark hair and Zodiac did not. That had been reinforced 2 weeks later when Officer Folk described Zodiac as blondish, balding, and graying in back. An anonymous typewritten letter on Eaton Bond, like the Zodiac letters, sent to the Chronicle and bearing an FDR stamp, read, "Dear Sir, with the popularity of hairpieces today, it would be a logical masquerade to remove whatever was the usual hairstyle if the Zodiac killer intended to strike. It would be normal to resume the hairstyle he usually appeared in for daily appearances. To illustrate my point, I have cut the hairstyling from the picture of the victim, Cecilia Shepard, and superimposed it on the composite. Anything to help. I would as soon remain anonymous." Had Zodiac, as far back as 1970, been telling us, as he mentioned a Zodiac watch, that he had worn a wig at Berryessa? Now I recalled Hartnell had gotten a sense of that before he was stabbed. "I remember a kind of greasy forehead," he told me. The attacker had sweaty dark brown hair which showed through dark glasses covering eyelets in the hood. And it's not impossible the guy was wearing a wig. If Zodiac had been the dark-haired man, then eyewitnesses had seen him without his hood, had observed events preceding the crime. 3 college seniors, all 21 years old, saw Zodiac unmasked. They attended the same college as Brian and Cecilia, Pacific Union College at Angwin, the Seventh-day Adventist campus, perched loftily atop an extinct volcano, Mount Howell, about 8 miles from St. Helena. They had traveled the same route as Brian and Cecilia, coming into Berryessa from Angwin via Pope Valley and Knox Valley Road. At 2:55 p.m., they pulled into a parking lot 2 miles north of the A&W at Sugarloaf. Before they could exit, another car, a Chevrolet, silver or ice blue in color, a 1966 two-door, full-size sedan, slid alongside. As the driver pulled past them, they saw the auto's California plates. The stranger then backed up until his rear bumper was parallel and off to the side of their car. Zodiac had performed a similar maneuver at Blue Rock Springs. The man sat there, his head down as if reading. The girls got the impression he wasn't. "We'd pulled in at a gas station, and this man pulled up beside us," Lorna, one of the students, told me. "He was scooted way down, his eyes just kind of looking over at us, watching us. And he followed us to the parking place, back maybe 100 feet where we parked, and walked down to the water's edge." At 3 p.m., the trio had walked to the lake shore and settled under the oak-studded cover. Half an hour later, they were in their swimsuits sunbathing when they noticed the stranger again, smoking cigarettes and watching them. 20 minutes later, he was still there, his T-shirt hanging out at the rear of his trousers. "And within a few minutes, he was in the trees watching us," said Lorna. "My 2 girlfriends didn't pay any attention. 'I'm not going to look at him,' they said. 'He's just a creep.' But I watched him a lot, and over a period of almost an hour, he watched us from various trees. He was between us and the car, so we couldn't leave. He was not distinctive, just an average, normal, plain person, other than he gave us the creeps. And he obviously followed us and obviously watched us. I remember his face as being square, all sides symmetrical. I don't remember him at all being pudgy, just compact, stocky, solid. The minute you mentioned the suspect was a swimmer, that felt so right about his body type. I wouldn't say he had a limp, but he favored one leg when he walked. He was clean cut, nice looking, and wearing dark blue pants, pleated like suit pants, and a black sweatshirt with short sleeves knitted at the ends. Folk had seen Zodiac wearing brown pleated pants. The women estimated the man to be 6 feet to 6 feet 2 inches tall, and between 200 and 230 pounds. Hartnell thought Zodiac weighed between 225 and 250 pounds. I don't know how tall Zodiac was, he told me, maybe 6 feet, somewhere in there. I'm a pretty poor judge of height because of my own height. He was a sloppy dresser. Allen, then 35, stood 6 feet and weighed between 200 and 230 pounds. I would say older than 35, middle 30s, Lorna said. He was clean cut and had hair that was too perfect. You mentioned his shirt tail was hanging out, I said, and I realized how inconsistent that was with neatly parted hair. I know, Lorna replied. It was exactly parted and combed and probably was a wig in such a breezy place. Other than in the gas station, I don't remember any other people up there. I think the only reason we were safe is that we faced a marina. There was no activity, but there were mobile homes and boats at least parked there. We felt like there were people around, but I don't think we saw people. There were none on the beach. We were the only ones, none on the parking area, none on the road. At 3:50 p.m., the women looked up. The stranger was gone. When they didn't see him again, they waited almost 40 minutes to be sure it was safe. At one point, he disappeared, and at that point, we made a run for the car, Lorna told me. When we got to the car, Brian and Cece's car was parked behind ours. They were directly around the corner from us, probably within 300 yards. Later, we were in one little cove, and they were right around the corner. We didn't know it at the time, but their car was parked right by ours. Cecilia and I were maybe 4 or 5 rooms apart at PUC, on the same dorm floor. She was our floor monitor. We weren't close friends, but I knew her well. She was a singer, and I worked in that department. She was incredible and the tiniest, most fragile person. When Ken Narlow and Deputy Land later asked the women to provide details, they were very sure and positive of what they had seen. All 3 said they could identify the man if they saw him again, said Narlow. However, only Lorna, the principal witness, felt confident enough to work with an identikit artist. This particular sketch was drawn with the assistance of the 3 young girls who had seen this particular individual in a car acting suspiciously. But this wasn't near the scene of the crime. To the best of my recollection, it was probably 4 or 5 hours prior to the actual crime. It was a terrifying experience for me, Lorna said. At Cece's funeral, the FBI had me outside with him thinking he might show up. When I was interviewed by the police and the FBI, it was with the understanding no one ever knew who I was. It was probably irrational, but I had a lot of fear about this man, knowing who I was and trying to find me. I think at the time, because my description was so different, the police had a tendency to discount what I had to say. It's so coincidental that we were right there, and this happened right there. What are the chances someone else would have followed us that day? Amazingly, after March 1971, before Lee Allen became a suspect, no policeman ever spoke with Lorna or showed her photographs of suspects. 31 years later, she was still frightened. I provided her with photos of Lee Allen. After first consulting with the Napa PD, she insisted on consulting her attorney before giving me her evaluation. I waited. Moskowitz Corners General Store stood across from Pierce's Chevron service near the lake. At noon, the day of the stabbings, a round-faced man rushed into the cafe and asked anxiously for directions on the fastest way out of the area. A patron eating lunch found him suspicious, followed him out, and watched him drive off in an ice-blue Chevy. He matched Lorna's description of the man watching her and her friends sunbathing. In 1974, the patron spoke with police and tentatively identified a middle-aged suspect as the man leaving the cafe. Within 2 weeks, the witness was killed in an explosion. We have better witnesses, Narlow had told me, people who had seen the suspect closer to the scene of the crime both geographically and time-wise than the sketch there, but it could easily have been the guy. We have evidence that about a quarter mile down the road, about 45 minutes earlier, Zodiac was seen without his mask by a doctor and his young son. Dr. Clifton Rayfield, an ophthalmologist, and his son, David, had parked their car 4/5 of a mile further up the road from Hartnell's Carmen Gia and toward Oak Shores Park and Rancho Monticello. Rayfield reported to me, continued Narlow, that at approximately 6:30 p.m., he and his son had parked their vehicle north of park headquarters, in the general area of the crime scene, and walked down toward the beach. While en route, Rayfield observed a WMA described as 5 feet 10 inches, heavy build, wearing dark trousers and a long-sleeved dark shirt with red coloring. David Rayfield had seen Zodiac unmasked. 32 years had passed since anyone had asked him about the man he had seen. I tracked him down. How many people would you say were up at the lake that day? I began. There were like 0, Rayfield said. There was no one up there. It was really desolate. I walked all around and was shooting my gun, a .22 with a scope. That's why my dad and I went to the lake, because I could shoot my gun and not be bothered. Wouldn't be scaring or hurting anyone. My dad never saw him. He was fishing down at the lake. I saw Zodiac at a distance of about 100 yards, so I wouldn't be able to comment on his face. He was walking along the hillside about halfway between the road and the lake, but I remember him, as being a stockier person. He wasn't nimble when he was walking, and when he turned to walk away, he wasn't like a smooth, athletic person. To me, he seemed a little overweight and on the clumsier side. Not having followed the story, or ever having been re-interviewed by the police, I didn't realize Zodiac came upon us just before he stabbed the young couple. I sort of assumed I saw him making his getaway. I'll tell you one thing. He didn't like the fact that I was carrying a gun. He turns and looks at me and my gun, which with its scope was pretty intimidating, for probably 5-6 seconds, and then turned and went up the hill in a southerly direction. I said to myself, that was funny. This guy wasn't carrying a fishing pole. There's no camping equipment. There's no gun. What's he doing out here? What you're telling me fits the prime suspect. Everybody remembers how he lumbered, how clumsy he was. The reason his friends thought this was so interesting is that Arthur Lee Allen was gorgeous in the water. When he'd go up to the diving board and waddle out, people would say, "Oh my God, he's so ungainly." The minute he was in the air or in the water, he was fine. But on land, everyone commented on how awkward he was. That's what jumped out at me about the picture you sent of him walking. He has the same body language of the guy I was watching from a distance. Well, I'm not sure I was close enough to say that much about his face. This is the same size guy that I saw. I remember thinking that guy is not a small guy. His body type matches what police said at that time, 200 pounds or more. He was pretty big and built, but he didn't move like he was a real coordinated, smooth-walking guy. He didn't move up the side of the hill easily. I can't understand, with the limited number of witnesses who had seen Zodiac, the police didn't come back and speak with you at every opportunity, I said. I can't either, said Rayfield. It continues to shock me. I came to think what I saw at the lake wasn't related, or they would have been all over me. They never came back or called me. I said, Jesus, what's going on that they would never want to talk to me again? It must not have been the guy. It must not have fit the scenario for them, that he would have been there. It's funny you should mention the composite sketches, because I saw the sketches with the hair on them, and I didn't remember black hair, neatly trimmed hair on the man I saw. What did you see? I didn't remember him having a full head of hair. The suspect in the driver's license you sent would have been only 36 at the time, so of course he wouldn't be bald. Rayfield was telling me Zodiac was almost bald. Since he was wearing the same clothes as the man Lorna had seen, it meant he had taken off his wig. Lee Allen was almost bald at that age, I told him. He shaved the sides of his head close. Wow, said Rayfield. In retrospect, how could the man I saw not be Zodiac? I can't believe the case was never solved, and police had all those leads. Zodiac had written, I shall not tell you what my disguise consists of when I kill. Zodiac's disguise consisted of hair pieces. October 30th, 1966. A false beard on a stocky man at Riverside Library. February, 1969. Curly, wavy, dark brown hair. July 4th, 1969. Combed hair up in a kind of pompadour. Short, curly, light brown hair. Second description, light brown hair in a military crew cut. September 27th, 1969. 3 girls see stocky man wearing an obvious wig, dark straight hair parted neatly. Rayfield sees him soon after, remarks he's so young to be bald. Hartnell saw dark brown sweaty hair through the eyelets of Zodiac's hood. It's not impossible the guy was wearing a wig. October 11th, 1969. Reddish or blonde crew cut and short curly light brown hair in military-type crew cut. In the 1960s, crew-cut wigs were available for military men with long hair who did not want to cut their hair short. Long hair was then fashionable. The kid had a .22 rifle, Narlow summed up, and Zodiac came down within 100 yards of them across an inlet. The kid saw the guy over there, and he was wearing the blue windbreaker jacket. But evidently, this wasn't what he was looking for because it was a father and son deal. So the killer went a quarter mile up this road, went back up to the road, and evidently came down the road this way and saw this single car parked here, and then pulled in behind it. Rayfield and his son both stated that they had not observed a vehicle parked in the area of their car, and had only noticed the subject at a distance of approximately 100 yards. Rayfield did report that there was a man with 2 young boys in the area shooting BB guns, but didn't know whether or not they saw the subject. I think their time was a little bit off, because I think Rayfield actually saw the Zodiac killer just prior to him going south 4/5 of a mile to where Shepard and Hartnell had their car parked. It sure looks like he stumbled on them and had not followed them. I'm convinced that Zodiac was just stalking any singular parked cars along the route, and that's why he stopped when he saw Rayfield's car there. When he saw the father and son and they saw him, he decided to go back up to his car. Then he drove down the road a little ways and saw the white Karmann Ghia, and saw a boy and a girl laying on this blanket under this oak tree. And this is what his game was, to kill the boy and the girl. This is why he struck here and not further up the road. When I talked with Brian Hartnell in the 1970s, he'd already gone through considerable anguish trying to recall all he could about Zodiac. When Zodiac left, he must have thought we were dead, said Hartnell. I was extremely fortunate to survive. I quit breathing. I just froze. What I heard was him walk away in a non-hurried fashion. And then after that, there's a little dead spot. I don't remember. In fact, I don't think I went out, but there's a slight haze in my memory. There was no way I could hear his car starting. It's really some distance to the road up there. You're going to get some white noise that may blur that out. But I remember starting to get untied and moving around. I had a ways to walk. It's not impossible that first time I blacked out or something. All I had made it up to was the Jeep trail when I saw a pickup coming. The toughest part was yet to go, but the way I was going, I would have made it to Knoxville Road. Now, while I was in the hospital a couple of weeks, he said, it was basically to confirm I was all right, and in fact was. The stab wounds I received missed all the organs. Obviously, they hit my lungs, and I needed some time for the lungs to heal up, and I had some scarring. But that's nothing. A surgeon deciding he was going to make 7 or 8 holes in my back couldn't have done it better. The guy I probably liked least in the whole mess was the psychiatrist Narlow got. He had an idea that I should do some hypnotism. That was such an abortion. I told him, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. My church, Seventh-day Adventist, has a kind of taboo on those kind of things. I'm willing to give it a try, but I think it's going to take more than a slam bam thank you ma'am to get me to go under. I think I'm fairly suggestible, but I don't think this is going to work. He does this thing, and I said, I'm not under. Don't argue, he says, just answer these questions, and had me run through it. One question he asked me to answer was describe the arm. Do you want to experience or see it on a television screen? I'm looking, and I'm seeing a man with bare arms, but there was no question that guy was wearing a jacket. Okay, I'm looking, and I am seeing bare arms. Tell me about the bare arms. Well, they are fairly heavily haired. Alan was not. He thinks this is great shit. But the guy had a jacket on. I could be way out of line and I was hypnotized and really seeing it. But you know, one of the early things I screwed them up on is that I had this guy as being really fat. I said either the guy was moderately heavy and wearing a windbreaker, or he was skinny and wearing a lined jacket, kind of a cotton poplin crew collar, and gathered around the sleeves, ordinary garden variety short jacket. How much he weighed depended on whether that was lined or unlined. If I went through all that kind of cerebration over a jacket, I know he didn't have bare arms. That evening I spoke to Toschi. After the stabbing, Zodiac had come down from the 440-foot elevation fast. A Vallejo policeman told me that another policeman had ticketed Allen speeding down from Lake Berryessa the day of the stabbing. On the seat of his car lay a bloody knife. Lee caught the officer's gaze and said, I used that to kill a couple of chickens. Remember that on September 27, 1969, Allen was supposed to be going to Lake Berryessa, I said, and had a bloody knife in his possession? I read Toschi part of an FBI report. Conway indicated to the FBI that a surviving victim of the Zodiac series of murders had positively identified Allen as the Zodiac killer. Lake Berryessa victim Brian Hartnell thought Allen's voice and build were compatible with Zodiac's. I was never told that, said Toschi. To this day, I've never heard any detective tell me that. First, Hartnell went into Sonoma Auto Parts to hear Allen's voice, George Boward explained. DOJ was working on it. This guy, Jim Silver, the investigator for the DOJ, had him go in, make a purchase, and have him listen to Allen's voice. Hartnell looked at him and told Silver he could have been. There's nothing about what I saw or heard that would rule him out as the killer. His physical size, mannerisms, and voice are the same as the person who stabbed Cecilia and wounded me. Zodiac's voice to Hartnell was some type of drawl, but not a southern drawl. It sounded uneducated, moderate in sound, not high or low-pitched. Others had heard Zodiac's voice. Napa officer David Slate thought the barely audible caller sounded in his early 20s. Vallejo switchboard operator Nancy Slover heard an even but consistent, soft but forceful voice with no trace of accent. It sounded mature, deepened, and became taunting toward the end. All these voices were Zodiac. Were there several Zodiacs, or did he have multiple personalities? Friday, June 23rd, 2000. I continued to wait for Lorna, who was undergoing considerable anguish over the photos I had given her. Could Arthur Lee Allen be placed on the day of the murder at Lake Berryessa within yards of the crime scene at a destination he had announced to friends? Finally, at 10 a.m., Lorna called to give me her answer. When I looked at the older man, she said, my instant sort of response was fear by looking at his eyes, but I can't say I recognized the face. When I look at the young version in the picture in the 1950s, that is exactly the way I remember the man looking that we saw at Berryessa, even to the point that I never saw him fully face on, but a little in profile. And that's how the photo was taken. So if I had seen this photo back then, I would have said, absolutely. Thus, Lee Allen, wearing a wig, could be placed at the crime scene the day of the stabbings. I did not always look the same, Zodiac had said. He had spoken the truth. Lee told me he was at Lake Berryessa the day of the murder, hanging around hunting for squirrels. Lee's friend, Jim, told me. He told me he was there flat out, no question about it, and he had gone to an area of Berryessa with trees, but kind of open and remote. It wasn't a high visibility area, so that nobody would have seen him up there in that area of Berryessa. He would have been all alone. He did say it was the same day the kids were attacked, and he said that if anyone had seen him, they would have seen he was off in a different area of the lake and had left before it happened. He later wrote Jim that he recognized Hartnell when he came into the parts store and disappeared into the back of the store where cops were waiting. Hell, if I once got tired of all this crap and said I was the one, there'd be no way I could prove I wasn't. Sunday, December 10th, 2000. After leaving the Chronicle, Paul Avery wrote for the Sacramento Bee, then returned to San Francisco to report for the Examiner until his retirement in August 1994. For years, he had suffered with emphysema and heart problems. Ironically, the reporter had fallen ill at the same time as Lee Allen. He often visited the M&M, a famous Mission Street newspaper watering hole, dragging his oxygen tank with him. The image that I'll keep forever, Examiner editor Phil Bronstein said, is of Paul, police radio attached to one ear, cigarette in his hand, oxygen supply hooked up to his nose, arm around my shoulder, sharing the scandalous details of the latest story he'd broken. This morning on Orcas Island, Washington, Paul had died at age 66 at the West Sound home of the grandfather of his wife, Margot St. James. He had died without unlocking the riddle of Zodiac. But for many years, the reporter had been divorced from his biggest story, and by 1980, when I visited him in Sacramento, he had forgotten most of the details. Harold Huffman died on June 19, 2001. Lee would write Harold from Atascadero, Kay Huffman told me, and include letters that were stamped and addressed, and ask Harold to mail them on. I never figured out why, if he could mail out to Harold, why he couldn't mail out to other people. I never saw the insides of them. Actually, I found one while I was going through some of Harold's stuff. Harold never forwarded it on. Whether he ever sent the others on or not, I have no idea. It sounds like something my husband might not have done. I never opened that letter. I figured if Harold wasn't going to forward it, it wasn't something I wanted to see either. In Harold's opinion, the contents of those letters were harmless. One of the unforwarded letters was a request for aviation charts and addressed to the Distribution Division C-44, National Ocean Survey in Washington, D.C. I get awfully lonely when I have ignored Zodiac had written. If obsession best describes Zodiac's hunters, lonely was a word that Zodiac had made his own. In that loneliness, the shape of Zodiac's crimes unfolded like fireworks in the copper-colored sky above Vallejo. The secret lay with Darlene Ferrin on that long-ago July 4th. Her murder held the secret of Zodiac's identity. Zodiac had known Darlene, known her well, and more importantly, she had known him in his true identity, and without the concealment of that hideous black veil. 39. Unmasked. Saturday, December 30th, 2000. I spoke with Don Chaney, Zodiac buff Tom Voight told me. Chaney, as you recall, had fingered Lee Allen as Zodiac in 1971. He was up in Washington when I suggested we meet. He was willing to drive down here to Portland to the Hood River, which is about an hour from me, but 4 hours from him. We met at the Hood River Inn, which is right on the Columbia River. We had a whole section to ourselves. It was a beautiful view of the Columbia, and he sat facing it. He was very relaxed and a nice, pleasant guy, probably 6 feet tall. Was Lee homosexual? Voight asked Chaney, or did he have an interest in women? Was there ever a girl he really liked? Chaney thought. In the time that I knew Lee, he said, there was only one female that Lee ever mentioned, and she was a waitress. Was this in Vallejo? Voight asked. Yeah. Where did she work? At a pancake house. I don't remember her name or anything. It was the only time Lee ever mentioned her. We went to an international house of pancakes right around the corner from Lee's house. We had dinner there after a hunting trip in 1967. I was still living in Concord then. Lee pointed out the waitress, a girl with brown hair. She was pretty and she was young. Lee liked her. If you saw a picture of that girl, would you recognize her? Said Voight, his interest up. Nah, it's been too long, Chaney told him. I don't know if Allen ever went to Terry's, Voight said with a laugh. Allen liked IHOP. I don't know about Terry's. Why would you go to Terry's when you got an IHOP just around the corner? Chaney told me the same thing. The IHOP was close to the house there, Chaney said, a couple of blocks away at the bottom of Fresno Street. Lee and I made a right turn on Tennessee. We were going someplace for an outing when we saw the girl there. Lee indicated he was interested in her. What do you think of that waitress? He asked. I think I might be able to make some headway with her. But nothing ever happened with it. It was a girl of very similar appearance to Darlene Ferrin. She could have been the girl that he pointed out the IHOP, but I couldn't say from my memory that it was the same girl. This happened in 1967. Chaney could have said that the waitress was Darlene, and the restaurant was Terry's Waffle Shop at Magazine Street and Interstate 80, that Darlene had waitressed at Terry's from April 24, 1968, until her murder on July 4, 1969, was well publicized. But I knew Chaney had told the truth because of something he did not know. After Darlene filed for divorce from her first husband, Jim Phillips, she spent 6 months in Reno making 4 round trips to maintain residency. She returned to Vallejo in 1967 to work with her friend Stephen Key at the International House of Pancakes on Tennessee Street at the foot of Fresno. Darlene had been the woman Lee pointed out to Chaney. He had even gotten the year right. Dean Ferrin had been the cook at the IHOP, and eventually he and Darlene were married, and she began to work at Terry's. Why do I meet all the sick ones first? She had written Dean from Reno. Darlene and I first met in '65 at the phone company in San Francisco, said Bobby Oxnam, Darlene's friend and co-worker at Terry's. 6 girls came into the phone company together. 3 of us lived in an apartment house, and 3 of the others lived in a resident squad just next door. Some strong ties built there. Whenever I would have some of the group up, Darlene always had the invitation to come over. And so a lot of times when we talked, we were talking about the other girls. Unless she was really down or really depressed, Darlene seldom talked about her personal problems. She had to be especially down to burden you with her own problems. She worked at the phone company about 9 months, then her and Jim, her first husband, took off to the Virgin Islands. Then when they got back, they got hold of Mel and I for a place to stay. They stayed with us 2 or 3 weeks. One of the reasons why we kicked them out of the apartment was because Jim had a small handgun, and we didn't want that. That's when we told them to get out. Otherwise, they would have stayed with us longer while she was looking for work. Darlene's first husband had a .22 caliber handgun while in Vallejo, Sergeant Molinex told me. Because a .22 caliber semi-automatic had been used in the 2 murders out on Lake Herman Road, I went looking for him. I picked him up in Santa Cruz, February 2nd, 1970, and checked it out then. Jim was into horoscopes, continued Oxnam. I was scared of him, and he scared Darlene. This guy who brought her a silver purse and belt from Mexico was down there while Jim was. I was always under the impression that Jim bought it and sent it up to her through this guy. I moved back to Vallejo. By this time, she and Jim had split, and she was going with Dean. It was sweet. She'd buy 25 chocolate mints for Dean, put them under her pillow, and forget about them. She was always there to listen to you, but would make a statement every once in a while that she was terrified of this guy. She would never go into any sort of depth. If you questioned her, she would clam up. But I know Darlene was afraid of someone. She never verbalized precisely what made her afraid. He had something on her, but what he had, I don't know. I had a feeling it was connected with the Virgin Islands, but that's just a hunch. From some of Darlene's conversations, Jim and her got into trouble while they were in the Virgin Islands skin diving for shells. It was rumored they had seen a murder there. In 1966, Dean Farron had moved to a back apartment of Vern's Bar at 560 Wallace Street. After he and Darlene married, she moved there too. Their daughter, Dina Lynn, was born January 24, 1969. Just over a month before Dina's birth, David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen had been shot out on remote Lake Herman Road. The next day, Darlene told her coworker, Bobby Ramos, "This is scary. I knew the 2 kids who were killed on Lake Herman Road, the girl more so. I'm not going up there again." Darlene told her babysitter the same thing. That was really spooky. I knew that girl who was killed on Lake Herman Road. I'm not going out there anymore. It all started after her baby was born, said Oxnam. I mean, we talked about her fears a couple of times. Darlene was scared of somebody. Had been for quite some time. She would make a statement every once in a while that she was having trouble. I think a lot of us know the man she was afraid of, but can't place him. Darlene was the type of person who had a lot of friends and was friendly toward anyone. That was one of the problems between her and Jim. Every week there was somebody new, a new friend. They'd be her friend for a week, but after that, wouldn't be the topic of our conversation. People were her whole interest in life. She really enjoyed mixing and just being around people. What about this guy in a white Chevy who had been bothering her at Terry's? I asked. According to one of Darlene's babysitters, she had complained of a stocky man coming to the restaurant early in the morning to talk to her. Yeah, that's true, Oxnam said, then added surprisingly, you know, in all the years since her murder, the police never talked to me. In February and March 1969, Darlene's babysitter, Karen, observed a man in a white car staking out their ground floor apartment. Around 10 p.m., the man lit a cigarette or momentarily turned on the interior light, and she got a glimpse of his face. He was heavy-set, middle-aged, and very round-faced, Karen said. His hair had a curl to it. I told Darlene about it when she got home. I guess he's back checking up on me again, Darlene told me. I heard he was back from out of state. He doesn't want anyone to know what I saw him do. I saw him murder someone. Dee, Darlene's nickname, sometimes during this conversation mentioned the man's name, and that first name was very short, 3 or 4 letters. His second name was just slightly longer, a common name. Dee appeared to be genuinely frightened of this individual and mentioned that he had been checking up on her at Terry's restaurant. Karen was so upset she quit in May. A strange man left packages for Darlene at her home. A silver belt and purse from Mexico, a flower print fabric, and a package the size and shape of a bundle of money. About the time I took that package from him that looked like money to me, reported Darlene's sister Pam, Darlene started paying me for babysitting in $10 and $20 bills. Before that, she was giving me quarters, her tip money. Darlene's sister Linda described the man who brought Dee presents from Tijuana. Large forehead and close-cropped hair, like Lee Allen's. Lee and his chums had made a trip to Mexico about that time, feasting on lobster on the beach. Around the same period, a man Darlene referred to interchangeably as Robbie and Lee moved from his residence near Hogan High, about 2 blocks from Darlene's friend Mike Majot's home, to directly across from the Farrens' home. About the beginning of June 1969, Bobby Ramos said, Darlene told me of a man in a white car watching her. I asked about her new friends. Darlene's new friends were Mike Majot and a man in a Mercury Cougar named Robbie or Lee. I never spoke to him, but I definitely know how he looks. He drove Darlene over, and she had her laundry with her. However, Bobby recalled a slender and much younger man than Zodiac, with black hair and horn-rimmed glasses. Evelyn Olson, another Terry's waitress, said a man named Lee had some kind of hold on Dee. Linda Del Bueno, Darlene's sister, also named Darlene's closest friends for me. They were Sue Gilmore, Dean Farren's cousin, she said, Bobby, a blonde down at Terry's, and this guy named Lee, who used to bring gifts to her from Mexico. Darlene met this Lee by Franklin's school at a laundromat. He told her he lived above the laundromat. I wonder if that's when she got her laundry stolen. Uniforms, baby's diapers, everything. Lee Allen, who also spelled his name Lee, L-E-E, worked part-time at the Franklin School as a janitor. Though Dean saw no change in Darlene's demeanor, her friends did. Darlene became more nervous than ever. She rarely smiled now, they said. They attributed her weight loss to diet pills. I seen a change in my sister the last 4 months before she died, said Pam. Very nervous, losing weight. I don't think it was drugs. She was just frightened of this guy who was constantly following her. Toward the end, that last year, we weren't that close, said Carmela Lee, Dean's boss at Caesar's Palace Restaurant and his landlord. She had a whole new group of friends, never mentioned names. She was just never around. We'd have barbecues and everything, and Dean, who everybody just really liked, he'd come over for the barbecue and we'd say, "Where's Darlene?" And he'd say, "She went to the laundromat about 4 o'clock, and this would be about 9 o'clock. She'd go to the laundromat, and 5 hours later he'd be at the party by himself, and he just didn't know anything." On May 9th, 1969, Darlene purchased a new house at 1300 Virginia Street and reported that a former neighbor was watching her. Darlene organized a painting party and invited a few of the many policemen she knew from Terry's. Lots of the cops knew her, Sergeant Lynch told me. They used to stop in at the coffee shop out there. She worked the 3 a.m. late shift on weekends, and she'd get off work and run off to San Francisco. She used to like to take off her shoes and stockings and run through the surf, and this is at 4 in the morning. She dated all kinds of guys. She was a goer. Among Darlene's companions were men, the Times Herald's Gene Silverman later wrote, men who were not necessarily her husband. Dean Farren was reportedly unconcerned. He considered her association with male friends just an aspect of her being young and lively. You got to understand how cops operate, especially back in those days, Detective Boward added. If you're working the swing shift, the graveyard shift, and a new waitress came on, it would be a contest to see who could get in her shorts first. That's the way cops were back then. There were a lot of cops pursuing her. She was a pretty loose girl, Darlene was. Darlene had a rep as being pretty fast and loose, Mullinex elaborated. She was dating a lot of different guys, certainly during the time she was working as a waitress out at Terry's. Prior to Terry's, I have no knowledge of Darlene dating. Before her death, she saw 3 Vallejo cops, one, a drive-in Romeo, and another, a deputy in the sheriff's office. According to our reports, Blue Rock Springs was Darlene's favorite hangout to take her boyfriends. So regardless of who she was with, that's where she would go. And yet, she had turned down the lonely older man in the white car. How must he have felt? Saturday, May 24th, was the day of the painting party. How many people showed up at the party, I asked Linda. There were about 15. The party lasted a long time. Who was there? The Majot boys, Steve and Key, they were there. Steve went directly into the Navy after graduating from Hogan High in 1965. His friendship with Darlene goes back to about 1963, I think. He was worried about Dee during her year-long absence and was stationed on the USS Rook. He was very shy. I recall he had a little red card one time and a green Olds pickup. He was also very jealous of Dee. You got to keep that in mind. He moved to San Diego just after the Lake Herman murders, and so was not there for her. I was more interested whether he had seen someone bothering Darlene at IHOP. George was there, Linda continued. I know Howard was there. Howard Buzz Gordon? Yeah. How about women? Only one or two. How about Baldino? Steve? Yeah. Another Vallejo cop, Vallejo policeman Richard Hoffman, though on the guest list, had not attended. Among the other guests were Jay Eisen, a San Francisco friend of Darlene's, Rick Crabtree, Darlene's female friend Sydney, Linda, Darlene's sister, Pam, Darlene's younger sister, Ron Allen, and a stocky man in a business suit and tie. Darlene called me and told me to come over to the party, her sister Linda said, and Darlene was scared to death. She didn't expect for this man to show up. I got there at 1 in the afternoon. He showed up when I was on my way over. He was the only one dressed neat. Everyone else had old jeans on and was painting the house that she had just put a down payment on. And so the police assumed that this was Bill Lee, who was Dean's boss, and they just left it at that. But it was Lee, and it was not his last name. I never spoke to him, but I definitely know how he looks, and Darlene was scared to death. This guy at the painting party was the Zodiac. I know Zodiac is the person I saw at the party. The way she was acting, this guy had no business being at her house. Dee got into something, and she was afraid and wanted to back out of it, and she begged me, Linda, don't go near him. Just don't talk to him. He was overweight, this guy scaring the heck out of her. I mean, she couldn't eat. I noticed how much weight she had lost. When something was bothering her, she couldn't hide it. She wasn't smiling. She begged me, just go, Linda, just go. She asked me to leave because she didn't want him to know any part of the family. The way she acted made me fix this man's face in my mind. I can see him sitting there in the chair. There were still 14 people left at the party when I left, and more coming. I wish I would have stayed. I do believe that she got into something and was afraid, and she didn't know how to go about getting out of it. I think she did want to get out, and the Zodiac said, well, we'll just do away with her, because she'll probably go to the police. He was also the one at Terry's. When I walked into Terry's this one particular day with my dad, this man was sitting there, and he was constantly watching Dee all the time. And as I walked in, he held the paper up above him, because he noticed me. Later, somebody, a tall, lean, black-haired man, shot 4 holes in the ceiling at Terry's. After Linda left the painting party, Darlene's younger sister, Pam, arrived. She also noticed the man in the suit. He was so out of place, Pam told me. He was a pretty well-dressed guy. Yeah, very well-dressed, an older man. I saw him only the one time. He never did get out of that chair. Everybody was a little scared of him being at the party and a little nervous because he was there. This guy was asking about her at work, prying into her finances. He is the same man who was sitting at the bar, the counter. This was the same man that was asking me questions. He was asking me about her little girl and what was her relationship with her husband, Dean. What did she do with her tips, he asked. She really got her head together. I understand Dean never wants to watch the baby. The stranger had a short, common nickname, Lee. It was Lee, L-E-E, not L-E-I-G-H, and it wasn't his last name. There was this guy at the party who I think is Zodiac. The same guy who was at the party was the one who delivered a package to the doorstep of Wallace Street one day that I was babysitting. I saw him at the door and took a package from him. He told me under no circumstance was I to look in that package. He was the same man I remembered seeing leave a package on the doorstep at Wallace Street. And the age of the man at Terry's harassing Darlene? I would say between 35 and 38. She estimated him to be almost 6 feet tall. I can picture this man. I remember seeing him at the door. I remember seeing him at the painting party. And he liked to talk to me because I was a pretty honest person. Dee got upset with me because she thought I was telling him too much. Well, he would ask me something, so I answered, Dee said. Pam, I'm going to stop asking you to my parties if you don't stop talking to him. There are some things I don't want people to know about me. I said, I thought you were dating this guy the way he talks. Ron's name had been added on the guest list for Darlene's painting party. After Cheney moved to Southern California in 1969, Lee's brother and sister-in-law paid him a visit. Ron and Karen were at my house for dinner, Cheney told me. This was before my purchase of my new house at 1842 Berkeley Avenue. We were sitting around the kitchen table chatting, and Karen told us about Lee going to a painting party in his suit. Ron and his brother were at the party, and Lee was dressed in a suit and tie. Karen was using that as an example of him being unadjusted to social things. She was ragging him on that. She was a little afraid of her brother-in-law because she recognized he was not squared away with the world at all. With her education and social work, she had been exposed to such things, and I don't think Ron had. Two Lees were crossing paths in Darlene's life. Robbie, or Lee, she apparently called him by both names, lived close enough to see into Darlene's house on Wallace Street. Thus he had no reason to park out front to watch her. That had to be a second Lee. I asked Mullinex about him. Assuming that Zodiac is one of Darlene's new friends, did you ever put together a list of her new acquaintances? Did you ever come across a Robbie? The people interviewed were her family, basically, and her co-workers, he answered. There are numerous people there she was associated with, but whether they were her new friends, I don't know. On June 29, 1969, Darlene confided to her friend Bobby Ramos at a county fair that Lee was the name of a man who had lived across the street from her. A Terry's waitress had also observed a man in a white car, its vertical grill bars blacked out like a Mustang, following Darlene. She had jotted down his license number, and this enabled me to track the car down. The vehicle was a 1968 white hardtop Cougar Mercury coupe. Only hardtops were made until 1969. I was disappointed. That car could not have been the one Zodiac used at Lake Berryessa. His worn tire track showed two different sized tires and a width between the wheels of 57 inches. The Cougar had the widest wheelbase around, 111 to 123 inches. Its wheelbase width was closer to the white four-door hardtop 1959-60 Chevy Impala seen at the murder site on Lake Herman Road. Coincidentally, the Cougar's owner had traded in a 1960 Impala sedan in April 1969 for the Mercury. Only one apartment building, number 553, stood on Wallace Street. After a long search, I found and interviewed the Cougar's registered owner, a Robbie Lee Moncure, who had once lived at the Wallace Street apartment house and worked at Kresge's and Mare Island Naval Station. In 1971, he had moved to Fresno, California, and in April 1977 sold and junked the Cougar. However, he was black-haired, too thin, 165 pounds, and too young, 25 at the time of the murders, to be Zodiac. My hope was that if he had been watching Darlene, he might have seen the older man named Lee who was watching her. We were real close. Friends, Robbie told me, and that was it. She didn't share the names of her friends with anybody. Each was sort of separate. I didn't pry. I was just into her. These little games she played with different people were like you could see on TV or in a movie, a series that was going on and on. Darlene was petite, full of devilment. She was on Wallace Street and flying a kite one night. But I remember that she called me another night from the Coronado Inn to come out and pick her up. She didn't trust this guy, an older man. The guy I saw was stocky. At the time, I wasn't paying too much attention to him because she told me she wanted to come home right away. Robbie could recall no more. A year after this encounter, a Vallejo resident, Marie Anstey, vanished from the Coronado Inn parking lot on Friday the 13th. Anstey, bludgeoned, then drowned, had not been sexually molested and was found near water, like the Santa Rosa victims. I believed Robbie Lee had seen Zodiac unmasked. Lee Allen could be linked to Darlene through the painting party and her friends, who knew of a shadowy figure named Lee. Could he now be connected to Darlene on the night of her murder? I had sought Lynch's advice. He was not totally unaware that a man named Lee might be Zodiac. He had searched out tips on a variety of men with the middle name Lee. One owned a .22 caliber gun, a .45, and a 9mm gun. There was a guy here who thinks he's Zodiac, a local nut, said Lynch. He's been in and out of Napa. In fact, I knew him. I didn't think I knew him when he got that tip by letter from out of state by his ex-wife. He was a sadistic 200-pounder, 6 feet tall, with a fetish for leather. He told his wife, "You will be my slave in the hereafter." a phrase similar to Zodiac's slaves in the afterlife remark. You can't really pin anything down with those guys. None of them will ever talk to you. Who tipped you to Lee Allen as Zodiac? I asked the last time we spoke. Was the informant anonymous? I think the information came through the local sheriff's office. Les Lundblad. He's dead now. I think the information came through him. Yeah, everything was coming secondhand. You could never talk to anyone directly. You talked to Darlene's sister Linda in San Jose. I did talk to her many times. Did you ever speak to this Lee from the painting party? No. They dug a perfect bullet out of the car, I said, one that wasn't smashed. It probably went through the fleshy part of Darlene's body and had just enough momentum to penetrate the upholstery. That copper-coated ammo was pretty new. It had only been out for 6 months. Did you ever get a lead on that? No, said Lynch. I admit I don't know much about guns. A guy on Skyline Boulevard south of San Francisco was firing his gun, and he had that kind of ammo. I had that guy in, trying to find out how he got that. Nothing came of it. I never thought that Zodiac chased Darlene and Mike to Blue Rock Springs. I believe that guy just came upon them at random. He was just out there to shoot somebody, and he found them. I disagreed with that. Zodiac had to have stalked them to some degree. At last, I came to that fatal 4th of July. It was an exceptionally hot 4th, Bobby Oxnam told me. Everyone was down by the waterfront. The sky was filled with a spectacular display of pyrotechnics. The staccato pop, pop, pop of firecrackers was like gunfire. The smell of gunpowder was in the air. Earlier in the day, Darlene had her hood up by the bowling alley when she had an altercation with a man driving a white van. He was later described to police as 30 years old, 6 feet tall, 180 to 185 pounds, with hair the color of champagne, combed straight back. Darlene was all excited when she came into Caesars that evening, Carmela Lee told me. Caesars stood at 1576 Vervey Street near Elmer Cave School, where Lee Allen worked. All I knew was she was going to get a ride on a boat in the parade. When Darlene left at 7 p.m., she said, "I'm going to have a party," and wanted me to come. I said, "Yeah, okay," but she knew I wouldn't be there. Darlene and her sister Christina went out to Mare Island for a ride on a decorated and lighted boat, the General French Genora. Lee Allen's boat reportedly was also in Vallejo's traditional boat parade on the channel. A friend of hers had a boat, Mullinex told me. There were 2 guys on a boat, and 2 guys flying that Darlene knew. At 10 p.m., after the Mare Island parade, Darlene and Christina stopped by Caesars again. Darlene had planned a small party at her house after the restaurant closed. 15 minutes later, she called her sitters and learned Bobby Ramos wanted to talk to her. At 10:30 p.m., Darlene and Christina arrived at Terry's, and Darlene went inside to talk to several waitresses. Darlene did not speak to anyone other than some of the girls who work at Terry's before she took me home, Christina recalled. But outside the restaurant, Darlene had a second confrontation. She argued with a man in his 30s or 40s in a blue car with out-of-state plates. Earlier in the evening, Deputy Ben Villarreal had seen a blue 1967 Ford sedan sitting out at Blue Rock Springs. Christina, the most stable and honest member of Darlene's family, said she sensed a tension in the air and in the conversations. Darlene came away very upset. She asked Darlene, "What's going on?" "Don't worry about it," Darlene answered. "You'll read about it tomorrow in the papers." Only a day or 2 before, Darlene had told her the same thing. "Really, something big is going to happen. I can't tell you yet, but it's going to be this week." Christina later mentioned the out-of-state car, the stranger, and her sister's odd remarks, none of which appear in the final VPD report, to a detective. Dee and Christina went to Terry's restaurant, where Dee talked with several waitresses, and outside the restaurant talked to a man parked outside in a blue car with out-of-state plates. Christina claims to have sensed a tension in the air, and in the conversation and reportedly asked Dee what was going on, to which Dee allegedly replied, "Don't worry about it. You'll read about it tomorrow in the papers." Her description of the car was later modified in a notation made by Lieutenant Jim Husted in the left margin. The car was 1. All white, 2. Larger than Dee's Corvair, 3. older than Dee's Corvair, 1963. Pam also confirmed the argument in Terry's parking lot. All I know was when she came back to the car, she told me. The story I got was he wanted to take her out. She didn't want to go out with him because she was married. He was between 35 and 38 years old. One argument had been in daylight, the other an hour and a half before the shooting at Blue Rock Springs. Investigators had confused the nighttime argument with a morning confrontation. Just like Robbie and Lee, they were two different things at two different times. At 10:45 p.m., Darlene dropped Christina off at the family Vallejo home. The sitters, Janet Lynn Rhodes and Pamela Kay, were anxious to go. They had been sitting since early afternoon. Janet Lynn had sat for Darlene only that 4th of July. The girls told Darlene an older-sounding man had been calling her repeatedly. Darlene changed from her patriotic jumpsuit of red, white, and blue stars. Quickly, she donned blue shoes and a white and blue flower-patterned slack dress, a pattern Zodiac would later describe. Dee knew the teenagers killed out on Lake Herman Road. Janet Lynn confirmed to me. She had said that. He's back from out of state. I once saw him kill somebody. Later, from his hospital bed, a heavily sedated Mike Mageau told police what happened next. Dee came via Georgia Street East to Mageau's home at 864 Beechwood, west of Hogan High, where Betty Lou Jensen had attended, read the official statement. At approximately 11:30 p.m., and picked him up in her car. Since both were hungry, he said, they headed down Springs Road and went toward Vallejo. However, at approximately Mr. Ed's restaurant, Dee said she wanted to talk with him about something. An eerie parallel here. Betty Lou and David had stopped at Mr. Ed's drive-in, too, just before being shot. The teenagers had visited Sharon, a friend, on Brentwood Avenue at 8:20 p.m. and remained until 9 p.m. At 10:30, their Christmas concert was over, and they went from there to Mr. Ed's, then Lake Herman Road. Mr. Ed's phone number was later found scrawled on a photo envelope in Darlene's purse, along with the words, hacked, stuck, testified, and seen. Had Zodiac, December 20th, 1968, mistaken Betty Lou for Darlene? Betty Lou Jensen bore an uncanny resemblance to Darlene Ferrin at age 17. I had 2 photos of them at the same age. The odds of Zodiac happening upon 2 women who could be twins in pitch blackness and in widely separated remote areas were incalculable, unless he trailed them. On several occasions, Betty Lou had cautioned her older sister, Melody, to close the blinds. On occasion, their mother found the gate leading to the side of the house open and tracks in the garden. Did Zodiac mistake the teenagers for Darlene and her friend Stephen Key, whose parents lived on Cottonwood 1 street over from Jensen's friend Sharon? Did he trail them to Mr. Ed's, Darlene's hangout? Or was Betty Lou's murder meant as a warning to Darlene, who claimed to know her? They turned around and, at his suggestion, continued Mageau's report, drove east on Springs Road to Blue Rock Springs where they could talk. The minute they drove off, Mike told Dee they were being followed, Linda said. Just that phrase, "we're being followed." How did you hear that? I asked. I heard that through Sergeant Lynch and Sergeant Molinex. Darlene started just going down any side streets and this car just kept following him. I don't know what made her go toward Blue Rock Springs. Linda had also spoken to Mike in the hospital after Zodiac shot him, and I was anxious to hear what else she had learned. They knew they were being followed? I asked her. Yes. And Darlene thought it was someone named Lee? Yeah. She did say that? Yes. Did the police understand that Zodiac's name was supposed to be Lee? I don't think so. But Mike knows who Zodiac is. He does. Pam agreed. Zodiac knew Darlene, she told me, because he called her by name. She was known by Dee, and he called her Dee. He did this when he shot her? Uh-huh. And this is something Mike told you? And this is something Mike told me in the hospital. His acute tongue injury had prevented him from providing a description to police for 2 days. One unconfirmed source states that Mageau claimed they were being followed from the time they left his house by a similar suspect car. Was this true? Sue Ayers, a legal secretary and friend, talked to Mike in the hospital. Dee and the shooter, he told her, had an argument at Terry's on July 4th. They drove away, and the man followed them to Blue Rock Springs, where the argument continued and shooting followed. The daughter of the caretaker at Blue Rock Springs reportedly witnessed the argument in the lot, and seconds before shots rang out, told her father there was going to be trouble. Mike's official statements continue the story. After 5 minutes there, Migeau said, a car, reportedly a 1958-59 brown Ford Falcon with old California plates, pulled in from Springs Road. The driver turned off his lights and pulled around to the left of their car, east of their car, some 6 to 8 feet from Dee's car. The car remained there for about 1 minute. Mike said he asked Dee if she knew who it was, and she stated, "Oh, never mind, don't worry about it." Migeau said he did not know if this meant she knew who it was or not. The car left after 1 minute at terrific speed, hurtling toward Vallejo on Springs Road, and they were left alone in the darkened lot overlooking the golf course. About 5 minutes later, the man returned. He parked on the passenger side and to the rear of their car, headlights still on. A man came up to them carrying a flashlight with a handle on it. Were Darlene and Mike followed to Blue Rock Springs? I asked Molinex. I wouldn't have had that feeling because my thought is these Zodiac killings are not planned, he said. They're opportunity things. That's my feeling. But Zodiac did describe what Darlene was wearing, and it was pretty dark. He was also shining a heavy big flashlight in there, too. That's true. It's a flashlight that has a handle on it, like you'd use in a boat, the kind that floats. Migeau said they thought it was the police, and they started to get some identification out of their purse, wallets, when suddenly the man started shooting. Migeau said it sounded like the gun had a silencer on it. This was a fact never reported, something only Zodiac would know. In 1991, after the search of his home, Lee Allen told a friend, "They missed a few things, like the silencer I had hidden in my socks in the dresser." Had Zodiac turned away not to reload but to install a silencer? Darlene, Mike, and the stranger had already attracted the attention of George R. Bryant, 22, a Selby smelter employee and son of the Blue Rock Springs caretaker. The groundskeeper's son saw 3 people arguing, Molinex told me. Bryant was in a 2-story house looking out the window and trying to get some shut-eye. 15 minutes later, he heard gunshots. Bryant was some 800 feet from the lot lying on his stomach when he heard one shot, a short interval, another shot, a pause, then rapid fire. Finally, he heard a tire screeching as a car left the scene. Bryant's recall of the number of shots was insufficient. Zodiac fired a total of 7 shots. After firing repeatedly, the man turned to walk back to his car, but Migeau believes he cried out, and the man returned and fired 2 more shots at him and twice more at Dee. Migeau, wounded in the neck, left leg, and right arm, was thrashing his legs when Zodiac fired a second time. Mike got the door open, Lynch told me, and fell out of the car, and the only time he even looked at the guy was when the guy got back into his car, and he opened the door, and he got a clear profile view of him. You know, where some people kind of comb their hair up in a kind of pompadour and then back? Mike described Zodiac as having a large face, 30 years old, with short, curly, light brown hair worn in a military-style brush cut. As for his build, he was beefy, heavy-set without being blubbery fat, 195 to 200 pounds, and had a slight pot belly. Sergeant Richard Hoffman, responding to the crime scene, took up the story from there. I was working juvenile division as a plainclothesman in a plain car when the call came out that night, he told me. It was dark at Blue Rock Springs, elms swaying in the wind, the wild cries of strutting peacocks roaming the grounds coming to my ears. Roy Conway and I had been the first officers to reach Blue Rock Springs, 4 miles from downtown Vallejo and 2 miles from the site of the earlier Lake Herman murders. Mike Migeau had originally been in the back seat, but I found him outside on the ground on his back. His eyes were wide, and he lifted his arms upward as if imploring me for help. When he opened his mouth to call for aid, blood gurgled out. CPR had just come in, and the doctor removed Darlene's sweater and began applying pressure to her chest. With each downward pressure, the little tag on her bra fluttered as air exited the bullet hole. The ME took this probe and put it in each of Mike's wounds. He was staring upward and fully conscious, feeling every bit of it. Lynch and his partner Ed Rust arrived next. Mike was laying at the rear of the car, said Lynch, and she was still behind the wheel. I remember she was trying to say something, and I put my ear over her like this to try to understand her. But I just couldn't. First came firecrackers, then gunshots, Rust added. One patrol got there before us, around midnight. It took us 10 to 15 minutes to get there. She died at 12:26 a.m. She kept trying to talk, but we couldn't distinguish anything. In fact, we sent one of the officers with her in case she could say something. I think it was Dick Hoffman. He was the patrol officer who was there first. Mike said he thought it was a police officer come up to check. He pulled up behind them at a sort of off-line from their car. He said that he had been parked in the same place before, and Darlene had a police officer that came up the same way, a cutoff technique, and shined a light just the same. It had happened before that way, and he had the impression it was a police officer when he first came up. Darlene got out after the guy left, pushed out the right side of the two-door car. He said he had climbed over the seat trying to get away. The guy shot him several times. This was the only avenue he had, was to get in the back seat. Shortly after, the ambulance arrived, Lynch said, and I helped the driver take her out of the car. Then Dick Hoffman followed the ambulance to the emergency hospital. We took Mike up to the Queen of Valley Hospital, continued Rust. Lynch and I saw that out front of the hospital. They've got a little monument. It's got a Zodiac sign on it. When she was shot, Darlene had been reaching for her quilt-patterned leather drawstring purse on the rear floorboard. It was as if she was getting identification out for the police. With the photo envelope inside her purse was a notebook with two names, Vaughn and Lee, underlined. I consulted Darlene's 3 personal directories, and under M found the following entry crossed out. Mount Shasta Ski Bowl Incorporated, NRT. Vaughn, area code 916. Mount Shasta Ski Bowl, NR1. Lee was not listed. Police dismissed it as the name of Dean Farron's employer, Bill Lee. The time of the murder concerned Darlene's sitters. What time did they say she was murdered? Janet Lynn said. 12:05 a.m.? Darlene was shot at 12 a.m. Because that was a big discrepancy. At one point, we figured that she couldn't have had time to even get to that parking lot. We kept telling the police that she didn't leave the house until then, because we were watching some program that doesn't come on until almost midnight, and she hadn't even left the house yet. And then they're telling us she was murdered like 5 minutes later? When how could she get out to Blue Rock Springs in 5 minutes? And we kept telling this police officer, Lynch, that was the biggest thing I never liked about that, was the time discrepancy. It was right before midnight, and you just can't get out there that quick. And we did mention that time thing again to them. I do remember them asking us to come in. They didn't even write it down. I was at Berryessa that day of her murder, Stephen Key told me. I was to meet her that night, but when I got home I learned that Dee was killed. Why had Mike rushed out and left all the lights in his house burning, the television blaring, and front doors standing wide open? In the aftermath, investigators asked themselves other questions. Why was Mike wearing 3 pairs of pants and 3 sweaters? What about the alleged argument in Terry's restaurant parking lot shortly before the shooting, and then being followed by the same man to Blue Rock Springs, where an argument continued and ended in shooting? Other questions. Did Mageau not, in fact, know the man who committed the attacks? Did he witness Darlene arguing with a middle-aged man either at the crime scene and/or earlier that evening at Terry's? There was an argument between occupants of DV's car and another individual at Blue Rock Springs parking lot minutes before her murder. DV argued with likely suspect in presence of SV several hours before her murder. Source, SV, Mageau, as related to family friend. At Blue Rock Springs that night, Officer Hoffman admitted he feared the killer might return again any minute and shoot him too. But at 12:40 a.m., Zodiac was busy elsewhere. He was calling switchboard operator Nancy Slover, VPD, from Joe's Union Station, which closed at 8:25 p.m., at Tuolumne and Springs Road to report what he thought was a double murder. They were shot with a 9mm Luger. I also killed those kids last year. This booth was 2,000 feet to the south from Lee's house. At 1:30 a.m., 50 minutes later, 4 phone calls were placed to the operator from a booth at Broadway in Nebraska. This booth was 3,000 feet northwest from Allen's home. One call was to Dean Farron's parents, Arthur and Mildred. They heard only deep breathing. No one said anything. We were certain someone was on the line. The Dean Farron household got 2 phone calls. The sitter answered and heard only breathing or wind blowing. Next, a call was placed to Dean's brother, Gordon, who was in Thailand. Zodiac must have known Darlene in order to place these calls to her in-laws. News of the shooting and who the victims were had not yet been either on the radio or in the papers. When I made a map of Allen's neighborhood, I saw how close he was to all the Vallejo victims and how close they were to each other. Zodiac victim Mike Majot's house was 4.5 blocks from the home of another victim, Betty Lou Jensen. Since the murders, criminal geographical targeting has become a valuable police tool. Geographical profiling is based on the theory of criminal spatial behavior. Criminals strike close to home, just as the average person chooses stores where he shops daily. They operate close to areas they are familiar with and have previously scouted. A murderer has a tendency to hunt prey in identifiable areas and the impulse to disguise his home location. Thus, the sites of his crimes tend to radiate on all sides of the offender like a spider in his web. As Zodiac roared away from the Blue Rock Springs lot, he would have reached a fork in the road. Narrow Lake Herman Road to his left offered no place to hide until he reached Benicia. Columbus Parkway, Lee's brother lived at midpoint on Columbus Parkway, to his right led back into Vallejo but offered the possibility of police cars coming at him on Springs Road. To avoid being trapped, I believe Zodiac took a small road just off Columbus Parkway, so hidden I had to make an abrupt turn to reach the road. It led me in a dead, straight line into the heart of Vallejo. At the end of 24 blocks, I arrived at a familiar doorstep, the home of Arthur Lee Allen. As far as finding Zodiac's weapons and hood, the opportunity had long passed. One reason Zodiac used a new weapon each time was he was discarding them as he went. Surely, after each of the ill-starred searches in different counties, he had destroyed his hidden souvenirs. But, as Detective Baker had reasoned, the things he had taken might still be in plain sight, having a symbolic significance to Zodiac alone. The Napa Sentinel's Harry V. Martin long afterward speculated. Darlene knew a terrible secret. Because of that secret, she was murdered, not randomly, but deliberately, planned and executed by a person she knew very well, a person who bought her gifts, a person who visited her place of employment, and even her home. Carmela Lee, pregnant and due 3 days after Darlene's murder, was so afraid she had a peephole put in her door. She didn't know if this guy was going to get rid of her husband, her friends, she told me. We didn't know if it was one of her goofy friends. It's too bad they never found him. We were all afraid for a long time. We didn't know whether this person knew Dee. That's what everybody thought because she knew so many people. Then we thought Dee knew something about a narcotics bust or something, and the person who killed her knew she knew and got her before it all came out. And then we thought maybe she knew she was going to be murdered, and maybe some of the people in the occult, you know, they'll sacrifice their life or something. Then we thought maybe she knew. Maybe she did. Maybe she knew the guy was going to kill Mike, and that's why she wasn't scared. From what Mike said in the paper, she wasn't a bit nervous. There was a hint of drugs at the paint party. Drug dealings there, said Cheney. The sitters disagreed. There were no signs of drugs in the house, they told me. There's no indication of drugs in any of the police reports, said Mullinax. Some of the people that she associated with were, I think, involved in drugs, but there's nothing in any of the reports that I have that would indicate that she herself was a user. I've had investigators come out every year, said Bobby Ramos, to see if I've thought of anything. They'd ask if she was selling drugs. Did she make more tips than you? Sure she did. I might have made 20. She might have made 35. They were kind of maybe saying she sold drugs. I'm not saying she didn't smoke pot or anything. Smoking and selling is different. She might have taken marijuana once in a while, Bobby Oxnam told me, but selling was strictly taboo to her. The implications that were put into the paper after she was murdered really made a lot of us mad. People forget the good about Darlene. She was not a tramp. She was no angel, but she was not a tramp either. Sergeant Lynch and his partner Rust later interviewed Linda at 400 Brandon Avenue in San Jose. As with many of Darlene's friends, she had been difficult to find after the Blue Rock Springs shooting. And they talked to me for over 7 hours, Linda told me. Lynch thought there were drugs involved. He gave me a typed list and he said, "Any names that look familiar to you, circle them." Of course, I circled all the names I've mentioned to you at being at the painting party. Was Lee's name on there? I asked her. Yes. There was another name on the list spelled different, Leigh. I circled the ones that Darlene knew. And when I had circled this particular name they wanted, they go, as if they'd already made up their minds. When I had circled the one, they said, "That's enough." Linda had circled the name of a middle-aged, round-faced local man who resembled Lee Allen, and it was at that moment that police went wrong. Lynch had yet to interview Lee Allen. Then I helped the police prepare a composite of the man at the party, Linda told me. A middle-aged man with a peculiar stare, a cold stare. I sat there with the police, and the artist did the drawing from my directions. I kept asking for them to show me photos, but they never did. When the drawing was done, Lynch asked, "Do you think she's ready?" I say, "Ready for what?" And they opened up this black, real thin binder. It had cellophane on it. It was another composite drawing. The only thing I had different from it was the chin. It just blew me away. This was a sketch prepared from a Joe's description from his hospital bed. He had seen Zodiac's profile clearly when he shot him and was able to speak in 2 days after the shooting. Officer Baldino said it was probably the same individual who had been frequenting Terry's, a man he had picked out of a social situation. Steve Baldino picked out a guy he saw at the restaurant, Linda told me. Steve was pretty shook up over all this. He knew the family and he used to come by. I sat in the cop car one time and he let me feel his club, touch a gun. He was a really good cop, and when Dee died, he kind of went overboard. I think he might have made a mistake. The man Baldino eyeballed at an AA meeting admitted to visiting Terry's, but he was not the man at the painting party. Lynch had the right picture, but the wrong name. Zodiac must have felt invulnerable after this. He had grown increasingly bolder. "But you know," Linda continued, "I think Zodiac wears makeup and has got to be from Vallejo, because he knows how to get away. The strange thing is, everyone left Vallejo. Mike and his brother, Stephen Key, Robbie Lee, Linda herself, Christina, Darlene's younger sister. I would think if the guy was from San Francisco, they'd stay. They'd be a lot safer in Vallejo, but they all left the city and got effectively lost." Linda's composite did some good. It was accurate enough for Cheney to later recognize it as his friend, Arthur Lee Allen. "Of course, I've never doubted that Zodiac was Lee," Cheney told me, "and I've always been astonished that they never tripped him up. I couldn't believe it. I kept waiting for something to turn up to read that Zodiac was arrested. Nothing happened. I believe that the Lake Herman Road and Lake Berryessa were just window dressing, but he killed Darlene Ferrin on purpose. When I finally read your book, Zodiac, and I had purposely not done so until now, in order not to affect my recall, I got an idea. Darlene was certainly not a lover's lane random killing. I think Darlene was killed on purpose. I suspect she was the target, and he threw the others in for confusion. There was this business about Darlene saw him kill somebody, or he just may have wanted to close her mouth. Darlene may have been blackmailing him." George Bowert, at the Zodiac conference, stated he believed Allen to be Zodiac. Captain Roy Conway said in a published interview, "I believe, as I always have, that the Zodiac killer was Arthur Lee Allen." I asked Hosky the same question. "There's no doubt in my mind," he concluded, "that Arthur Lee Allen was, in fact, the Zodiac." I had written the same in 1977, when we had an army of suspects, because Allen had offered to help catch himself. I recalled the Zodiac conference and a question Rita Williams had asked. If Arthur Lee Allen was the Zodiac, why didn't he leave some message behind to let everyone know he was the Zodiac? If he was Allen, can you tell me why you think he didn't? I remembered that when police showed Allen bomb plans on lined yellow paper with a menu for making bombs, he said, "I've never seen that piece of paper before. I've never seen these documents before." And yet, it was in his own handwriting. Did he leave some message behind to let everyone know he was the Zodiac? repeated Conway thoughtfully. Allen does leave a message by things that are in his basement and at the same time denying everything. From my point of view, he did leave that message. One of Zodiac's letters talked about finding bombs in his basement. Well, in fact, there were bombs in the basement of that house when we did the search warrant. There were pipe bombs. He talked about a particular way of making the pipe bombs, and we found handwriting evidence of him having written that formula that he had denied even making. Ultimately, the only handwriting match we have is to him and his writings of Zodiac's bomb-making formula. So in his own way he did, as far as I'm concerned, leave that message. Conway had indicated to the FBI that he and Bauer would present a full review of the case to the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office for an opinion regarding possible prosecution for Lee Allen. If the DA refuses to file charges against Allen, he wrote, the Vallejo Police Department will close its investigation on the Zodiac case. Once these interviews have been conducted, the FBI wrote in 1992, Conway indicated that he and Bauer will present a full review of the case to the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office for an opinion regarding possible prosecution for Allen. If the DA refuses to file charges against Allen, Vallejo Police Department will close its investigation on the Zodiac case. Vallejo has requested no further assistance on this case and is therefore recommended that the case be closed at this time. The FBI, on noting the death of Arthur Lee Allen, said in a final report, the San Francisco case is closed at this time. Vallejo has requested no further assistance on this case. It is therefore recommended that the case be closed at this time. But who was that first tipster, the one who alerted Lynch so many times in 1969? I got that tip by letter, Lynch told me without thinking, the last time I saw him. In the absence of that anonymous tip, Allen wouldn't have been a suspect until 1971. The Vallejo PD suspected that Allen's own brother or sister-in-law had turned him into the police as a Zodiac suspect. They did later on. Lynch told me he was tipped to Allen more than once, maybe 3 times, by some woman, I told Toschi. She was calling up and tipping him. So I'm thinking it's possibly the sister-in-law. You're reading my mind, said Toschi. I'm thinking it's Karen, too. If Allen had not died, the saga of Zodiac would have had a different ending. On Tuesday, March 24, 1992, upon his return from Germany and shortly before Lee Allen's death, George Bauer conducted an important interview. What I'm referring to is where I'm finally able to recontact victim Mike Mageau, he told me, and I show him a 6-photo spread. It included Harvey Hines as suspect. I had a picture of Arthur Lee Allen in there. The rest were INS, NIS, and CHP officers. They were just fillers. My wife Jan was down in L.A. at the time for a company she was working for. I had to meet with Mike Mageau at some point in time, so I dovetailed this when she was down there for a week. I visited with her while I was there, stayed at the same hotel room, and saved the city some money. Now, this is some 20 years after the Blue Rock Springs thing, so I'm not real hyped up about meeting Michael Mageau and showing him this photo spread. I'll tell you how much credence I took to it. Normally, if I went down to an airport, I'd get a hold of airport security. They'd give me an office, and I'd sit there and talk to the witness and show him a photo spread. I thought so little of this, thinking I was going to be there about 10 minutes, that I just located him and found a small corner of the airport. There were people milling around and everything, but it was fairly quiet. And that's why I showed him this lineup, because I just knew that he'd look at this lineup and say, there's nobody in there that I recognize. Well, I pulled this lineup out, and they were driver's license pictures from 1967 or 68. Anyway, they were from the era when Zodiac started. They were of Arthur Lee Allen and of Larry Kane and fillers, all fat-faced people. And these were old-style photos. They were black and white. You got them from DMV in those days. They were blown up larger than a regular license picture. A regular license picture is about maybe 1.5 inches square. These were maybe 2 inches or 3 inches square. They were not huge pictures, but they were fairly large pictures. I gave Mageau the lineup admonishment. Just because I'm showing you pictures, you don't have to identify anybody as responsible. He may not be in there, blah, blah, blah. So I hand him them. He looks at them for 20, 30 seconds. Points to Arthur Lee Allen and says, "That's the man! That's the man who shot me at Blue Rock Springs." I was absolutely flabbergasted that he picked out Arthur Lee Allen. I didn't expect him to pick out anybody at all. Epilogue. Dave Toschi is now with North Star Security Services as a vice president and member of the board. Retired Detective Lieutenant Mike Ceravolo, a chief investigator on New York's Zodiac case, now runs a private investigation company in suburban New York City. He left the department when Zodiac 2 first vanished, arguing that the Zodiac task force should not be abandoned. He helped train Detective Sergeant Joe Hebert, who recognized the hand of Zodiac 2 in Sada's handwriting. Brian Hartnell, married and the father of 2 sons, is a probate lawyer in Southern California. The Santa Rosa murders were never solved, Sergeant Steve Brown, Sonoma Sheriff's Department, told me. In fact, we're working them pretty hard right now. One was never found, but of the 6 that were found, I only have evidence on one of the girls, Kim Wendy Allen. What I'm still trying to do is to find the rest of the evidence. We're clearing out the archival evidence that's out at our juvenile hall facility. These old cases are tough, because who knows where the evidence goes. Hopefully, I'm going to find some more. I especially want to find the rope used to strangle Kim Wendy that they submitted to the FBI. They tested this rope in every possible way, and there was nothing special about it. It was a nylon regular rope that you could buy anywhere. On the Presidio, where Zodiac was last seen, and Nurse Donna Lass was worked, 10-story Letterman Hospital and its 5-story annex remain only as desolate hulks. The hollowed-out concrete buildings will be demolished and replaced by a digital movie production campus, Lucasfilm's Industrial Light and Magic. Sandy Panzarella sold Science Dynamics. With that money, he purchased the RKO Radio Pictures Film Library, which he later sold to Ted Turner. It was a tough decision, Panzarella told me, to give up a library which not only included Citizen Kane and other beloved films, but the most dangerous game. The movie-obsessed Zodiac would have appreciated the irony. By May 2002, SFPD was reeling from a blistering expose in the Chronicle. Reporters David Parrish and Jackson Vanderbecken's 3-part investigation was headlined, SFPD Last in Solving Violent Crime. Inspectors function poorly in flawed system. The SFPD ranked last among the nation's biggest city police forces, on average solving only 28% of violent crimes between 1996 and 2000. The lowest violent crime clearance rate among the nation's 20 largest cities. The series spotlighted murder cases in which investigators failed to interview key witnesses, left vital leads unpursued, and lost critical evidence. As the Board of Supervisors moved to create an investigative panel, the SFPD was under fire. Buried beneath an avalanche of new cases, took the unusual step of attempting to clear a suspect developed by their predecessors over 30 years earlier. They set out to prove by DNA that Arthur Lee Allen, convicted child molester, was Zodiac. But the letters, kept in an old cardboard box from 1969 until May 14, 1981, when SFPD Inspector James Deasy drove them to Sacramento, had never been refrigerated to preserve DNA. It's hard to believe any had survived. Years later, they returned. In June 2000, Dr. Cindy Holt, a criminalistic supervisor, had been hired to oversee the SFPD's DNA lab. Her 3-person team, she said, barely had the finances to investigate outstanding recent crimes that occurred before the use of DNA typing technology. The best lab in the region, in Berkeley, refused to process its DNA findings. Though that facility had opened 9 years earlier, no San Francisco case had ever had a cold hit. The reason was simple, Dr. Holt told the Examiner. Cases weren't sent because the Berkeley DOJ's convicted felon data bank only accepts DNA profiles from accredited labs, which SFPD's was not. Dr. Holt told the media that she was able to replicate a DNA sample, saliva traces beneath a stamp on a bona fide Zodiac letter, large enough to test a partial print of DNA. On October 15, 2002, the Chronicle reported, DNA seems to clear only Zodiac suspect, but, said detectives, it is not enough at this time to submit to DNA databases, but other new evidence may yield more usable DNA within weeks or months. They seemed intent upon clearing Allen. Though he had known and stalked many of the victims, been placed at the crime scenes, and had been identified by surviving witnesses. The point that was the inability to match him to the letters was the only reason Allen had not been arrested as Zodiac. Witness the investigation of the German hippie, the tall, black-haired young man, and the deceased art teacher as possible letter writers. I've always wondered if there wasn't more than one person involved, I told the Chronicle, someone running interference for Allen. It's what makes the Zodiac case one of the great mysteries of all times. Stirring up people, getting things accomplished, making a difference. Isn't that what books should be about? A supplemental report on David Fincher's Zodiac. I'm interested in an impression, David Fincher tells me. I am interested in your hair standing up on the back of your neck. I'm interested in things that can't be articulated. This crisp January morning in 2004, David Fincher, the celebrated film director of Seven and Fight Club, is dressed in Levi's and a gray cardigan over a white V-neck T-shirt. His beard is short, slightly graying. Sandy-colored hair peeks from beneath a black baseball cap. The 41-year-old Denver native is tall, 6'1", and weighs about 180 pounds. He is intense, a devouring listener and a watcher. I do this for a living. My whole gig, the only thing I do is I watch TV and I watch people, how they behave. Take 7, you go, that was it. Fincher claps his hands together explosively. You should take 8, it's not right. Take 9, and now you're just fucking gilding the lily and it's no good. Take 7, that's the one. You put it in the movie and people cry. I don't know why. It's this thing that you get. So I trust that implicitly, and that's the difference. That's the thing we need to do now. We need to construct Zodiac from its emotional truth as opposed to its factual truth. The broad wood panel suite is a room of contrasts. White furniture against dark carpet. Across the room, shadows envelop 2 young men, Brad Fisher, the producer, and Jamie Vanderbilt, the screenwriter. The illumination from Geary Street makes Brad paler than usual. His short black hair and dark brows stand out boldly in an earnest, inquiring face. David is beyond Zodiac being a reconstruction, says Brad. He is interested in the progression of events that he can accurately capture on film, and that dispel any myths in the case. The Bay Area is familiar territory for Fincher, childhood grounds. I was about 7 years old when all this Zodiac stuff was going on, Fincher says. I was going to Isabel Cook in San Anselmo when I first started to realize we were being followed by a couple of highway patrol cars on the way to school. I remember riding the bus and coming home from school and asking my dad about it. Why is the highway patrol following us? But got only a vague answer. I remember that people were killed, and then later on when I was at Berryessa having lunch at a picnic table, somebody said this is where the Zodiac stabbing took place. I was probably 11 at the time. He believes Zodiac is a movie about a time and a place and a process and a series of events that shaped California in an interesting way. For Brad and me, this is a labor of love, adds Jamie, who adapted Zodiac and Zodiac Unmasked. It's important to us to get this right with the right guy, which David is. I like the fact that Fincher even rebels against being a rebel. Don't label me, he says about that. It's not like some cool thing. I just want to make movies. Jamie's sideburns and blondish hair are as long and unruly as a movie Tarzan's. But within a few months, he will resemble a swashbuckling pirate with a goatee, which he will vow not to shave off until the $80 million Warner Brothers Paramount motion picture is greenlighted. I first met Brad and Jamie in 2002 at the premiere of Paul Schrader's Autofocus, a motion picture of my 1993 book about Hogan's Heroes star Bob Crane, Greg Kinnear. David began on such a technical side of the movie industry, working with visual effects, says Jamie. I think that contributes a lot to how clinical he is about stuff. Usually those guys who make music videos, as David did, never make very good movies because they're lacking in emotion and are more interested in the technical stuff. The old version of Zodiac was much more like JFK, where there is a final summation. Oliver Stone wanted to convince the audience. I don't want this to be about convicting Arthur Lee Allen, a.k.a. Bob Starr, David tells Jamie. If the characters in the movie believe Arthur Lee Allen is the Zodiac, though I think it's him, I'm completely fine with that. But I don't want to make a movie about convincing the audience. Certainly Robert came to his conclusion, and it was good enough for him. He felt like he knew who the guy was, and he knew the hardware store he worked at. When Lee died, he felt like it was put away. That's what we want to present. We also know there has to be a scene in it where the Department of Justice says, "This is all really interesting stuff. I wish we could follow through on it, but the reality of the situation is that we can't put the guy on trial. So if there's not going to be that kind of public satisfaction, there's no real upside." And we want to talk about the politics of that. The case against Lee is a good one. I buy that. But it's circumstantial, and we have to kind of present that and go, we think everyone can rest easy. I look at it, and it's incredibly compelling. I love revenge pictures, says Jamie, but I understand why David wants to take it to task. He wants to make the film that ends the serial killer genre. He has made a type of serial killer movie before. The danger for us would have been to get a director who wanted to focus on all the purulent details. If anything, he's got that part of it out of his system and is so much more interested in the people. Brad Fisher will accomplish many great advances in the Zodiac case. In the long fact-checking phase for a Zodiac motion picture, he will track down Blue Rock Springs victim Mike Michaud in Las Vegas and discover an important parking ticket. Jamie will find a hand-drawn map of Lake Berryessa signed by the prime suspect. All three Hollywood detectives will gather together the original detectives and go over the murder sites with them. Theirs is a fascinating adventure that I documented over the years, but that's another story. This is the story of how David Fincher filmed Zodiac. Nearly 2 years pass. On a bright September morning, as vintage buses and cars crawl past the San Francisco Chronicle, Jake Gyllenhaal bounds up the wide sidewalk and extends a hand. It's an odd feeling to have the finest actor of his generation play yourself in a major motion picture. Gyllenhaal is dressed in the same kind of sweater vest and cords I wore in 1968 when I was a young political cartoonist at the Chronicle. He is 24, born 6 days before Christmas 1980, over 6 feet tall, blue-eyed, muscular, and roguishly good-looking. Jake does a number of jumping jacks, takes a few puffs on a cigarette, and sprints into the adjacent alley, where he raps on the window of a car parked across from Hanno's. Reporter Paul Avery, hungover, awakens with a jolt. For the role of Avery, a driven, substance-abusing former war correspondent, before Fincher considered such an unusual choice, he had to mull it over before telling Brad, Jamie, and Lorraine Mayfield, the casting director. The brilliance and rightness of Robert Downey Jr. as Avery is confirmed. Around the corner, Fincher studies a monitor, seeing only what the cameras in the car and behind Jake see. Graysmith. I've been thinking. Avery. God save us all. All fascinating pieces of minutia, Roberto, but it's a little early in the day. Graysmith. It's 11. As Avery staggers into the Chronicle, we see a gun tucked inside his waistband. Downey has just married film producer Susan Levin at a private home in the Hamptons and is in fine fettle. My friend, San Francisco stage actress Penny Wallace, is anxious to see the magnetic actor up close. When I mention I knew Avery, Downey dashes over to us. "Tell me more," he says, inches away. First I tell him that Avery was much taller, lankier, and blonder than he is. On September 5th, 2005, I spent the day with Jake Gyllenhaal inside Fincher's sprawling 2-story office plus tower on Hollywood Boulevard. At the rear, in front of an electronic gate, hopeful actors have left their resumes in little cardboard boxes. "David, your office is a building," says Jamie. "Who else is in here?" asks Brad. "No one. Just me," says Fincher. He's been there a couple of months. He gets up, checks a fact on the internet behind his desk, then reaches for one of the dozen black Sharpies in a cup on his desk and makes a note. The office is modern, stylish, and crowded with Sony high-tech equipment. Fincher is reading Force Majeure, The World is Flat, and Freakonomics. Today, the Viper has arrived, wrapped in brown paper and waiting in the lobby. Fincher is as excited as a kid with a new toy. For Zodiac, I'm going to make it sit up and do tricks. Let's go check the chronology. They get up from a grouping of couches and chairs to study the low-tech big board pasted up with note cards and scotch tape. The conference area, with its high-tech AV, resembles the war room out of Dr. Strangelove. All the ceilings are 20 feet high, and a giant oval-shaped light 20 feet in diameter covers half of the ceiling. Jake has spent the morning changing diapers and drawing political cartoons. He asks what kind of pen I use. Gillot number 170. and number 658. The 19th century dip pins are too difficult to master, so I give him my rapidograph number 2, and he sketches a passable Nixon. Raised in Hancock Park, Jake springs from a showbiz environment. Father, Stephen, is a director, losing Isaiah. Mother, Naomi Foner, is a screenwriter, running on empty. Older sister Maggie even played his on-screen sister in Donnie Darko. Jake is hot. His action film, The Day After Tomorrow, took in $187 million domestic box office, and he has 2 big movies headed into theaters. One is Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain with Heath Ledger, a tragic story about 2 cowpokes who fall in love in 1960s Wyoming. It will earn Jake his first Oscar nomination. The other is Sam Mendes' Jarhead, the story of a young Marine sniper during Operations Desert Storm and Desert Shield. "Can I take your picture?" Jake asked me, but his camera phone has been dented and sandblasted by fierce winds near the Mexican border where he underwent basic trainings. "I've got a tape recorder in my car," Jake tells me. "I'll be right back." He runs out and comes back with a space satellite. Microphones, video camera, long arms sticking out, blinking red lights, and props it precariously on the edge of the couch. A slight stubble covers his cheeks, and his dark brown hair has grown back. But the Friday he met with David Fincher to discuss Zodiac, his scalp was still shaved for Jarhead. From the beginning, David thought Jake Gyllenhaal would be really interesting for the Graysmith part. "I'll do it if you'll do it," David tells Jake, sliding the enormous script across the table to him. "Read it over the weekend." It is a first draft because he and Jamie are still refining a version that could easily make a 3-hour movie with a marathon shooting schedule of over 100 days. The exhausting length doesn't intimidate the athletic actor. He's got stamina. He's got game. "Hey, it was 200 pages, he later deadpans to Premiere. After Jake looked the script over, he saw that for the first 3/4 of the movie, my character is deferential and polite, a product of my Southern upbringing and military family. "But I am the hero of this movie," Jake says, then comes back and tells Brad and Jamie, "Oh, I get it. It's a comedy." Brad and Jamie worked with casting director Lorraine Mayfield on their film Basic, but she and Fincher go way back. When Lorraine first came to L.A. with her boy, she didn't realize the incredible odds against a single woman surviving and succeeding in this tough town. It was Fincher who made her realize what a woman on her own could accomplish. "I had a friend who was a music video director," she drawls, "and in 1987 I went to work as his assistant at this small production company, a little satellite company of a big commercial house that doesn't exist anymore. A few months later, when Fincher co-founded Propaganda Films, a production company, David asked her to work for him. I did. And 19 years later, here we are. My relationship with David is very close because he forgives me for all my shortcomings. She is also beautiful enough to be a star herself." They cast Brian Cox, the original Dr. Lecter, as attorney Mel Belli. "He will eat that role alive," says Jamie. The biggest struggle in this draft was to get it to the point where Fincher not only felt it was true to life, he's obviously very invested in that, but to get the feeling of ebb and flow of the information. In the script, the fingerprint on Stein's cab is a great source of debate. Jamie doesn't necessarily want to show one way or the other if Zodiac is wearing gloves. We do see the Stein killing, but we're not going to see the face of the person. When Zodiac stops writing for 3 years, says Fincher, we've got to feel he stops writing. We can't just cut to the next scene. A way of showing the passage of time is the skyline of San Francisco. We see the Transamerica building in time-lapse as its construction is finished. We balance what Toschi was doing and what you were doing, Jamie tells me. We follow both of you before you meet, which I think is a really cool structural thing, where we know the two main characters. We know they're going to be on screen together at some point, but we don't know when. So when you finally intersect, it's a really cool moment. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, Fincher's office has become a full-service production center. It's a bit of a maze, says Brad. It's a gigantic facility. People get lost in here. On the ground floor, production designer Don Burt's office sits at the southwest corner. There's Zodiac stuff everywhere, on the walls, laid out on all the tables, but especially in the back area where Burt has camped. The first assistant director, Mary Ellen Woods, a dark, intense woman, has an office in the northeast corner. Then there's art director Keith Cunningham's office. David is in the southeast corner, next to his longtime partner, producer Sion Chafin's office. If the ground floor is the studio of an artist or architect, then the upstairs is an art gallery. Upstairs, says Jamie, there are boards, charts, and photos everywhere, down to the point where there's a SF Chronicle 1969 board with photos of typewriters and the little phones attached to the reporter's desk. Lorraine's office is on the second floor alongside her associate Mindy Bazer's office. Down a narrow hall are set director Victor Zolfo, a fabulous, generous guy, and Max Daly, an art department researcher. Max is organizing the material for the DVD document section, but Ron Frankel, a computer whiz who does motion special effects previs and 3D models, is building it. Its budget is $1 million. There's a screening room. Sally Sue Lander, the second AD's office, and that of Hope Parrish, the tall, blonde prop master. Hope is using what will be David's future editing room. We're just in here with Fincher's future furniture, Hope says. She's an expert who has spent considerable months in Iraq and Canada working on such films as The Aviator. Like Max, she has a remarkably short time to do her work. I had not seen a current script, she says, and they told me 3 working days before I came on that I was hired. That was a Thursday, and I was brought to work on Monday and given 9 weeks to prepare everything in front of the camera and prepare the shooting schedule. Then they will probably give us a week to wrap it up at the end. Hope, Paul, Dana, Michelle, and Terry alternately are on eBay under an alias trying to buy a Zodiac watch. They keep being outbid by a staffer who doesn't know who he's bidding against. Hope's main prop, the one people will study to be certain they are accurate, are the Zodiac letters. It took a lot of time to make the first one. The paper had to be thin enough so that the writing showed through on the other side. Hope's assistant, Jules Metzko, replicates the Zodiac skeleton card sent to Avery, but the purplish ink is not black enough, and after she comes back in a flash with a perfect card, notices something. At the Chronicle, we thought the greeting card was folded in half, but Jules says, no, look, it actually had 4 folds so they can print everything on one side, then fold it. Location manager Rick Schuler considers 4 different possibilities for doubling Blue Rock Springs, and finally decided on Bouquet Canyon Road in Angeles National Forest in Saugus for the Darlene Farron, Clara Hughes, and Mike Mageau, Lee Norris, shooting. Props include air mortars to simulate bullet hits, broken tempered glass for dressing and haze smoke pots, a brilliant spotlight from inside Zodiac's car, a flashlight, headlights, a flashing turn signal, a balloon light with operator, and the flash of a silencer. Trainers have a flock of geese ready to scream on cue. On October 4th, Mr. Ed Teen's Hangout, George's 50s diner in Long Beach, is filmed. And 6 days later, shoot day 22, filming on the Chronicle third-floor editorial set commences. In August, Fincher had shown me computer-generated wide-frame photos of the Chronicle. Architects' floor plans, reproduced 3-dimensionally, allow the director to plot camera tracking and angles through photogrammetry, a process where they establish certain points within 3-dimensional space and even pass through walls. Fincher envisions an opening sequence of a mail transport cart pushed into the Chronicle as seen as if the camera were in front of the cart and moving backward. Since the present Chronicle newsroom looks like an insurance company with carpeting, Rick scouted not only San Francisco but also different sites in L.A. that could stand in for the 1968 and 1978 Chronicle. His team had already created a fake watering hole modeled after Hanno's in the alley behind the paper. The old newsroom is reborn perfectly on a block-long set inside the Terminal Annex building on Alameda Street. Its lobby is identical to the Chronicle's. Everything is authentic. Light fixtures, old typewriters, molding, U-shaped copy desk. Everything works. Old phones, drinking fountains, elevators, and pneumatic mail tube stations. Hope even stocks the desk drawers with Chronicle notepads and Eagle pencils. Yet who would know the difference? David Fincher would. Shorty, an ill-tempered, white-haired little person, stands by his coffee setup and a sign that reads, "Delicious as hell coffee." Scene 14A shows Jake Gyllenhaal rushing from the elevator into the chaos of the third-floor editorial offices, talking to Shorty, James Carraway, and getting coffee. In Jake's cartoonist scenes, he uses my actual drawing board, brushes, T-square, rough sketches, original sketchbooks, where I first drew Zodiac in costume, and glass ink bottle. The intricate pattern of sorting drawings at the right angle for the camera, delivering lines, inserting and shutting the portfolio clasps, then dashing across the office for the editorial meeting, taxes the exhausted actor. Sometimes he forgets to lock the case. Once he dashes off without it. Running, missing, choosing, and inserting, forgetting, he gives me a hapless shrug as he does it again. Yes, Jake Gyllenhaal has game. Scene 17B, the Chronicle editorial conference room, stretches to day 35, October 28th. The scene includes Jake, Templeton Peck, John Getz, Al Hyman, Ed Satrakian, and publisher Charles Thiriot, John Terry. Terry has researched his role to such depth he even knows about Thiriot's White House conference with President Lyndon Johnson to work out a newspaper joint operating agreement. Legend has it that at this meeting, LBJ impolitely combed his hair in front of the impeccably mannered Thiriot. Affronted, the elegant publisher returned to San Francisco and came out against LBJ's war in Vietnam. At Jamie's, I watched the rushes of Terry's moving performance when he hands Zodiac's letter off to Temp Peck because he cannot bear to continue to read it aloud. Terry catches the nobility and integrity of the doomed publisher. The massive Chronicle set is such a success, it will be kept as a period newspaper set. For shoot day 36, Fincher is back at Blue Rock Springs, then on to Culver City Court Building, the Riverside Police Station. So, when Robert comes to you, Fincher asks my best friend Dave Toschi, and says, I'm interested in Zodiac. He hasn't said to you, I'm going to go to Vallejo, and I'm going to talk to those guys. Obviously, you didn't know what kind of stick-to-itiveness Robert would later demonstrate, but he comes to your office and he sits with you. By the time 1977 rolls around and you hear that he wants to write a book, is it somewhere in your mind that you kind of go, this has lost so much steam, and it's kind of come to an end for you in a way? Are you sitting there and thinking it needs somebody to come in and shake things up? I was kind of spinning my wheels at that point, says Toschi with a sad smile. Nothing was forthcoming, nothing good. I felt that when Robert left the Chronicle and didn't really cool off on Zodiac, he was going to do something. I believed in him. So you're not able to disclose information to him initially, says Fincher. I showed him the closed file cabinets, full of original letters and swatches of the shirt, Toschi replies. So when you see Robert wants to be part of this thing, Fincher continues, pick up where people left off and find something that might have been overlooked. Is there some part of you that says, I always wanted to be able to have the manpower to go get in this guy's face, look over his shoulder, or put a flashlight up his ass, and this is the guy who might do it. In a weird way, the official route is all of these extraneous rules of engagement, and suddenly somebody comes and offers to help. He is not governed by the same set of rules. He can pretty much do whatever he wants, says Toschi, and he did as a concerned citizen. So you give him this thing. Now you don't know the half of the Vallejo stuff. You know something is not right in Vallejo. Here's something, you say. There's this guy you might want to check out. Toschi nods. That's how it started, he says. Our prime suspect was just about to get out of prison. What's great about David Fincher is that he gets you to throw away all your preconceptions, a Hollywood source tells me. And I love it when Fincher starts getting into his rants. He does not hold back. He comes across as a brilliant and talented man who on occasions can be exceedingly difficult, but only because he has no patience for any bullshit. Somehow, he mixes with the film industry like oil and water, yet is one of the most talented filmmakers in the world. The great and terrible thing about David, and what scares studios so much, and the reason I love him so much, is he does have commercial sensibilities, but in the end, all he cares about is making a great movie. All he cares about is that in 100 years somebody will see his movie and say, this is a great movie. In the end, a great film is more important than an opening weekend gross. But that's what studio executives live and die on in terms of their jobs, and makes David Fincher such an enigma to them. Lorraine calls me. The girl we got for Cecilia Shepard, Pell James, is just so good you'll freak out. Zodiac, under the code name Chronicles, began shooting on September 11, 2005. The darkest of dark days, the 4th anniversary of 9/11. The scene is Lake Berryessa, the sun creeping down. Penny and I make the long, serpentine drive 4 days later, assured we will not see the violent stabbing scene, but a picnic idle. Security is high. Napa County deputies drag an interloper in scuba gear from the lake. By helicopter, Don Burt has flown in oaks weighing hundreds of pounds each and ensconced them on the peninsula. He has even gotten down on his hands and knees to plant grass, blade by blade, until the shore and hillside have been landscaped, resodded, regraded, and rebuilt until they look exactly as they did on September 27, 1969. Penny and I walk along the bank toward the peninsula, where the picnic blanket is laid out, and David Fincher is waiting under a sun umbrella to shoot Scene 35. A heavily laden barge sits just offshore, packed with heavy equipment. Supervisor engineer Wayne Tidwell and data capture assistant Derek Schweikert work over the Viper System S2. Everyone is told to watch out for rattlesnakes. I have a therapist who says, "The trick is to learn you can't corral all the rattlesnakes," says Fincher. "You just got to know where they are." Captain Ken Narlow is there, healthy enough though favoring his hip. He quickly reminds me he was the one who actually took the aerial photos of Zodiac's footprints. Hope's props this time are a blanket, Brian's car keys, a wallet, body plates, armor, ground pads, a quick-release hogtie piece, a retractable blade knife with sheath, sun umbrellas for the cast. Zodiac's gun doesn't fire, bullets, a holster, a knife and sheath, tears, and blood. A camera is buried at ground level. A hooded man has Brian Hartnell, Patrick Scott Lewis, and Cecilia hogtied. Who is under the hood? Fincher will play with voice and build in different actors. He will play with our perception. "It gets cold at night," Brian is saying. "We could freeze." The man directs the gun at him at point-blank range. "Get down, right now." Later, when Hope recalls the scene, tears appear in her eyes from Pell's heart-rending cries echoing out over the lake waters. Rain is falling outside the little restaurant. It's still the wettest year in memory and getting wetter. For Brad and Jamie, this meeting is about discussing structure and the ancillary characters who will not make it to the screen but will provide some of David Fincher's truth. "I think we need to come up with some kind of way to subdivide the material," says Fincher. "We're going by department hierarchy. Obviously, once there's Blue Rock Springs, there's an ongoing Blue Rock Springs investigation. Did I tell you about the computer chronology that I wanted to make? We would create a movie basically that would allow us to zoom into Northern California and would go, here's Vallejo, here's the street, here's what happened on this date, day, night, and literally take everything we have a police report for in the chronology between this hour and this hour, somewhere in this neighborhood, and be able to build an entire chronology, including when letters are mailed. They could look at Northern California hour by hour, day by day, and see this happened here and that happened there, and all in terms of geography. Calling up Vallejo, July 4th, Fincher would be able to see what Sergeant Ed Rust was doing at that time, the progress of the parade at that moment. Later, Zodiac detectives Captain Roy Conway and Detective George Bauer join us. The whole idea behind the Zodiac killings was to do something heinous and write letters about it, Conway says. He speaks positively, even bluntly at times. I agree, says Fincher. But that is consistent also with somebody who is writing the Chronicle and Vallejo Times and Vallejo PD and saying, I'm responsible for this, and they're saying, if you are, give us some more information. That would be consistent with the self-righteous. I did do that, God damn it, and I'm taking my place in history. You cannot deny me my ink. That brings up another thing, says Conway, this jurisdictional issue. If there would have been a task force formed like we did in later years, it would have been a slam dunk. That's what Graysmith was doing, says Fincher. To this day, every law enforcement agency in the world immediately forms a task force, says Bauer, because the chief of police calls up the chief of police at someplace else and gets people assigned. We had marvelous results when we actually did that. The interesting thing about Lee is that he's a guy who seems to be at turns and at moments aware of the fact that he's not as smart as he thought he was, says Fincher, of a newly discovered 1.5 hour long interrogation tape. And he gets upset. What he does was interesting because most people speed up, is he starts going slower, because he realizes you have to give yourself time to get 3 more moves ahead. By August 8th, LeRae has not yet cast 10 to 20 of the 76 speaking parts. I can't make offers until we've gotten the schedule, but we're letting people know who they are. Bijou Phillips is going to be Linda. Darlene Ferrin's sister. I love little Bijou. Candy Clark, who was in one of Fincher's favorite movies, American Graffiti, is up for the Carol Fisher part. So is Penny Wallace. Jamie and I went over to David's office, and Lorraine was showing us tapes of all the people she liked the best for the roles, Brad tells me. She made sure David sat there and watched Penny's tape, scene 16, Carol Fisher going through letters and getting one from Zodiac. She's good. She did a good job, Lorraine tells me. David loves her. Penny responds, I swear, if I die tomorrow, it would be okay because I could put a sign around my neck that says, David Fincher loves my work. But Candy Clark gets the part. It's not that I'm bitter, says Penny, but it should really be me up there 12 feet high on that silver screen. Instead, I'm queued up here in the supermarket express lane holding 2 pesticide-free, sustainably farmed chickens aging. At Fincher's office, Lorraine decides Elias Koteas, the thin red line, has a nose exactly like Jack Mullinex's and casts him. And Fincher thinks he knows who can play his secretary. My phone rings. Robert, honey, it's Lorraine calling. It's 4:30 on Thursday. I wonder if you could give me Penny's number. I have a role for her, but it works in L.A., and I don't know what the likelihood of her being able to come here to work as a local is going to be. It's Mullinex's secretary, and she will be working with one of my favorite actors in the whole wide world, Elias Koteas. Penny is at a bluegrass festival, out of cell phone reception. She calls later, Robert, Robert, Robert. It might be a single line, but it is a David Fincher film. Shoot day 38, November 2nd. Low clouds and fog. Call time to the closed set is 7:30 a.m. Stage 1. The lot in West Hollywood at Warner Brothers is vast and dark. A batting of blue cloth is draped over the top of the open-roof trailer like a cloth sky. The wood construction is rigged to come apart, walls opening up or sliding back to accommodate cameras, just as Fincher's elaborate panic room set did. The furnished interior will be matched to exteriors of a real trailer on site. I walk into the trailer and look around, then go back out and see it on the monitor some feet away where Fincher and the great cinematographer Harris Savides sit side by side. They might as well be inside. The console shows every angle of the interior and every moment of the skittering squirrels and chipmunks, one caged on a stack of books, the other 2 roaming free, even a stand-in squirrel, silhouetted in the foreground. The set dressing is a bed, clothes, and clutter in every corner. Closed blinds allow a noirish light to creep into the dank trailer. Hope's prop list includes guns that do not fire, blue windbreakers, dildos, Vaseline, food and fridge, frozen squirrels, she has given them authentic freezer burn, gloves, old newspapers, shoes, porn, and even squirrel shit. For the part of Dave Toschi, Mark Ruffalo had been a favorite from the beginning. In scene 171, Ruffalo's Toschi and Anthony Edwards' Inspector Bill Armstrong search the prime suspect's trailer. Ruffalo will put in a 12-hour day and Tony Edwards even longer. Mary Ellen says, First marks, ready, be attentive. They rehearse. Stand by. Thank you, Fincher says. Pictures up, ready, and roll, and action. He watches the first take in the monitor. Cut it, play back. Mary Ellen calls, quiet, lighting, crank it back up. Fincher's Viper has been giving them trouble, and so have the lights, flickering, an electrical problem. It is rental stuff, and so there is a flurry of finger-pointing. Chris Strong and Brian Fuzz Fuznaugh have a battery instantly ready to change. Reset, says Mary Ellen. Very good, says Fincher. A little tighter at the beginning, boom down a little, and action. The detectives enter and find a wooden dildo and a big jar of petroleum jelly under the bed. Next, Toschi is in the kitchenette, opening the refrigerator door, then the freezer. Jesus, says Toschi. What, says Armstrong? Squirrel, says Toschi. Armstrong comes to look. There's a frozen squirrel in the freezer. Each time Ruffalo opens the freezer and reacts, Squirrel! It is funny. He does it deadpan, with wonderment, with disgust, with resignation, and with a different inflection. It is always funny. Finally, after a break for lighting, Ruffalo opens the freezer and instead of a frozen squirrel sees a photo of Harris with a sunburned forehead. His double take gets a big laugh. Damn fine acting. I really believed you saw a squirrel, says Fincher. On set, the director has a laser pointer. Think you could blind a squirrel from here? He jokes impishly as he points above the trailer. Can we do one more, please? Fincher is always polite. He is a man who thanks waiters. Take 14 of the refrigerator search is terrific, especially the quality of light on Ruffalo's face. But Fincher is troubled. Did the vintage refrigerator actually have a light in the freezer? Yes, he is told. They would not add one if there wasn't. It's that authentic. Ruffalo goes to the freezer some 18 times, but 14 is a keeper. The great thing about David, Jamie says, and there are obviously a lot of great things about David, is that he's also known as being a perfectionist. He's one of those guys who'll do 37 takes of a guy walking by just to get it right. The trailer search continues as the inspectors find 2 windbreakers. Hey, says Toschi. Black gloves, size 7, same as we found in the cab. He's got the same shoe size and glove size as Zodiac. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Cut it. Playback, says Fincher. Ruffalo spent 2 days with Toschi at his Daly City security office. This guy is great, says Ruffalo. No one could invent a Dave Toschi. When we met in Hollywood, Ruffalo did Toschi until I told him he was dead on. The voice, the mannerisms, everything perfect. The trench coat is starting to remind me of Columbo, he tells Casey Storm, the costume designer. I asked for a little bit shorter coat, and though it is already a short coat, it is still very Columbo-esque. But Toschi has one just like it. He's also the world's biggest Columbo fan. What's Toschi's hair like? Ruffalo asks earnestly. Is it curly? It is, says Jamie, who suddenly realizes, oh yeah, Ruffalo's got naturally curly hair. Mark's got Dave Toschi's hair in real life. I tell Ruffalo how, at the height of the Zodiac case, a news camera left Toschi's face and instead focused on his hand, grinding a disposable cup. Like this, Ruffalo says, demonstrating and filing away the information. Anthony Edwards is personable, tall, slender, pale, and well-briefed, perfect to play Bill Armstrong, the intelligent, straight-arrow investigator. I see Armstrong as a man of integrity, who would never let the department down or let the case down, he says. And I see the killer as someone who has disassociated himself from the actual killing. He is not there. Edwards, a local boy, once played Richard Eugene Hickok in Truman Capote's In Cold Blood. When Tony rifles through a stack of adult magazines in the trailer, Fincher bullhorns, "Put down the porn, step away from the trailer." The magazine covers do not appear on screen, not because of their content, but because of copyright considerations. As they pick their way through the trailer, Toschi tries to step over caged squirrels. Very good, Fincher says. Some of his direction extends to Edwards, shot from the waist up. Give the feeling you are walking through clutter. Finally, Armstrong in his search goes to the end of the hall and in the slanting light from outside turns and looks back over his shoulder. At what? Even without sound, the scene is ghostly and chilling. Fincher's composition have the feel of old master paintings, and his tonal palette is that of his Seven, his groundbreaking blockbuster film that took in $300 million worldwide at the box office. The men unleashing the atmospheric smoke inside the trailer add too much, and Fincher goes into the trailer and comes right back out. "It's 200 degrees in there and smells like ass," he cries. But when Fincher has shot a dozen-plus versions of the same scene, he is anxious to use that energy and gets the actors back on their marks. "Mark, can we do one more, please? Reset right away. Get it back. Shut up, please. Cut it quickly. Finally, good. I'll take that one." Then cut. Over again. "You're just like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, David," says one of the crew, only more irritable. Fincher doesn't want the actors to be comfortable. "Very nice. Right away. Again." The acting and directing takes remarkable endurance and energy. And so the speed builds on the retakes so Fincher can keep the energy in his full frame, discarding as he goes, making room for the keepers. Finally, he has an unbroken, full-frame scene that is flawless and uneditable. In one scene, Ruffalo has trouble cocking a .30 caliber carbine. No one knows guns like Fincher. "Fincher knows a little too much," says Brad ruefully. Finally, they shoot a scene where you see Ruffalo, from his chest up, looking down and moving his arms as the sound of a rifle being expertly cocked is dubbed in. In character, Ruffalo smiles at the sound of a car pulling up outside in the daylight. A lovely expression of exterior noon light from the windshield bisects his face. On November 7th, they shoot the dinner party scene at Mel Belli's townhouse, the Enright residence, and then over the next 2 days shoot backstage and onstage at the TV studio while Belli talks to Zodiac on the Jim Dunbar show. After Armstrong and Toschi discuss Sherwood-Morell's handwriting results at Callahan's restaurant in Santa Monica, the set is updated to 1978 as Graysmith shows Toschi the stolen cipher books. Shoot Day 50 is the Ace Hardware Store, Southgate, then the Avenue Theater, the Warner Grand Theater in San Pedro. Shoot Day 52 means Fincher has met the halfway mark, but now the number of days is raised to 103. Weeks 9, 10, and part of 11 pass. The TV studio, the hardware store, and finally, VPD. On a monitor, Harris Savides watches impassively in the beautiful morning light. Up an eighth, says Harris. He scrutinized the dapple play of shadow across what has become the Vallejo Police Department. His eye is calculating, more precise than any mechanical optics. A sixth. He barely stirs in his chair as he shoots the exterior of the old jail on 126th Street in Hawthorne. Vintage black and whites pass. One parks in front behind a conspicuous orange 1975 VW Rabbit, like the one I owned while writing Zodiac. As we waited, dawn broke at 6:32 a.m., cold, dank, the anniversary of JFK's assassination. There is a slight risk of a shower. A later scene involves rain, but it has not materialized, and so at 3 p.m., the tech water truck will be brought in to ensure Graysmith is soaked. Inside the jail, Fincher, in a white T-shirt, begins rehearsal for Sergeant Jack Mullinex, Elias Koteas, and his secretary, Penny Wallace. Penny has a trailer, stand-in, makeup, and costumer. Casey, Stacy, Sally, Trish, and Amy. In my 1969 dress and heels and Trish's teased hairstyle, Penny says, I was 1969 adorable. Elias's wig is uncomfortable and soon discarded with an apology to Fincher. Makeup pats Elias's forehead down as he takes up the phone and begins an imaginary conversation. On the monitor, Elias fills the left-hand foreground. To the right, Penny is seen busy in her office. Penny and Elias rehearse. Very good, says Fincher. He's in good spirits. They go again. First marks. Ready? Be attentive. Action. He watches on the wide monitor. Good. I'll take that one. Take 4. He stars or diamond marks the best ones and deletes other takes to make room in the digital memory for what will be 33 takes. Okay, he says. Could you move Penny's mark over a bit to the left? The cable in the door frame begin to impede her, as do her ill-fitting high heels. Let's move her mark about 1 foot to the doorway. They act out scene 14. Boom down a little and action. After Fincher moves the mark again, he changes her line. The fact that the call is from the Chronicle is a big deal. Don't put too much emphasis on anything. Just throw it away. Let's change the word guy. It's too modern sounding. Don't gesture with both hands. One's enough. Turn back in on the end of the line. Walk straight. You're veering into the doorway a little too wiggly. In the monitor, Fincher watches her every movement. Then another line change. He changes the line from number 2 to number 4 because the live phone system has gone out and must be replaced on the spot by Hope and her crew. Cut it. Once again. Very nice. Right away. Again. The cadence and movement of the scene improve immediately as Fincher adds the word sorry to her interruption of Elias's phone call. For takes 32 and 33, her shoes are changed, and in flat she completes 2 perfect takes using the smoother line. In a scene set later, Penny is in the background filing. She is in a David Fincher film. After a break for Thanksgiving, shooting resumes through November 30th at the Standard Oil Refinery, the Nabisco plant on Artesia Boulevard in Buena Park, as police question the prime suspect. It is hazardous work for the actors. Beware of steam, the cast is warned. Do not get close, and watch for slippery floors. When at this location, do not touch any breakers, electrical outlets, or switches. Do not wander around the building at all. They film on a bus, in a prison, at a chicken shack, at a car wash, at the Bechtel lobby, and at Question Documents, and then we are off for the holidays. On January 3rd, 2006, shoot day 75, they return to Question Documents, and 3 days later complete a difficult scene along the docks, Avery's houseboat. The interior will be set up on stage 2 at the lot. Weeks 18 and 19 are at the Graysmith apartment. In the morning on January 16th on stage 7, Toschi, Ken Narlo, Donald Logue, and Mel Nicolai, Zach Grenier, are flying to the secret Riverside Conference when they look up in disbelief. "Paul Avery," says Downey. "Good to meet you. Can I catch a ride with you gents when we land?" In the afternoon, Fincher moves to Stage 3, the Graysmith apartment. My ex-wife Melanie is played by Chloe Savigny, and our daughter Margot is played at 6 months by Kylie and Keeley Hansen, and at age 2 by Jessica Baltutis. One scene shows my boys, David, Jack Sampson, and Aaron, Zachary Sowers, working on Zodiac charts. Jake leaves the dinner table to watch TV news, but the two kids keep breaking up because it is so hard to keep a straight face when Chloe is pretending to be stern. The Dirty Harry premiere at the Westwood Theater is moved a day ahead to January 24th. Days 93 through 102 are spent at the Hall of Justice. And finally, with a retake of a Boward scene, Fincher is done with 111 days of shooting. But his team is still sleuthing. Max studies a catalog recovered by the VPD from the prime suspect's basement home in 1991. He discovers a photo of a black costume with a square black hood like Zodiac's. The catalog says it can be ordered by mail. He turns quickly to the front. The publication date predates the Zodiac murders. To celebrate the 10th anniversary of Phoenix Pictures, Mike Medavoy, Brad's boss, throws a glittering party. It is really the 12th anniversary, Brad says, but in Hollywood, everyone lies about their age. Medavoy embraces co-founder Arnie Messer, Brad, and executive producer Lou Phillips. "In my long career," the legendary Medavoy says, "this is the best team I have ever had." Brian Hartnell and his son, Benjamin, are at the gala too. Brian, 280 pounds and 6'8", is healthy and successful. He is more than a survivor. Brian draws me aside and tells me this story. One day, he and Mike Mageau found themselves in the same Southland courtroom. Brian, a well-dressed defense attorney, Mike, in an orange jumpsuit, still a troubled victim and a former street person. "Look at you, and look at me," says Mageau. "Touched by the same killer, and look what you have become. Look what I have become." This concludes Zodiac Unmasked by Robert Graysmith. Narrated by Robert Graysmith. Copyright 2002-2007 by Robert Graysmith. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Berkeley, an imprint of Penguin Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library